Hello. Good afternoon, evening, or morning, perhaps. If you live in, like, fucking somewhere, I don't know. Okay. I guess I was gonna say, if you live in, like, Australia, I guess, like, motherfuckers. But I don't think you do. Okay, so, whoa. Do a quick recap, Reno, of all the stuff from yesterday. A lot of stuff, but not really at the same time. Kind of, basically, we're in chapter 2 right now. We're in a chapter 2 through Shion's perspective. Unfortunately, the only thing that is kind of saddening, we didn't get to find out. You know what? I'll wait, because the VOD might be muted for another minute or so, so let me get I'll get everything open first, and then I'll start talking. Excuse me, no, my nose is a little bit stuffy today, so I'm sorry if I sound a bit nasally. Okay, let's find this here. So, we're probably gonna finish this today. We only have, like, 7 achievements left. And 7 achievements means 5 chapters. So, that's what we're looking at right now. Okay. There we go. Beauty. All is good in the hood. Okay, so let's find the documento. Let's close some stuff. Okay, and ink. There it is. Okay. So, what I was saying is I was a little bit disappointed that even though we have been getting some new info, we have not really learned anything super important yet, I guess. So this about here, or a little bit. So this was about where we did yesterday. These notes. I don't think that any of this stuff is super groundbreaking, but we will go through it starting here. There has to be some rift that forms between Mion and Shion, between 82 and 83. They're cold to each other and apparently not on the best of, this should be terms, not turns. Very regular contact, according to Mion in chapter 2. Blah, blah, blah. We skip this, okay? This question has been answered. Mion just basically lied to us. So, clear that. Shion has a phone conversation, blah, 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 blah. You know, we can skip all this shite. So this one is actually kind of important, which we'll find out in this chapter, because shit's about to go down, and I'm assuming my theory of Shion being the killer is going to be right, at least for this chapter, of course. We don't know in regards to the other ones. But the big thing that we remember is we heard the phone call that Shion had with Satoshi, where she was saying, like, "Hey, Mion, can you take care of her?" And of course, this was before Shion revealed her identity to everybody. And if you remember, in chapter 2, when Keiichi made the phone call to Shion, when he and her were, like, having that correspondence, when they both thought that they were the only, when they both thought they were the only two that were still alive from post-Watanagashi, we ended up finding out that, at the time at least, we thought that it was Mion pretending to be Shion because she was the killer. Now, with info that we deduced, it seems equally likely, or even more likely, that it was actually Shion all along. She wasn't actually being deceitful, and that she had kidnapped Mion and taken her place. It's hard exactly to know in that regard, but that's where we are at that turn. But what I was saying is that when we had that phone call, Keiichi exposes her, right? And he's like, yo, because it was specifically in regards to Mayor Kimiyoshi. Because he had apparently gone missing on the way back from the council meeting, right? And we were like, okay, but Mayor Kimiyoshi, he went missing on his way back. Which would mean that, like, if you're talking all this shite, like, you should have known, blah, blah, blah. Basically exposed her. And at the time, we thought that Mion was, like... We thought Mion was, like, doubling, right? We thought that Mion was playing both sides, pretending to be Shion and committing murders, But in reality, it seems like it very well could be possible that it was Shion all along, and she actually wasn't being truthful. It was just a switcheroo in the opposite way. We thought Mion was pretending to be Shion in reality. Shion was pretending to be Mion, and in that phone conversation, she wasn't actually being deceitful. She was actually being truthful. But Oishi gave us the info that Shion had gone missing the day after the Watanagashi, and I think we're going to find out quite quickly that it was actually Mion. The question in all of this will have to be whether or not Mion was a willing participant in the plan, or if Shion just loses her marbles. Seems more so like Shion has started to lose her marbles, but we'll continue. This is what I was talking about with the phone call. I think it's just more likely that the 1982 events are the same in every game, and, that it actually is Shion on the call. Blah, 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 blah. The more we've heard the bell ringing, the more it feels like it's in regards to Oyashiro's curse. Can't really know. But Irie lied about not knowing the victim. This was all just... Now, this was the interesting thing. Oishi has a source somewhere within the Sonozakis, because he knew about Shion's wounds. The only thing that we also now know is Mion also had the wounds as well. So, I don't know if, like, he inferred it or whatever, found out in a roundabout way, but... And the bigger thing was Oishi posited a theory that maybe the Sonozakis didn't want, because maybe the Sonozakis, with their deeper info that they know, knew somehow or coerced or forced the info out of Satoshi and found out that he killed his aunt. And in reality, it wasn't that they were mad that she was in love with him, but more so that she was associated with a murder, and it could bring, like, really bad rep for the family. So I think that's more so, and that the Sonozakis potentially offered Satoshi a place to stay and helped him skip town. That's the more That's the more, I guess, generous of the. That's the more generous of the two possibilities. The other one is more likely, in my eyes, that they just fucking killed him because it's a loose end you don't need. But like I was saying, it seems like the bell ringing more and more just has to do with Oyashiro's curse. However, in a weird roundabout way, it could have to do with Shion, like I said earlier, just because it's hard to do. I'm starting to think more and more that the bell ringing might just be like a fucking noise effect, and I might have just been reading into this way too deeply. Based off the very first time in the ritual storehouse, I'd still like to think that the game has been more deliberate than that, but this stuff is just like kind of garbage. The only thing that we learned that was kind of interesting, which I think could have some truth, is Shion was reading Takano's notes that she gave her. And the one thing that Takano said, which Shion picked up on, is it seems as though perhaps the murderer every year is just a mastermind that is like, it's like a helping hand that pushes people to commit crimes. And it's like a double whammy for whoever is masterminding this, because whoever it is might want there to be an image of a curse going on for whatever reason, whether it's helpful for them, whatever. And that they're giving a helping hand and causing people, not necessarily causing, but helping people, like what the Sonozakis, we'll use as an example. Although, the more and more we dig into it, it does kind of seem like it might be deeper in that the Sonozakis potentially aren't involved. Or at least not in the killing. Maybe they're involved as an accessory. But the more and more that we've learned, it feels as though, like what the Sonozakis were theorized by Oishi to do with Satoshi, that perhaps that is what whoever the mastermind has been doing with everybody else. So that these people, yeah, right here basically, which I wrote down. And I kind of wrote this down before, way earlier. And I think it was in chapter 2, and I deleted it. And I'm kind of like, I kind of regret deleting it because there could be some truth to it. Because one of the whole memes people always talk about with like mysteries is like, oh, it's just like in real life mysteries as well. It's like just follow the money, like what makes the most sense. And one of the memes that I made a lot earlier was that maybe, just maybe, somebody who was running the Watanagashi, and it might not even be like the three families. I know they're like the big heads of it. But maybe if like a merchants association or someone with a monetary gain for having the Watanagashi be more popular, because that was one of the big things we heard was that, Watanagashi gets more popular because more and more people take the curse to be real, even if it's fake, which it most certainly is. Fake in the sense it's not supernatural. And that increased attendance to Watanagashi benefits those who have monetary like investments in Watanagashi. So whether it would be like stall vendors or whatever, right? Like, and I think that there could be something to that because it could be like a double whammy. You get rid of the villagers and you potentially have like a benefit that is being served to you as a bonus. But I did think it was a really good theory that maybe whoever is behind this might not even necessarily be killing anyone, but they could just be exerting influence one way or another to make people commit the killings, and the killings then, they can wipe their hands clean of it because they're not actually involved, and then, it is what it is. I wonder if perhaps there is, like, any meme that could be associated with, like, the whole psychoactives they were talking about with Tomotage. Excuse me. Because that's kind of just been left in the dust and not really talked about. And bar like a mental disorder or people like really tripping balls, like I don't really know what could describe like the footsteps, right? The footsteps are kind of sort of morphing into the big mystery now because my Shion theory seems to be coming true. But we're not. This is pretty straightforward. We also found out that the demon thing seems kind of likely more so that my theory, either I read into it too much or the demon is just like, it's like your anger personified. You know, I don't think it's literally a demon. But we haven't thought that for a while. Literally, I think since chapter 2 we haven't thought this, but now some of the more interesting stuff. Whoa. I might have just fucked up the thing on my screen because I didn't mean to bend it. It looks fine now. The one thing that was interesting, so we had a 1-year time skip. And it seems like Shion is kind of losing her marbles. Shion made it quite clear she doesn't love Keiichi. But she did make some weird comments, and I don't know if this was more of a teasing manner or if she was actually being serious, because she does seem to kind of be losing it. But she was like memeing about stealing Keiichi away, and she started to get a little bit more malicious with it towards the end, right? Where she was saying when she was going to go into the storehouse that Keiichi was basically collateral. That not only did she want someone to share the blame with, but in a weird roundabout way, then Mion would also have to share her pain that she doesn't know, because then she would take away the guy that Mion loves, the way that she lost hers, you know? In the storehouse, Shion still hears Satoshi's footsteps. She could only hear the stomping, and she starts to question whether or not the presence with her this whole time has been him. The bomb shelter is officially called the Underground Ritual Storehouse. Shion says the Kimiyoshis must also have their own ritual storehouse, so the one that is on the shrine grounds is the Furudays, the one that's underground is the Sonozakis. There must be a Kimiyoshi one. And this is the most interesting part. That, and now again, remember, we have to work with the info that we were also given from Oishi prior. And what we learned prior was that that Takano at this time should have already been dead, right? This was the info that we have been told multiple times, especially with Oishi in Chapter 2, that judging by the autopsy done that got fudged later on, but at the time when they took the autopsy, which was like the night of Watanagashi, so like we went to the storehouse I think at 9 p.m. or around 9 p.m., because I think that's when they said that the ritual, or that the festival was ending, and so the dance was like the last thing, whatever. Sometime like 8 to 10 p.m. I'll say, even then, who cares, we can use that range, but I think it's 9 p.m. They already said that Takano had been dead, and she would have been dead 24 hours prior. So if it's like midnight, like so 2 hours past the day of the Watanagashi, so like 2 a.m., she had been dead for, 24 hours at that point, which would put her dead the day before the festival even started. Now, Shion says that due to the distance between the storehouse and Takano's corpse, she must have been killed almost immediately. The only thing is, this is assuming that is Takano and not somebody posing as her, right? We've had this theory for a while. We don't fucking know what's going on with Takano, and she's one of the big mysteries now. Because I think if we can... So let's say Satoshi's not dead. I think there's a possibility that like he could be a doppelganger for Keiichi if he was like dressed up accordingly, right? However, we don't really have anybody that could fill in for Takano right now. That's just like kind of that's a square peg for a round hole for us right now. So the big two things right now is kind of like figuring out whatever the fuck is going on with the footsteps, because it hasn't really got any more clear. And then it'll be like figuring out what in the fuck is going on in terms of like figuring out what's going on in terms of the like Takano. So yeah, let's not waste any more time. We are finishing this today. However, if this does go very long, I might stop it because I want to watch UFC tonight. To be fair, I only really want to see like the last 2 or 3 fights, so that's like 11 p.m. I don't think this will take us 8 hours to beat. If my math is right, again, the game we're 9 out of 16 achievements right now. One of the achievements is for reading all the tips. One of them is for the after party achievement, so you can like wipe those 2 out. So in reality, there's 14, which means we have 5 chapters left. With an average of about 50 minutes to an hour per chapter, we should be totally fine. So, let's load here. And, I guess let's see what happens. Because it's sort of, pretty confusing. My relatives gathered at the Sonozaki house after the festival to have a little party. I mingled with my uncles and had fun. I was trying to get rid of my eerie memories of the ritual storehouse. Mion was acting as the successor, so I tried to stay away from her. I'm sure she would feel weird if I talked to her in a formal way. In consideration of the hag's old age, we ended the party around 11 p.m. Now, the other cool thing to notice is because Mion also did the 3 things with her fingers, again, bar the tattoo, there's no difference between them still, so if that swap does happen, you know. We all helped to clean up, with the women washing the dishes in the kitchen, and the men folding the tables and putting them away in a storeroom. It only took about 30 minutes, then everyone left, one after another. By then, Mion was no longer acting as the Sonozaki successor, and was back to being her normal self. Maybe I overexerted a little. I was lying on the tatami floor. Kasai asked me if I could get in the car, so I told him I'd rather not move anymore. Sis, can I spend the night here? I just want to sleep. Granny will get mad if she finds you. By the way, don't you have school tomorrow, Shion? No, tomorrow is our school's anniversary, so there's no class. How many times a year does your school have its anniversary? Oh well. Okay, Kasai. She can stay here tonight. Understood. Good night. Come on, Shion, wake up. Granny will get really mad if you fall asleep here. Here, hold on to me. You can sleep in my room. What, sis? My alter ego told me that I'm in a demon's stomach. I wouldn't have woken up if I hadn't heard that voice, but when I stop, he always walks 1 extra step. I might not have woken up at all. And my alter ego, which is Mion. So wait, what does that mean? Mion told me that I'm in a demon's stomach. I wouldn't have woken up if I hadn't heard that voice. When I stop, I didn't remember much after that. I was probably brought to Mion's room and immediately crawled into the futon. After a while, Mion got her futon ready next to me, turned the lights off, and went to sleep. At least that's what I'd thought. I got up and turned the lights on. Mion's futon was empty. The futon felt cold. Mion must have left it a while ago. So I wonder if they're doing the ritual. Did she go to the bathroom? No, the closest bathroom was right there down the hallway. The light in the bathroom was off. Where did she go? The ticking of the clock was loud and annoying in the silence. The hands pointed to a little before 3 a.m. I was left alone all of a sudden in this late night. I should also note, and I'm going to write this down in the notebook, you won't see it. Shion had nothing to do with Tomitaki and Takano's deaths as far as we understand. So, I was left alone all of a sudden, in this late night. I felt the eeriness of the ritual storehouse coming back to me, after almost managing to forget it in the ruckus earlier. 1 second, I'm gonna listen to my voice here. The eeriness of the ritual storehouse coming back to me. Okay, just gonna moving my mic back, so I want to make sure that I don't have to like speak louder, you know. I tried to sense my surroundings. In this house, there shouldn't be an eerie atmosphere, strange noises, or footsteps. I stepped out into the freezing cold hallway to look for Mion. When I did, I immediately noticed light coming from one of the nearby rooms. That room belonged to the hag. The hag went to sleep early and woke up early. She was very strict about her bedtime, so it was strange to see her light on in the middle of the night. I could hear voices, too. Those voices belonged to the hag and Mion. I creeped up to the room and listened to their conversation. Since it was the middle of the night, I could hear their words very clearly. But those young ones went too far. You're right. They made Oyashiro angry, so I guess they got what they deserved. Mion's voice sounded as cold as the one I'd heard down in the torture room. I held my breath. The police say they are investigating, but are you sure? I guess. It's probably Takano. My heart almost stopped. Oyashiro got angry. The police are investigating. It's probably Takano. And what day was it today? Those words told me that something was happening. My teeth started to chatter. I desperately tried to stop them. Oops. I felt like my body was swelling up suddenly. I could no longer hear as well. Calm down. Breathe. Listen more carefully. According to Mion and the hag's conversation, another incident definitely took place. The victims were Takano and Tomitake. From what I could tell, both Mion and the hag thought it made sense that whatever it was happened to them. No. I needed to think more calmly. They did say they deserved it for making Oyashiro angry. Did they say Takano and Tomitake made Oyashiro angry? How did they make Oyashiro angry? They knew. My body started to shake. They knew we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Then that would mean Keiichi and I were also subject to Oyashiro's curse. Suddenly a phone rang. The phone was by the front door. The front door was opposite to the hag's room, farther down the hall. The ringing echoed throughout the long hallway. It sounded so eerie, almost like it was coming from hell. That was when I felt someone behind me. Of course, there was nobody there when I turned around, but there was someone there a moment ago. I didn't know if it was Satoshi. I didn't sense any emotions, so I couldn't tell. I also didn't know how long it had been there. It was as if that somebody was watching me, listen in on their conversation. That was the feeling I got. It couldn't be Satoshi. Satoshi would never be that intimidating or scary. My mind turned all red, like it was suffused with blood. Have you experienced anything like that? Those footsteps always followed me. They even came to my bedside and looked down at me. I remembered what Rina Ryugu had said on that rainy day. You'll be okay if that's true. Oyashiro won't get mad at you. If Oyashiro wasn't angry, nobody would follow me. So what did this mean? Ever since we snuck into the shrine storage, something has been following me. What is it? I mean, that's not actually true, miss. You had the footsteps before. So... Calm down. That's right, Rina wasn't talking about me. She was talking about Satoshi. That's what happened to Satoshi. Everything he's gone through is a sign of Oyashiro's curse. That's right. That's why he encountered the curse of Oyashiro. You feel someone is watching from a distance, and it follows you. A creepy feeling crawled up and spread across my back. Then it watches from right behind you. After that, you start hearing an extra footstep. I swallowed loudly. It's almost as though Rina Ryugu was predicting what would happen to me. Had Rina been talking about Satoshi back then, or had she actually been talking about me? But you start hearing it even inside your house after a while. Then Oyashiro keeps watching you, even when you're sleeping in the dark, right by your side, waiting silently. I knew by now that there was no mistake. No matter how I looked at it, she had been talking about me. Yes, me. It had been about me. The curse of Oyashiro. What is the curse of Oyashiro? That was when I actually felt something for real. Someone grabbed my collar. Ah! No voice came out. I wanted to scream, but all I could do was to open and close my mouth as if something was stuck in my throat. It was Mion. She looked even colder than how she'd looked in the underground torture room. It only made sense that she'd come out into the hallway to answer the phone. I tried to come up with an excuse. However, the way Mion looked at me was so cold. Even if I really had run into her by accident, I could tell by the look in her eyes that she wouldn't believe me. I felt cold sweat all over my body. I couldn't even move my fingers. Sorry. I apologized. I could have said something to get myself out of the situation, but the apology came out first. But Mion didn't appear to hear me. She walked to the front door, still holding my collar. The phone was still ringing. A normal person doesn't usually let a phone ring so long at this time of night. The phone call itself didn't seem real to me. Mion picked up the phone. This is Mion. I see. I understand. Please take care of things at your end. Also, please make sure that nobody talks about this. Yes, goodbye. Mion put down the phone after a short conversation. What did she mean, make sure nobody talks about this? Who called anyway? Mion put her forehead to mine and spoke to me. Did you hear? Which conversation was she asking me about? Well, she had to be talking about the one with the hag. If I said yes, what would happen to me? I don't know what you're talking about. Mion pulled my collar, pressed her nose on mine, and continued to speak. Just what you heard. The curse of Oyashiro fell upon Tomitake and Takano. It's really very unfortunate. It's like I was talking to myself in a mirror. But what I was saying in the mirror was ever so cold. Sis, what is the curse of Oyashiro? Tomitake killed himself by clawing out his own throat. Takano was burned to death in an oil drum. Terrible, isn't it? Tomitake clawed at his own throat until he died? What? Takano was burned to death in an oil drum? Wait, what? I felt something furry crawl up my spine. I also felt like my stomach was turning upside down. I didn't feel any strength in my legs. If Mion let go of my collar, I'd probably collapse on the spot. Why did they die that way? Don't you know, Shion? I'm asking you because I don't know. I don't know. Don't you see there can be only one reason? Please don't talk as if I already know the answer. What do you mean? My heart was pounding. I felt that my next breath would be so bloody and hot that I'd choke on it. Don't you know? It's because they made Oyashiro angry. The first year, it was the manager of the damn construction site. The second year was the traders of the village. The third year, it was the pacifist. The fourth year, it was the relatives of the traders. I'd always thought the victims were people who had something to do with the dam conflict. Since I didn't do anything against the village during the dam conflict, I assumed I was safe. I should have known. I should have known everything would be the curse of Oyashiro. I knew Oyashiro's anger was the curse of Oyashiro. I knew Oyashiro would get angry if I snuck into the ritual storehouse. But since I wasn't held responsible in any way for the dam conflict, I never thought I would be a victim of the curse. Did I ever think there would be an incident in the 5th year? Did I ever think that I'd be the victim of that 5th year incident? Tomitake snuck into the storehouse, and he clawed at his own throat until he died. Takano was burned to death in an oil drum. It must be a lie. It couldn't be true. Even if it was forbidden, it was just a space of storing some old torture implements. How could they be killed for just sneaking in there? Especially in such gruesome ways. But I thought about it again and realized that those people were absolutely capable of doing things like that. The main Sonozaki family was capable of it. The Sonozaki family had been pulling the strings behind the series of mysterious deaths. They could do it. The Sonozaki family even kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction during the dam conflict. They could do it. The Sonozaki family made Satoshi disappear completely. They could do it. Mion leaned against me, before falling onto the cold hallway floor. She collapsed rather violently. I usually didn't go to sleep with my stun gun, but since I was too tired and sleepy to get ready for bed, I still had it on me. I had my stun gun on me. I finally understood. I didn't know who killed them exactly, whose idea it was, or who ordered it. I didn't even know who was actually involved. But Mion and the hag knew everything. Satoshi. Now I finally know. Now I know what I need to do. I will settle the score for you, Satoshi. I will avenge you, Satoshi. I won't be killed like you, Satoshi. I walked into the hag's room. She was sitting up to take some medicine. Her back was turned to me. Mion and I are twins. If I acted like her, the hag wouldn't notice a difference. I didn't think she ever suspected me. I put my stun gun to her neck and pulled the trigger. I heard an indescribable electric sound, and the hag's lights went out. She fell in a twisted position. I didn't know how long it would take a person to regain their freedom of movement after getting knocked out with a stun gun, so I had to restrain them before they woke back up. I was unbelievably calm. The key to the underground torture room was in the forbidden drawer that only the head of the family can access. Mion had told me about this once. I'd never looked for the drawer before, but I found it exactly where I thought it would be. The key was on a keychain with several of its sisters. Each key had a little plaque on it that said what it was used for. They were all in Mion's handwriting. She was an idiot for being so conscientious, but it sure helped me out. I put the keychain in my pocket and headed to the outdoor storeroom to find a cart. I found a large flashlight there as well. There was a strap on the flashlight so I could put it on my shoulder. That way I'd have both hands free to carry Mion and the hag. I loaded Mion and then our grandmother onto the cart and carried them to the underground torture room. I was prepared to use the stun gun again if they woke up while I was working, but it was more powerful than I imagined, and the hag showed no signs of waking. This was the stun gun Kasai specifically, that's not even a word. I said specifically and specially and tried to... This was the stun gun Kasai specially ordered for me when I told him I wanted a powerful one. I remembered telling him that it was an illegally modified stun gun, that I should never use it just for fun. I used my flashlight to find the light switch. I found it and easily turned it on. All the lights went on in the basement. Although there was now illumination, it was very dim. I moved quickly so as to finish what I needed to do before they woke up. I decided to put Mion in a cell beyond the torture room. The lights in the torture room were so bright that it was like daylight. There was a door there. I was fairly certain the cells were on the other side of that door. The proper key was here. The keys made a tinkling sound. I felt cold air coming in through the gap in the door. There must be a huge opening on the other side. I opened the door and I saw nothing but darkness. I felt along the wall to find a light switch. I turned the switch on, and the light bulbs lit up, revealing a huge rocky cave. It didn't look like a natural cave. It looked more like an air raid shelter. There were several hollow openings with bars across them. Those were the cells. Yeah, so this is basically confirming everything we thought right now. Okay, well, I guess we'll see. I walked up to the closest cell and checked to see if it was strong enough to confine her. I pushed and pulled on the bars. I rammed all them with all my weight. I rammed against them with all my weight and decided they were perfectly sturdy. This was secure enough to be called a cell. I opened the lock and carried Mion in. I wasn't particularly strong, just average. I'd never thought I was so strong enough to carry a whole person, but now I didn't need to pretend to be weak. I could easily lift and drag their bodies. I put Mion in the cell. She seemed to moan a little. I didn't need to check to make sure. The effect of my stun gun was wearing off. I closed the bars and turned the key in the lock. Then I ran to the hag, who must have been starting to wake up too. Fortunately, there was no sign of her regaining consciousness. Maybe the difference in age had something to do with it. I looked for a table to restrain her on. Found a wheelchair with restraints for the hands and feet. I put the hag in it. Of course she didn't resist, but her dead weight made it seem like she was a huge, holy fuck, I had the hiccups, French doll, but one made of flesh. I put her hands on the armrests and restrained them at the wrists with the metal rings and hinges. I did the same with her feet. This must have been a wheelchair specifically remodeled to restrain a person. Other than the restraints, it was a regular wheelchair. I waited for the hag to wake up. I had so many things I wanted to ask her. I didn't think she'd answer honestly, but I had plenty of tools to make her talk. I was in no rush. When the hag had a concern, relatives took care of the problem. That was how it worked in the Sonozaki family. She was the leader of the family, so all the information they gathered would make its way to her. She must know everything that happened in Hinamizawa, including the curse of Oyashiro. I heard a noise from the cell. Mion must have woken up before the hag did. Speaking of the hag, she didn't seem like she was about to wake up anytime soon, but she was restrained even if she did, so I had no need to fear her. I left the hag there and headed for the cell. Shion, what do you think you're doing? She talked like the successor, but she also sounded frightened. She obviously understood the situation she was in right now. Good morning, Mion. You never thought you'd be in there, huh? As the acting head, I order you, open this up. You don't sound so scary in there. You need to talk more like a leader, don't you think? Though, talking that way will only make you look like a fool. There was nothing funny about it, but I wanted to intimidate Mion. My laughter echoed throughout the cave. It was artificial and meaningless laughter. I heard it over and over as it echoed. It sounded as if I wasn't the only one laughing. I couldn't stand it, so I stopped. Silence filled the air. That silence almost hurt my ears, so I started to speak. Tomatake and Takano becoming the victims this year. I didn't expect that. What an idea to burn Takano to death, but actually, she would be the kind of person who would prefer to die that way. Maybe she's satisfied, huh? Mion didn't say anything. She just stared at me to see how I'd proceed. What about the way Tomatake died? He clawed out his own throat, right? Did you give him a shot of some kind? Or is there a torture device that did that to him? Mion didn't reply. I was smiling boldly, but I became impatient and finally kicked the bars. It made a violent noise. Mion jumped as if she was kicked directly. It gets boring not to get any answers. Do you have any idea what will happen if I get angry? How would I know? Mion finally replied. She was odious, but at the same time sounded pitiful. Hey Mion, as a successor, why don't you tell me? Let's see. I had just too many things I wanted to ask her. I wanted to ask her about me, about the incident, about the curse, about Satoshi. Okay, let me write for a second here. Oh my god, dude, this makes me so fucking sad. Because now I think about what happened with Shion in chapter 2. When she was groveling, saying, like, please, just, like, don't kill him. Like, and all along, now we know, like, that was Mion. Okay. Well, I guess let's get the full story here. I wonder how much Shion is going to find out here now. Okay. Whew, sorry, I just finished my notes. Let's go. I didn't even know where to start. Before I asked her about those, I asked her one other thing. You know there's no point in trying to resist, don't you? Mion glared at me silently. Because we were twins, I knew that was just a bluff. We've come this far, so there's no point in me hesitating anymore. You shouldn't expect hesitation or even mercy from me, sis. Mion must have been feeling the cold sweat on her face. Although the light was dim, I could tell she was frightened. Okay, here I go. First, about the series of the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as the Curse of Oyashiro. What's the meaning of it? Is it to signify the end of the dam conflict? I think so. Mion sounded a little confused, but she answered. I felt satisfaction now that we were communicating. I continued with a smile. You think, huh? Don't you know the details? You know yourself that the successor is simply a messenger for Granny. Yeah, right. But the successor must know everything the current head is thinking, right? Do you really think I believe you're just a messenger? Although I'm always around Granny, I don't always know what she's thinking. It's not like I can understand her all the time. Okay. So you're saying that everything about the Curse of Oyashiro is decided by the hag herself, right? I assumed that she'd talk to the successor about it. When it's something dangerous, Granny decides it on her own. I don't have anything to do with it. Okay, let's write this down. Um. Hmm. But even if she decides by herself, Grandma uses you to take care of various things, doesn't she? And you're telling me now you don't know anything. No! She doesn't use me for that. I really don't understand it myself, but it's like I take care of problems on the surface and someone else takes care of problems on the underside. Who? Who is the one that takes care of these underside problems? I don't know. Haven't you seen anyone? Haven't you overheard a phone conversation? It must be someone who gets in touch with the hag at the same time every year around the time the curse happens. I don't know, I really don't. Okay. I mean, odds are it's her dad, right? Like, that's what we would think at least. Mion shook her head. Okay, let me change the question. Why were Tomitake and Takano chosen as victims, even though they had nothing to do with the dam conflict? Was it because they stuck into the ritual storehouse? As soon as Mion heard the words ritual storehouse, her expression shifted. The ritual storehouse? Did they intrude on the storehouse at the Furude Shrine? Didn't you know? I thought you already knew. They really did that. It was truly stupid of them. Of course something would happen to them. Mion muttered bitterly while shaking her head repeatedly. Mion's reaction made me realize the true meaning of the forbidden storehouse for ritual implements. The ritual storehouse is a sacred building, so nobody can go inside. The curse will fall upon any who disobey. Any child would know that rule. However, just because they knew about it didn't mean they all believed in it. Although they were told they would be cursed, most of the kids actually enjoyed hearing the stories. They simply didn't believe it was true. However, Mion's reaction told me it absolutely was. If they actually did that, of course something would happen to them. She was saying that if someone snuck into the ritual storehouse, that person should be killed. Ugh. Okay. This is going to be a lot of writing here because this is like a tell-all right now. What you know and what I know aren't matching up anymore. Of course I'm aware I shouldn't just waltz into the storehouse, but to be killed in such a gruesome way for doing it? I never knew that. Did you? That's just because you're ignorant about it, Shion. Well, sorry for being ignorant. Could you please explain it to me? Just like you said, the kids don't really believe in the curse. They assume it's just superstition. But they also know that if an adult finds out, they'd be in big trouble. But to the elderly people of Hinamizawa, it's something more serious. Mion explained to me how the elderly people blindly believe in Oyashiro and how sacred the festivals are to them. It's probably something the younger generations would never understand, but they're possessed by a very strong, deeply rooted devotion towards Oyashiro. Mion then went on to tell me about how sinful it was to violate the rule of the ritual storehouse. I just couldn't believe things like that were still going on even in the modern day. I couldn't even reply appropriately, but even if it was unbelievable. I couldn't ignore what I was hearing from my twin sister. I see. But Mion, doesn't the rule say that only one victim gets killed by the curse and another has to become a sacrifice? The body of the sacrifice is never to be found, but there are 2 dead bodies this time. What do you think of that? Mion doesn't know that besides Takano and Tomatake, Keiichi and I also snuck into the ritual storehouse, so I tried to lead her a little. I know. That doesn't make sense. Maybe Takano's burned body wasn't supposed to be found. Maybe the intention was for her to vanish. Or, I'm not too sure, but what? Just say what you're thinking, I won't get mad. Mion hesitated a little first, then started to speak. Actually, 4 people snuck into the shrine storage, so maybe. Maybe what? Maybe the other 2 will become the sacrifices who get demoned away. Huh. That still doesn't really answer the question. I guess she's saying that, like, maybe for this year it, like, doubled the quota. But Mion's words were stuck in my head. If those 2 dead bodies were the result of the curse, then there should be 2 sacrifices to calm Oishiro's anger. The 4 of us snuck into the shrine storage together. It was a simple equation. Did that mean Keiichi and I were in danger? I got drunk, fell asleep, and decided to stay overnight. Was that because of the alcohol, or did someone put a drug in my drink? It's not like me to get drunk and spend a night at the hag's house. I wanted to forget about what happened in that eerie storehouse, so I drank too much. But it really was strange for me to get that drunk. Maybe it was a good thing I woke up in the middle of the night. I could have been the one to wake up in a cell. Sometimes it's hard to recognize danger when you avoid it accidentally. A part of me wanted to just laugh at the idea, but another part felt frightened that I was so close to being in Mion's position. If my thinking was correct, I wonder how Keiichi Maebara was doing right now. I didn't see him in any of the cells, but that didn't guarantee his safety. Takano and Tomatake had been executed. There was a possibility that Keiichi could already be dead. But just like what happened to Satoshi, it might only happen after a few days. When the sun rose, I was going to pretend to be Mion and head to her school. I was going to check if Keiichi Maebara was safe. If he had already disappeared, the enemy would come after me next. I'd have to be a decoy for myself, but if he was still safe, I'd need to keep my eyes on him. I was sure the enemy would come after that scatterbrain. If I became Mion, Shion would disappear. The enemy would think Shion had already been demoned away, and they'd concentrate on Keiichi. If nothing happened to Keiichi, that would also be fine. It'd prove that nothing would ever happen to me either. The hag was still sleeping in the wheelchair. I was going to interrogate her, but actually, I wasn't expecting to learn that much. The woman who was also known as Empress Sonozaki probably wouldn't say a thing even if her fingers were cut off. Mion, her successor, was the complete opposite. She spoke readily but didn't know too much about anything. Mion said she was only a messenger, and that someone else was taking care of problems on the underside. It was possible that Mion had grown to be a good liar, and that she tried to deceive me with a straight face. But at the same time, I could see the hag not letting Mion get involved in the underside of the village. If I were her, I wouldn't have used Mion for that either. Unlike me, Mion was a nice person. While there were only ones and zeros in the world, she believed there were numbers with decimal points. In other words, she could never be cruel. If the hag thought the same way as I do, it was very possible. The one who took care of problems on the underside, X, was the one who actually governed the curse of Oyashiro. If the hag became concerned about something, X would deal with it, either directly or indirectly. So now part of me wonders, right? We know Rika had the syringe in her possession. Is she X? Sorry, I said a meme. Or maybe the hag and X would discuss the details first. But did X really exist? If he did, his place in the village hierarchy was a lot more important than that of the successor. Unlike Mion, who was too nice, he was discreet, cruel, and cunning. Furthermore, he was extremely close to the hag, someone who would have a lot of contact with her just before it was time for the curse. I mean, there's only like a few people it could be, like Meikashi, Miyoshi, Rika. It has to be someone who's a three families person. Because of the way Tomitake died, it could be someone who regularly dealt with unusual drugs. He could be a member of a medical institution. The director of the Irie Clinic. Irie. I wouldn't be surprised. In this isolated village, Irie was famous for opening such a beautiful clinic, and for working so hard for the villagers' sake. The villagers liked his mature personality and really respected him. There's nothing scarier than a doctor who's also a murderer. If Irie was the person behind the curse, all the mysterious deaths could be explained. However, there was only a slim chance of Irie being X, the main reason being that the hag wouldn't trust him. Like many of the elderly, the hag doesn't like young people. I knew she'd never trust him because of his age. Furthermore, she had openly criticized his behavior among the relatives once. Although Irie was famous, he was an outsider after all. He wasn't born here. He tried to maintain a good relationship with the villagers as the director of the clinic, but that was just on the surface. I couldn't even imagine the hag telling him about her worries, or about the village's underside. If she was as suspicious of others as I was, then she'd only gather trustworthy people to deal with that underside. The first people that came to mind were the leaders of the three families. Wow, good job, Shion, you think like me. Because that's what I think. Which explains why both of them were found dead, you know? Leaving Rika out, the head of the Kimiyoshi family was a strong possibility. He was the only one who would advise, or could advise, Empress Sonozaki. They were of similar age, and everyone knew that they were very close outside the family councils. He was blasting that ass, man. He was knocking back some crypt pussy. Excuse me, let's continue. Furthermore, as the mayor, he often went to the Sonozaki house just before with Tanagashi to discuss festival preparations. I could easily picture them talking privately. The one who executed the curse of Oyashiro, the one who murdered Takano and Tomitake, the mastermind behind the series of the mysterious deaths that had been going on for the past 5 years. Was he coming after me? Did he get to Satoshi? When I thought about Satoshi, I felt elevated. I was fearful of possibly being this year's victim until just a moment ago. I was scared that X was after me. But when I thought about it, I realized. Whoever it was, this person had gotten Satoshi. I'd looked so hard, but I couldn't find him. I'd almost forgotten about this enemy. For better or for worse, he was going to appear before me again. No matter how hard I'd tried, I couldn't find that enemy. But now he was trying to find me. That was it. I wasn't only being chased, I was chasing too. When I realized all this, I was no longer afraid of dying to the 5th year's curse. It had become a game. I wasn't only being threatened, I was threatening too. Now was the time to settle the score for Satoshi. Now was the time to awaken passions that had grown weak over the past year. I could feel righteous indignation and courage flare up within me. The only emotion that can defeat fear is anger. When my anger completely overtook my fear, I felt as if I were reborn. Why don't you wake up, Grandma? I kicked her wheelchair rather violently, but that didn't wake her up either. Are you just pretending to be asleep? I grabbed her hair and pulled her head up, but even then the hag still stayed silent with a straight face. Then I noticed something. I looked for an appropriate torture device. They were all large scale, none of them particularly handy. That's when I saw a cigarette lighter on a cushion in the tatami room. One of the relatives must have left it there. I lit the lighter. A huge flame appeared. I turned the lighter off and went back to the hag with it. Can you see it? Can't you see it? This is a cigarette lighter somebody left behind. I lit it in front of her eyes. I'm going to burn your nose now. You don't want that, do you? I wouldn't want it. So why don't you quit pretending to be asleep? There was still no response. I put the flame right under her nose without hesitation. The tip of the flame touched the tip of her nose. The flame must have burned her nose hair. It smelled terrible. I was already certain, but I continued anyway. I brought the flame closer to her eye. Her eyelid didn't move one bit. The flame burned her eyelashes, making it smell awful again. I turned the lighter off and felt her throat and wrist. I didn't feel any warmth. I didn't feel a pulse either. Did she die from the stun gun? There was no way she could pretend to be asleep while being burned. Even if she could endure the pain, anybody would reflexively move their eyelids if a flame came close to their eyes. But she didn't. I turned the sink water on and aimed the end of a hose at the hag's face. The water pressure wasn't too high, but by squeezing the tip of the hose, I could make it squirt out. True, that's true. That's how it works. Water pressure is related to the hole that it's coming through, or the opening, I should say, the size of the opening. The water hit the hag in the face, but there was still no reaction. Shit. You've got to be kidding me. She's dead. The one who was at the center of everything is dead now! I knew she wouldn't talk, but I didn't expect her to end up dead. I never even thought of killing her. I walked around the room restlessly. I didn't feel guilty, but instead felt frustrated with what I'd done. Come on, I need to calm down. What do I need to be afraid of? Calm down and stay cool. Calm down, stay cool. I could feel my brain starting to calm down, and my emotions cooling down with it. She was my true enemy. It was just that I killed her before confronting her about it. Sooner or later, I would have killed her anyway. She wouldn't have said anything in the first place, so there wasn't really a reason why I should have let her live. I didn't realize it until now, and that was why I got frustrated. My revenge for Satoshi started with the unexpected death of my grandmother, okay? Okay. It was such a strange feeling, like I was wearing a sopping wet clothes. I replaced that feeling with anger. I couldn't forgive her. I couldn't forgive the hag for abusing the Hojo family, including Satoshi, for so many years. She cornered him psychologically as well as physically. She didn't deserve an easy death from a stun gun. I picked up a whip that was hanging over the wall. The whip was designed to make sure the person on the receiving end got seriously injured. Yeah, it's got a bead on the end, right? That's how you do it. I swung it up and then down. The sound reminded me of when I was a child, hitting things with a jump rope I pretended was a whip. But unlike then, I'd made a purple mark on the hag's face, and reddish-black blood started oozing out. I swung it up and then down again. This time the whip hit her in the head. Her hair flew in the air. Saw a bunch of her hair on the tip of the whip. The end of the bunch of hair, there was a piece of her skin. Seemed the whip had ripped part of her scalp off. I continued to hit her with the whip. I didn't bother removing the hair beforehand. The tip of the whip was divided into many points, with each point having a fish hook on the end. Ugh! Those hooks added to the speed of the whip. Not only scratched the victim, but tore their skin as well. The hag's hair was all messed up and her face was getting bloody. She started to look like a real demon. I stopped the whipping. Not because my arm was tired, but because I couldn't stand the feeling of her hair on the tip touching me every time I swung the whip. I threw the whip at the hag. Breathing heavily, I realized I was covered in her hair. It almost felt like thousands of maggots crawling all over me. I brushed it off violently. You deserve this, you fucking demon hag. I put my hands on my knees and exhaled roughly. It was then that I noticed it. I perked up and turned around. Mion? There it is. The person who had been watching me since I snuck into the shrine storage. I sensed this person sitting in the tatami room and enjoyed watching me torture my grandmother. An overwhelming emotion started to swallow me up. I tried desperately not to feel it. How long have you been there? You should have said something. It was just there. Just like Satoshi, it was just there. It was extremely uncomfortable to have it just be there. I see, Rina told me. Are you Oyashiro? I smiled boldly, and yet I could feel my body shivering. You can't fool me. Are you saying that you're Oyashiro, and that the curse of Oyashiro really does exist? Come on! Who would believe something like that? Huh? It was just my imagination. It couldn't be the curse of Oyashiro. The curse couldn't be real. Everything was done by humans. They made everything look like it was a curse. Well, I don't care if you saw what I did. I won't charge you for it. But if you're thinking about interfering, I won't hold back, you know. No matter what I said, nothing happened. It was like trying to communicate with an insect. I felt like I was staring at a spider in the middle of its web, and the spider was staring back. I turned the hag in the wheelchair. I couldn't leave her body here forever. If I don't need to make her death known, then it should be quick, and it's best if a body doesn't exist. Not even in this secret underground torture room. Whew! I exhaled to try and calm myself down. Oh, I remember now. When I was a little girl, Kasai used to love making me feel scared. He often told me scary stories about various horrible things. I recalled his story about the secret torture room of the Sonozaki family. According to that story, there was a well in the torture room for dumping bodies in. There was a pile of tortured corpses at the bottom of the well, and resentful moans could be heard echoing from there. About halfway down the well, there was a different tunnel, which was a secret passage leading to the distant mountains. That bit was from Mion's telling of the story. It was probably an amalgamation of tellings from different relatives. The room was supposed to be a huge secret, but everyone got loose lips at the chance to have fun scaring the young successor. Mion, do you remember one of our relatives talking about a hidden well a long time ago? There's supposed to be a hidden well somewhere in this underground torture room, and it's connected to a secret passage. Did you hear some noise earlier? That was me whipping the old lady. Mion didn't reply, but I saw her bite her lip. Don't worry, I won't whip you, but if you don't cooperate, I might punish her some more. Next time I won't use a whip. Down at the end, do you see a cell in the darkness? It's in there. Mion pointed weakly. I walked down to where her finger indicated. A light bulb lit up the cell. It was a lot smaller than the one Mion was in. It was very shallow. I didn't even need to open the door to see how tiny it was. Of course there's no well in there. I became angry, assuming that she lied to me, but after considering it, I didn't actually think she would at this point. I opened the door and walked in. I noticed something immediately. Fake rug or something? There was an opening right in the middle of the cell. The opening was naturally disguised. The way the rocks and the shadows were positioned perfectly hid the well. The tip of a rock inside the cell concealed the entrance. Unless you went in, you'd never notice. But it was such a shallow cell that nobody would even think of going in. Besides, the bars allow you to see the inside well enough. Well enough? Well enough, do you get it? Like a well? Cell's not even a few meters deep, so it would only take a glance to see everything. Nobody would think of unlocking the door and walking in. But walking in was the only way anyone could find the well. Furthermore, there were many cells in this huge cave. Who'd think that one of them was hiding in a secret well, or was hiding a secret well? The inside of the well was dark. I couldn't see anything. But every little noise I made produced echoes. I could tell this was a very deep well. I brought a flashlight from the torture room and shone it down the well. It almost looked more like a vertical tunnel. Obviously, a man made one at that. There were wedges on the wall, like a ladder, and looked as if they were inviting me to descend. It's kind of ironic that the secret escape route from an underground torture room ended up being a well that takes you even further down. You had no way of knowing whether it would take you to freedom or to hell. Furthermore, there were the tortured bodies of past victims at the bottom. Who would be able to go down, this well without hesitation? Nobody in their right mind would go down this well to look for a secret tunnel, hearing the voices of the dead all the while. Have you ever gone down that well, Mion? I've never even wanted to. I feel the same way. Why would I go down the well where they tossed the victims of this torture room? I went back to the torture room and then returned to the cave, pushing the wheelchair containing the hag. Mion screamed. Shion, are you gonna push Granny down the well? No, I'm not. I'm just dumping her body. She's dead. Rest assured, I didn't torture her to death. It was probably the stun gun. Maybe her heart failed. I could just leave her body here, but I don't want it to rot, you know. How could you? Hey, do you want to take care of her even now that she's dead? Maybe you can use chopsticks to pick maggots off her body. Huh? Mion covered her ears and shook her head. Everything I said seemed to bother Mion. Her own life wasn't guaranteed at this point. Shion, why did you do this? Let's see. Why do you think? Nobody said anything for a while, but the silence was soon broken. Satoshi? Is this revenge? I don't know if it was really revenge, since it happened so quickly. I'm sure she died without even feeling a thing. Hey, Mion. Now that I think about it, I did have a reason to kill Grandma. Do you know what it was? It wasn't just because she killed Satoshi. It's because she lied! I slapped the hag's head. You said it too. You told me that if I ripped out my nails, she would forgive everyone. That's why I ripped out 3 of my nails. I did what you told me to, right? But she didn't keep her promise. She made Satoshi disappear. Why? What was that for? I continued to slap the hag's head. Her blood was all over my hand by then. It felt gross. I tried to wipe it off on her clothes, but then her hair got on my hand. I ran to the sink in the torture room and washed my hands with a brush. When I was done, I went back to Mion's cell. After Satoshi disappeared, you came over and told me. You said the relationship between me and Satoshi was forgiven. You also said that the Sonozaki main house had nothing to do with Satoshi's disappearance. Yeah, You lied! You know what she's saying here, right? My shouts echoed throughout the cavern. I was breathing heavily. I felt like I used up all the air in my lungs. I believe you don't know anything. You aren't even sure if the old lady actually trusted you. But I don't know if she forgave Satoshi because of what I did. She wouldn't have told you the truth. The hag didn't keep her promise. She said she'd forgive everyone, but she lied. She didn't forgive. She didn't forgive Satoshi. Damn it, give me back Satoshi. I want him back. I kicked the hag's legs repeatedly. Each time I kicked, the wheelchair made a squeaky noise. I guess she's an heiress sub. Heiress sub's coming through. I ran out of breath and kneeled down. Mion was still covering her ears and was now shaking. There were tears in her eyes. Sorry to scare you. Sorry about that. If you really don't know, I won't torment you. Don't worry. But if you were ever lying to me, well, you'd have to accept whatever comes your way. You know what I mean? This bitch 100% crazy certified. 100%. So I'm a hundo P right. Like, no doubt I'm right. My motive didn't exactly align, but my method was totally right. Whoa, why was the stream skipping there? What the fuck? Still doing it right now. What the fuck? Yo, stream chill, da. Oh, I'm dropping frames. That's why. Oh, we good? I mean, at least we're not doing anything. Fucking Discord. Not Discord. Fucking Twitch, man. Well, we'll just sit here for a second. Digest what happened. So yeah, Shion is definitely guilty in Chapter 2 timeline, and it seems like what I said was right. She, So I guess my theory was wrong about the switcheroo meme. Like, I guess it was Shion at Angel Mort every day, unless we get more info on that. The only one that we know for sure wasn't her was when Mion dressed up as Shion that one time to give us the lunchbox, but... Holy fuck, I'm still dropping frames. I'd restart the stream, but I just don't give a fuck. God, Twitch is so garbage, man. What a dog water platform, man. Time to switch to YouTube. Bro, is someone downloading porn? What's going on? It's still dropping. Oh my lord. It's ridiculous, man. I don't know what's up. I know it's probably just because they're under high load since fucking COVID, but goddamn, need to chill, man. There's like a 3-minute frame drop right now. Even my dog's pissed off. Okay. Knock on wood, the frame dropping has stopped. Knowing how bad it is today, it's probably going to start again. But we deal with it for now. So, let's continue. Do all the new tips. Do. Let me turn this up on client side. I wasn't planning to kill the hag so quickly. I was going to kill her anyway, but it was too soon. People would normally assume that the Sonozaki family operates as a hierarchy, but that's not true. It's actually more like a system of government. Several ministries stem from the main family, and each forms a hierarchy of its own. These ministries don't communicate with one another. The people who belong to a given ministry don't know what the other ministries are doing. That way, the Sonozaki family's dealings are kept perfectly secret. Of course, the most important people in the family govern several ministries. They know, of course, about their own ministries. And they know a little bit about the ministries their relatives run. But none of them know everything. There are ministries that won't work in the open, or that work in the open. There are ministries that work unseen. And there are some smaller ones that Oreo runs herself. Mion seems to know about most of them, but she doesn't necessarily know them all. In fact, she didn't know about the curse. Considering that, the fact that the hag died before I could interrogate her is a huge loss. As you said, though, she probably wouldn't say anything, so... The head of the Kimiyoshi family was the one who called the main house most often after the 5th year's curse. My father called the second most. My parents were still high in the hierarchy, but the stir caused by my mother's disownment still hung over us, so we got treated as outcasts. So the fact that my father received so many calls proved how much the hag valued us despite the distance at which we were kept, demonstrating her own two-faced respect for both sides of the coin. My father seems to be in charge of the intelligence bureau. He reported police information, gossip, and rumors going around in the Yakuza business to the hag. He silences, stirs, and distorts that information at her request. By the way, my servant Kasai is an old friend of my father's. That must be why Kasai knows many things, but I don't know if my father is involved in the curse's execution. My assumption is that although he gathered information on the police investigation about the case, he wasn't involved in the execution itself. The fact that my father and the hag have this close connection isn't widely known. People know that she uses his information network, but they don't look very far beyond that. In the same way, it's possible that a curse execution team exists under the hag's direct control. People just aren't aware of it. Cool, so you said literally everything and also fucking nothing. Good to know. Let's go. Let's go! Bum bum bum. I was having such a happy dream. Satoshi was in the dream. He was leading his normal everyday life. He was back on the baseball team. Irie and I acted normally around him because we knew how mature people should act. We welcomed him back. as if he had been here with us the whole time. Although he hits well in practice sessions, he doesn't do well in a real game. Come on, Satoshi. 3 strikes already? I'm cheering for you. Then Satoshi pouted as he mumbled. I felt tears pouring down my face. Oh. Satoshi. Wake up! The happy dream faded out with my sobs. The harder I tried to focus on it, the faster it faded. Soon it was all gone. I could see the bright morning sun through a crack in the curtains. I was in Mion's room at the Sonozaki house. When did I come back? I was crouching in the corner of the room and crying. A dream is a dream. I wished I hadn't woken up. But one must wake up from a dream. We live in a world where there are no dreams, and that's why we always wake up. But I wasn't sure if I was the only one dreaming that dream. Fuck, I have the hiccups. But I felt like Satoshi was right beside me. Satoshi? Did you come back? There was no reply. That was the rule. If it was Satoshi, I wish he'd smile at me just once. But Satoshi's presence faded away, as if he were never there to begin with. I heard the phone ring by the front door. Ah, that's right. I was the only one in the house now. I had to answer it. I got up to walk to the front door. I felt unsteady, so I put my hand on the wall to support myself. I hardly got any sleep. It was like I had a bad cold. The phone continued to ring. I probably didn't have to answer it, actually. But I was still half asleep, and all I could think of was answering the phone. Hello, Sonozaki residence. Sorry to call you so early. It's Kimiyoshi. Is your grandma still sleeping? It was Uncle Kimiyoshi. She is, yes. I guess she's still tired from yesterday. I think I'll let her sleep in. Yeah, you probably should. Mion, you're going to school, right? Can I leave a message with you? Sure, what is it? Let's see. There will be an emergency meeting regarding the incident from yesterday. It'll be at the Shrine Assembly Hall, starting at 5 p.m. Did you get that? Yep, I'll give her the message. As soon as I put the phone down, it rang again. Hello, Sonozaki residence. Good morning, sorry to call you so early. This is Kasai. Is this Mion? Good morning. Kasai, good morning. Is Shion still there? I wasn't panicked, but I hesitated. I could tell him no, or I could play both Mion and Shion. Shion was washing her face just now. I'll get her for you. I decided to play 2 parts. I went back and forth down the hallway and picked up the phone again. Okay, well, we already knew this is what was going to happen, but we'll write this down anyways. Kasai, morning. Good morning, Shion. Are you going to school today? Of course not. I feel miserable. Kind of expected that. By the way, how are you getting back to Okinomiya? I can have someone come pick you up. I think I can get a ride from Uncle Kimiyoshi or someone else. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Your father told me to make sure you go to school often enough. I'd appreciate your cooperation. Hehehe, I'll go when I feel like it. By the way, Kasai, did you hear? About what? You know the incident from last night. Yes, I have. How truly horrifying. All the past victims were war criminals from the dam conflict, right? But it's different this year. What do you think about that? I don't really know. Kasai wasn't the type to talk too much. If it was about something complicated, he usually responded like that. Do you know why those 2 fell under the curse of Oyashiro? No. I heard this last night. Supposedly they snuck into the ritual storehouse during the festival. They used a metal wire or something to unlock the door. Kasai went silent for a while. I held my breath while waiting to see how he responded. I expected him to say that he couldn't believe those people were chosen as victims just for sneaking into a storehouse. I expected him to say that it was just too unrealistic. I see. That was stupid of them. Since Tomitake was an outsider, I bet he didn't know. I went along with Kasai, but I felt disturbed on the inside. Kasai didn't wonder why breaking into the ritual storehouse would justify their deaths. I'd known Kasai for a long time, which is why I knew there was a heavy meaning to what he said. By the way, Kasai, actually, I did it too. Did you go in? Yeah. You went into the ritual storehouse, Shion. Yeah, Takano invited me. Takano Tawamataki. And remember Keiichi who just moved here recently? Him and me. To make 4 of us. I heard Kasai sighing heavily. Even though he didn't say a word, I could tell he was shocked. I'd never known him to act this way before. Shion, don't you remember what happened last year? How do you think you can take care of this? Last year it was 3 nails, so maybe 5 this year. Sorry, I wasn't trying to make light of the situation. I knew I shouldn't have done it. I regret it at least a little, but is it really that terrible a thing to do? You are related to the Sonozaki main family. Do you really think people would understand? But I've been living in Okinomiya all my life. Since the old woman hated me, I've barely been to Hinamizawa. Besides, I was stuck at school. How would I know about any of that? I heard another sigh from Kasai. Kasai told me that my excuses would be useless. Shion, I am your ally. I want to support you as much as I can, but there are dangers even I can't protect you from. Besides, Sorry, sis is here. I've got to go. See ya. Like, I interrupted Kasai and hung up. I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear Kasai reject me. He who had been an ally all my life. Shit. Damn. I could hear the sound of the cicadas. The sound made it feel like I was being cooked on a huge frying pan, making a sizzling noise. I couldn't help feeling remorseful. Now I knew that sneaking into the ritual storehouse wasn't a laughing matter. But I really didn't know it at the time. Sure, the door was locked, so they didn't want anyone to go in. And why did they change the lock? What did they say? I think it was that Rika had said the previous lock was far too heavy for her, so she had it changed to that cheap one. That was how Takano broke in. If the heavy lock was still there, this wouldn't have happened. I slapped my own forehead. Then I took a deep breath. Had to calm down. What was the point of fussing now? I'd already passed the point of no return. There was no use thinking otherwise. The hag was already dead. Even if she wasn't, she was now at the bottom of the well. Therefore, it was already past the point where I could cut my fingers off in apology. I felt so unstable. I'd walked on the fence around the swing at the park before, as if I was walking on a tightrope. That's a good Janelle Monáe song. It was fun because even if I fell, it was only a very short distance. But it wouldn't have been fun if I were really up high. At that very moment, I was in fact already on a tightrope that was a lot higher than the fence at the park. As soon as I took a step, the rope behind me would vanish. I couldn't step back because there was nothing behind me. So basically, you're in a really tough balancing act. Sounds about right. I don't know, man. It just seems like some Papigue shit. I already have a funny feeling what's gonna happen with this. She's gonna do all this shit, right? And then she'll find out something, like, that totally, like... She'll find out that, like, Oreo wasn't actually the one that was behind all this. And so that, like, her revenge that she's been doing has been, like, totally pointless or some other dumb fucking shit. Or, like, you'll finally find out that, like, Satoshi actually isn't dead. I guess it's, like, the same result. So, Sorry. Dude, I don't know why I have this habit of, like, reading, I'm sorry that I read my Twitter, and I saw a post from the Dota Reddit. This guy fucking sent an email to Gabe Newell, and he responded. The guy said, I love the new bots on Dota. They're super improved, but they could use some work. I have some amazing suggestions you're gonna love. 1. Bots tip you when you die. 2. Bots will occasionally die, then blame you. 3. Bots will have a random chance throughout the game, if behind on kills, to shout GG and drop their items. 4. Bots will always end the game with GG easy mid. 5. Bots will occasionally attempt to 1v5 the whole enemy team. When they die, they tell the other team, I have no team GG. And then Gabe responds, Dear Ben, I really get such cogent, thoughtful suggestions for ways to improve our games as these. So good. Okay, sorry, but we'll focus up now. That's pretty good. Okay, one second. I actually gotta take my sweater off. I don't know why I have one on, but... Well, I do, because it was fucking cold in my house earlier. But now it's getting kind of hot, so... It's probably just me. Okay. Just standing in one spot was all I could do. Even if I never took another step, I'd fall if I wasn't careful. If I forced myself to walk, the danger would only increase. But if I didn't move, I would fall eventually. I couldn't see what was ahead of me. There was no guarantee that I'd ever find firm ground. But if I stopped, there was only one fate awaiting for me. I have to move onward. If staying here guaranteed death, then I'd rather try to walk, even if I die as a result. Even if there was a dead end ahead of me, at least I tried my hardest. In general, I try to be optimistic. I could accept my life not lasting particularly long. But I wouldn't go easily. I'd struggle as much as possible. I'd already killed the hag. For that, there could be no other punishment than death. I knew my life would end soon. In other words, I was actually already dead. A dead person has nothing to lose. That means I can only go on the offensive. I clenched my fist tightly as I muttered. Even if I had to die, I couldn't die easily. This was my chance to avenge Satoshi. Who did it? For what purpose and why? I was going to investigate. I was going to question. I was going to expose. Yes, I was going to settle the score. I'd carry out the plan I came up with yesterday. I could hide the hag's death somehow. All I'd have to say is that she hadn't been feeling well since Watanagashi. I could do it all while pretending to be Mion. Just in case her friends at school became suspicious, maybe I'd start telling them I hadn't been feeling well either. In fact, I did feel groggy from my lack of sleep. When I became Mion, Shion would automatically disappear. I'd already told Kasai that I snuck into the shrine storage, so he'd probably end up telling people that I was demoned away due to the curse of Oyashiro. The last person I'd have to think about was the fourth one who snuck into the ritual storehouse, Keiichi Meibara. Maybe I can use him as bait to lure out the enemy. Sorry, Kei, you're gonna be my bait. I feel a little bad since I was starting to like him. With all that figured out, let's go to school. I'd gone to school as Mion before, so I knew how things worked. It was almost time to leave the house. Me! You're late! You waited? You should have just gone on ahead. Hey, Mion, your face is red. You're breathing heavily, too. Me, are you not feeling well? Rina put her hand on my forehead. Rina, your hand is pretty cold. Me, you're a little bit warm. It's no big deal. Give it half a day, I'll be fit as a fiddle. You really okay? You don't have to push yourself, you know. What's this? Okay, are you really worried about me? That's nice of you. I'd always thought he was a goofball, so I was a little surprised. Dude, now I'm even more pissed at Shion for making me think she was Mion, you know? My heart even hurts now. Because she pretended to be Mion. She had no right to do something like that. Okay? No fucking right to do something like that. I'd always thought he was a goofball, so I was a little surprised. I thought they would tease me, but they didn't. I just think you shouldn't push yourself so hard. We can tell the teacher you had to take the day off. I'm fine. I took some medicine. I think it's already working. Okay, then let's go. Don't overdo it, but of course there's the time. What? We need to run or we won't make it. This morning got pretty thrilling. Maybe it's just what I needed to shake off this sluggishness. Let's run. Oh my god, and this was when Mion told us she got drunk, right? But it was Shion. President, if you would. Ah, everybody stand up. At attention. I'd made the same mistake before. I never learned, do I? Do you think Mia's doing okay? She doesn't look good. Oh, really? How unfortunate. It was a good idea to make them believe I was sick. Even if I did things differently from Mion, I had an excuse. Well, you know, girls have those days when they just don't feel well. I don't have those days. Ipa. Mion's friends kept each other occupied and left me alone. Keiichi Meibara. He might suddenly disappear one day. Couldn't let that happen. That would be like letting a fish take the bait and swim away while I was fast asleep with a fishing pole in my hands. I couldn't miss the moment the enemy took a bite out of Keiichi. I had to be very careful. But it was impossible to keep my eyes on him 24 hours a day. Spying on him at school like this wasn't good enough. I should have him meet with Shion and let her explain that he's in danger. Maybe we could set up a strategy together. Yeah, so I'm right. This is what happened. I didn't think Keiichi realized how serious a crime it was to step into the ritual storehouse. I hadn't, after all. Since last year, all the incidents that related to the curse had probably been investigated in secret. People involved with the three families would know about the incident from last night, but Keiichi shouldn't know anything. If he knew where he stood now, he'd be more cautious too. This should make him aware of his surroundings, and maybe he would notice if anything odd took place. The teacher caught him sleeping, so she ordered him to go wash his face. He walked out into the hallway. My boy Brochi Maybara. I was sleepy too. I had to be alert, but I couldn't clear my mind due to my lack of sleeping. I decided to go home early. Since I'd been pretending to be sick since morning, my request was approved. As I exited the building, I saw Keiichi washing his face. I thought you'd be out here. Feels better outside, huh? Mion. Oh, I'm cutting class now. It looked like it felt refreshing for him to wash his face with cold water. I washed my face too, but it didn't feel as good as it looked. Mion, how's your cold doing? You're sleepy because of the medicine, not from lack of sleep, yeah? Actually, this is a secret, but after the festival yesterday, I got wrapped up in the party my relatives were having, and well, I had a bit. Gulp. I pretended to drink with an invisible glass. Are you hungover? How old are you? Keiichi exaggerated his reaction, but he still seemed worried. Wait, what's the legal drinking age in Japan? 20. It's higher than here. It's fucking 18 in Ontario, I think. No, 19. Sorry, 19. It's 19 in Ontario. Huh. So she'd definitely be doing... Not to say that people don't drink underage, but she's definitely cutting it. She's cutting a few layers below, you know. Okay, later. I'm going back. Be careful on your way home. Don't wobble into a sewer or a brook, got it? Keiichi turned around to go back to the classroom. Oh, one more thing, Kei. I stopped Keiichi. He, in response, turned around. Yeah, what's up? This may sound weird, but don't think too hard about it. Well, it depends on what it is. Last night, near the end of the festival, did you see Tomotage or Takano anywhere? I noticed Keiichi's body tense up. His reaction proved that he felt guilty about sneaking into the ritual storehouse. He was frightened that Mion Sonozaki might know about it. I guess this was enough to give him a certain impression of Mion Sonozaki. You know Tomotage and Takano, don't you? You remember, Kei, when the four of you were talking during setup the day before? I could clearly see how dismayed Keiichi felt. He was trying to come up with an excuse. I can't remember. I might have seen them, or not. He was both a bad liar and a bad actor. He wasn't really that intelligent at all. True. Well, that would make him a suitable friend for Mion. He was just a brat, unlike Satoshi. Although when it came to lying and acting, Satoshi was at about the same level. Maybe Keiichi should be credited for at least trying to tell a lie. Satoshi wouldn't even have said a thing. I didn't need to be thinking about him right now. I see. Then one more question. On the same night, did you see Shion? This was a very mean question. Keiichi was perplexed, as I'd expected. Didn't you ask me that yesterday? I think I told you that I wasn't sure if I had or not. Huh? I'd asked him that yesterday. He must have meant that Mion asked him that question. In other words, she asked him after he left the storehouse and got back together with his friends. Damn you, Mion. When I asked her, she said she had no idea we went into the ritual storehouse. Shit. Did you? I guess I just thought I'd get a different answer if I asked you again. Why are you so intent on knowing if I did or not? He was getting defensive. Keiichi could not hide his panic as he flared up at me. It's not important. It's just that there are some people who are speaking poorly of Tomotage, Takano, Shion, and Yuke. I didn't really hear what they were saying, though. Keiichi was really perplexed now. This wasn't fun at all, but it still could be an interesting game. I don't believe that you were doing something bad. I just wanted to ask a bit about it, so I did. Sorry for making you uncomfortable, okay? I made sure Keiichi felt a sense of crisis, then left. What a stone-cold bitch. Nobody can tell us apart. We're Mion and Shion, perfect twins. Yeah, I know, I had notes of that. When I returned to the Sonozaki house, I saw a woman with an apron on. It was a housekeeper. Her name was Shimiko. The hag had a few housekeepers who took care of the chores around the house. Ah, Mion, I'm glad you're here. Hey, Shimiko, can I help you? Today was her turn to come help out at the house. She arrived, but the gate was locked and she couldn't get in. She'd called, but there was no answer, so she had just been standing there, not knowing what to do. Something must have happened to Granny at the festival. She's been in an evil mood ever since last night. Ah, I see. Shimiko tried to remember if she had done something wrong. She isn't ignoring you, she's just sleeping. She was up until very late, so I bet she can't wake up yet. You know how she is, right? Once she gets into this mood, it'll take a long time for her to be happy again. Yes, that's too bad. I think it might be better that you don't show up for a while. Even if you don't mean to upset her, Granny might take it the wrong way. Just let me take care of it. I see. Are you sure? I'm very grateful, though. Sorry to make you do this, but could you let the other housekeepers know that they don't need to come for a while either? When Granny feels better, I'll give you a call. So let's just leave her alone for now. Shimiko bowed, then left on her bicycle. Anyone who had ever experienced Granny's wrath would understand. I headed into Mion's room, set her alarm clock for 2 p.m., and crawled into her bed. I needed to recover quickly. I had to be sharp, calm, and cool-headed. School should be out by 2 p.m. Maybe I'd get in touch with Keiichi. I'd have to call him. There would also be a staff meeting at the Furude Shrine Assembly Hall in the evening. All the leaders of the 3 families, their relatives, and the town council members would gather at this meeting. They were all authority figures in Hinamizawa. I'd be attending in place of the hag, who was sick. I'd worry about the rest when I got there. People shouldn't notice that Mion and the hag were missing for a long time. I didn't need to worry, as I had plenty of time. I checked the alarm once more, then fell asleep as if someone switched me off. Hello? Ah, this is Sonozaki. Well, the younger one. Hello. Do you have time to talk right now? Shion? I thought you were sleeping in today with a hangover, same as Mion. What? My sis had a hangover? That's so like her. Keiichi had no idea that Mion he saw earlier was actually me. He didn't notice when we talked in person, so there's no way he would notice on the phone. I never knew that playing 2 roles would be so much fun. To feel such enjoyment in this game of life or death, maybe I was getting used to this situation. Or maybe my senses had gone numb. Whoops, sorry. My parents are waiting for an important call, so I can't talk for too long. What do you need? There's something I wanted to talk about, but if we can't talk long, I guess that's that. Then how about we meet in person? If you could show me where the library is too, that would be great. You mean the public library near the station? Yes, that's fine. I go past there on my way to work anyway. We decided to meet in Okinomiya. It wasn't easy to get there from Hinamizawa, but I had to hurry. I couldn't run into Keiichi as he was heading there himself. I recalled that the key to the hag's motorcycle was in her secret drawer. The hag usually got driven around for public events, but when she had her errands, she rode her motorcycle. Keiichi, I assumed, was going to ride his bike. I tried to get to Okinomiya before he did. Keiichi arrived quite a bit later than me. Motorcycles are faster, after all. There were hardly any traffic lights to worry about on the way here, either. Wow, Mion never keeps her appointments. I mean, honestly. Making my sister the standard for everything will get you in trouble. You were a little unsteady. You didn't get much sleep last night either, did you? Don't try to hide it. You definitely went home from school early. Too bad. I've been at home all day from the beginning. I'm smarter than my sis, after all. Hey now, I don't think you can call playing hooky smarter. You could finish your errand first. We don't have that much time. We're going to the library, right? Yeah, thanks. My mom had to return some books by today. Is the library far? No, it's right nearby. I meant it when I said we didn't have much time. I had to hurry a little. I was just going to talk to him on the phone, but I ended up coming all the way to Okinomiya. After our talk, Keiichi would slowly head back to Hinamizawa on his bicycle. I'd have to rush back there while making sure I didn't run into him. Otherwise, I couldn't make it on time for the meeting. Maybe I could be a little late, but since I needed to hear everything they were going to discuss, I didn't want to be. This was the Shishibon Public Library. It was sizable, filled with a collection of moldy, smelly books. But they did have air conditioning, and it was quiet. It was a perfect place for when you wanted to be alone. After Satoshi disappeared last year, I came here a lot to think about various things. This was where I first met Takano. I didn't want to run into her with Keiichi in tow, but then I remembered that she was already dead. The first floor of the building was occupied by government offices. The library itself was on the second floor, so we had to walk up a huge staircase to get there. Girl, if it's the second floor, you didn't have to walk that high. I tasted cool air on my skin as soon as I walked through the automated door. Unlike outside, it was very quiet in here. The room temperature was both comfortable and suitable for books. I could smell the scent of old pages. All libraries smell the same. Keiichi walked up to the return table after he said so. Because it was a weekday, there was hardly anyone around. It really was very quiet. I was going to chat about some ordinary things, and then move on to the main subject. After Keiichi returned the books, I invited him into the inner section of the library. Keiichi knew Mion well, but he didn't know me at all. He showed an interest in our life story. This was exactly where Takano told me about the true history of Hinamizawa a year ago. I was about to tell Keiichi about things that were very similar to that. Did God have a sense of irony? Now that you mention it, the toy store looked like it was managed by relatives as well. Does that mean they operate Angel Mort too? I told him the reason why the Sonozaki family was so powerful in this area. I assumed that since Keiichi came from the city, there was a good chance he couldn't even begin to understand how one old family could literally control an entire area. Unless I explained to him how powerful the Sonozaki family was, he wouldn't understand what kind of danger was barreling towards him. The family is particularly strong in finance and real estate. Even a lot of members of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry either have the last name Sonozaki or are their relatives. There are Sonozakis in the city council and the prefectural assembly too, since they have the Okinomiya area giving them strong electoral support. Wait a minute. This is all escalating pretty quickly. Your relatives operate shops in downtown Okinomiya, and they're especially strong in finance and real estate. On top of that, a lot of people in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry are relatives, and there are even some elected to local offices. Keiichi counted with his fingers. He was clearly surprised to hear all that about the Sonozaki family. It seemed he was flexible enough to accept even something that sounded outrageous to him. He was starting to understand things, although slowly. The way he viewed Shion Sonozaki was changing little by little, too. That should be enough background information. Now I could go on to explain about Mion, the successor. Then I'd change the subject like Takano did with me. I'd go on to talk about the curse of Oyashiro and the series of mysterious deaths. So then, Sonozaki family, it's pretty famous in this area. Yeah? Crazy, isn't it? Nufufufu. Oops, I didn't mean to skip that. Something about a cigarette. Oishi. Why was he here? Hello. Good afternoon. Are you on a date today? What I would give to be young again. If you thought we were on a date, then why are you bothering us? Oishi. What timing? It couldn't be coincidence. I knew this man too well. He was crafty, sly, and clever. His presence here just can't be a coincidence. Did he see us somewhere in town and follow us? But why? Did he need something from me, Keiichi, or perhaps the both of us? From what I could guess, I didn't think it was me he wanted something from. It was almost like he was trying to keep Keiichi away from me. Oishi was aware that I gave false testimony to protect Satoshi last year. Maybe he didn't think he could talk to Keiichi if I was around. Jesus, fuck, I really am going through puberty. Why did Oishi need to talk to Keiichi? It must be about the incident from yesterday. I'm sure there was plenty of plainclothes officers at the festival, so they had to have seen who was last with the victims. In other words, Keiichi and me. But Oishi knew I was hard to deal with. That's why he was focusing on Keiichi at present. Why did he have to show up at a time like this? Meibara, right? You're one tough guy. Two-timing the Sonozaki sisters, are you? No, I'm not two-timing anyone. Keiichi looked at me, hoping for assistance. He blushed. The way he panicked reminded me of Satoshi. That aside, this wasn't going well. Oishi might even start talking about my relationship with Satoshi. I didn't want him to, nor did I want Keiichi to have any preconceptions. Oishi took a quick glance at me. His eyes told me something. He was purposefully talking about things I'd rather not talk about. He was basically telling me to leave, or he'd continue on to something that was worse than what they were actually currently talking about. Oh my god, I added actually there and it fucked me up. Worse than what they were currently talking about. He didn't use words, but his eyes clearly communicated that anyway. Damn that big fat weasel. I'm sorry, Kay. I really do need to get to my job. Huh? Oh, you do? I realized that I wouldn't achieve anything like this, even if I stayed longer, so I used my part-time job as an excuse to leave. Oishi looked at me and grinned. Damn it. He won today, but I'll win next time. Wait, didn't you have something to talk about today? Shion? Yep, I'll see you later. Oh, I'll give you a call after I'm done. It'll be okay to call you at night, right? Yeah, probably okay. Then I'll talk to you later tonight. Bye. Huh. Bro, unless some big revelation happens about, like, Shion's motive. I'm sort of confused why they tried to make this like such a... Like at the start they were like, you will not understand the perpetrator's motive. I feel like it's pretty fucking clear. I don't know. Like, I'm sure there's more to it, but fuck me, it doesn't really seem that complex right now. Look, I'm gonna refill my drink. I'll be like a minute. So take a breather, you know, do a lap, do your stretches. I'll be right back. Yo, I'm back. Make sure that it actually unmuted on OBS. Yes, it did. Awesome. Hey, great. Okay. The hag's motorcycle had become my primary means of transportation. The next stop was a staff meeting at the Furude Shrine's Assembly Hall. It was easy to imagine how a normal meeting would play out if we were just celebrating the end of Watanagashi. But today's staff meeting was likely going to be as strained as the Sonozaki family councils. Yes, this staff meeting was going to deal with the heart of Hinamizawa. I couldn't let my guard down even for a moment. I rested for a while at the house, then left for the meeting. I walked up the long stairs to the Furude Shrine. At the top, I saw some elderly men smoking in the front of the hall. Since they had a minor fire a long time ago, it had been made into a non-smoking area. Is that Mion? The head of the Kimiyoshi family, Uncle Kimiyoshi, noticed me and waved. He must have not expected Mion to come alone. Normally, it would have been either... Oh my god, my hiccups, holy shit! Either the hag by herself, or Mion tagging along as an assistant. Granny's been in a terrible mood since the end of last night. Hey, well done, there you go. Yeah, I think we're probably gonna polish this off tonight, so we'll see how this wraps up. So far, this chapter has been not too surprising. I think this chapter is like the only stuff that I was super confident about. But we'll see. My note-taking, I hope, will lead me to some proper conclusions later on. But Granny's been in a terrible mood since the incident last night. She's been staying in bed and won't even let me get near her. They all understood how troublesome she was when in a bad mood. They smiled bitterly in sympathy. So you're here as the Sonozaki family representative, then? Has Oreo told you anything? Sort of. What did he mean, has Oreo told you anything? That line by itself didn't really explain much. The staff meeting was usually led by the mayor, the head of the Kimiyoshi family. And he asked me, as the substitute for the Sonozaki family head, if I'd heard anything from her. I then realized who was supposed to lead today's staff meeting. Kimiyoshi. Do I really have to lead the meeting today? According to the ranking order at the family councils, any substitute for the Sonozaki family head is above the Kimiyoshi family head. In other words, I'd have to lead today's meeting. There was no way I could do that. Haha, don't worry, I'll do it. You can just take a seat, Mion. If there's something you've heard from Oreo, just let us know, okay? Kimiyoshi, why don't we get started? Everyone's here now. The smokers put out their cigarettes and went back into the hall. The tables were set in a horseshoe shape, and I was told to sit next to the chair reserved for the chief. The seat opposite mine was empty. Considering its location, it was probably for the Furude family head, Rika Furude. Yeah, it feels like her motive is kind of, I feel like... Thank you for the follow. I feel like if you didn't know what was going... Or if you didn't have an idea of what was going on before this, the first, like, half of this chapter kind of feels like it like, hard leans into the idea, so... Most of the events that happen aren't necessarily too surprising. I'm kind of proud of myself for picking up on some of the stuff early before we even started this arc, but... Yeah, I'm hoping, or I know that more crazy shit's going on. Because obviously, if you didn't, or I don't know if you already beat the game, so obviously. But, of course, if this is your first run through as well, the most interesting thing about this is that, sure, this answers some questions. Like, this answers the Chapter 2 timeline, maybe explains some of the Chapter 3, but it doesn't really explain everything that's going on. So, I guess we'll see. Considering its location, it is probably for the Furude family, Rika Furude. But somebody had said earlier that everybody was already here. Either Rika had called in absent, or the empty seat was just a formality. Knowing the subject of the meeting, I don't think that the Furude family head would even want to attend. Even if Rika actually attended, she wouldn't be able to say anything. As she'd usually do at the Sonozaki family councils, was draw pictures on a notepad. She would probably end up drawing pictures in this meeting too. Besides, they probably didn't want her to hear anything unpleasant. In this way, the empty Furude family seat was easily explained. When everyone was seated, the head of the Women's Association served tea. She gave me an evil look, trying to tell me to help out. I got up and did so. After that, everyone fell quiet, and the secretary stood up. Everyone, thank you for coming today on such short notice, despite your busy schedules. I'll start with a few words from the mayor. Go ahead, please. Please excuse me for staying seated. Ken, you stay seated too. Thank you for all coming today. Thank you all for coming today. Also, you all did a great job at Watanagashi yesterday. The festival was a great success as usual. There weren't any mishaps. Lots of villagers came, and I believe it went great on the whole. Let me see, how many people was it? According to the Imperial General Headquarters report, approximately 5,000 people showed up. Holy shit, I thought there was only 2,000 people in the village. Everyone laughed except me. I hope we'll continue to work together to carry on this tradition. I appreciate your cooperation. An applause with only 8 people doesn't sound so great. Okay, let's move on to today's proceedings. Kimiyoshi will lead the meeting today. Please applaud if you approve. Thank you. Then with your approval, Mayor Kimiyoshi will take over. Please go ahead. Thank you, Ken. Let's start now. Sorry. Could you close the curtains? Everyone closed the curtains nearest to them. The sun was still up, but with all the curtains closed, the room became very dark. The village chief explained the details of the incident, as well as what went on with the police. The police vehicle discovered Tomatake's body on its way back to Okinomiya last night. Oishi's special curse unit was standing by, expecting something to happen for the 5th time, so they responded quickly. Since Tomatake and Takano were rarely apart, Oishi got in touch with the neighboring prefectural police departments and asked them to look for her. As a result, they found a burned body of a woman in the mountains of the Gifu prefecture. And the body was then identified as Mio Takano. Oh, well, awesome. Yeah, I know, shit's gonna get crazy. Considering the circumstances, the police ended up labeling the incident as the 5th of the ongoing series of mysterious deaths. When he finished, there was dead silence. I'm excited too, because I'm probably going to play Yumi Neko after too. That's actually kind of the reason why I wanted to play this, because I saw a lot of people online say that Yumi Neko is, like, wild. So, I might be having a stroke. I have no clue what WTC means. Is this like a... Is like a... I don't know, like... But yeah, but I'm planning on playing Yumi Neko after this. And I started playing this because I heard people say that Yumi Neko was like fucking amazing. So the reason why I wanted to play Higurashi was, oh, when they cry. I'm sorry, I just put it together. I'm dumb. Sorry, you don't need. If there's a delay, I'm sorry. I don't know why. Yeah, but I'm planning on playing Yumi Neko after. But no, I haven't played any other ones. This is my first thing. I heard a lot of people say that Yumi Neko was really great, and I knew that this one wasn't related, but I wanted to give this one a shot first, and I've really liked it so far, so it's made me more excited to continue further on. But yeah. I watched to see who would speak first. Nobody said a thing. Then I noticed Kimiyoshi looking at me. Ah, this was where the head of the Sonozaki family would speak. Mion. Has Oreo said anything about this whole thing? Everyone looked in my direction. I was sure they could see the hag in me. I'm Mion Sonozaki, acting head of the Sonozaki family. I'm here in place of Oreo, the current head. Thank you for having me. I became Mion. Excuse me. I tried to become as cold and unfeeling as the Mion I witnessed a year ago. That cold version of Mion was inside of me. That was me. I was her. That was me. I was her. Did I say that twice? Yes, I did. Unfortunately, the curse of Oyashiro has come to pass for the 5th time. This is deeply regretful. Everyone was held captive by my words. I wasn't a little girl anymore. The hag was speaking through my mouth. They all heard me and trembled in fear. Does anyone know why the curse happened again this year? But yeah, that I'm excited. That's the same thing with me. I'm in university right now, so my schedule is like super fucking clamped. But I'm really excited for Yumi Neko, and I will hopefully as well have time to play it during the summer. And yeah, I heard that it's also insanely long, so see what happens with that. At least I'll be able to stream more consistently with that game. After my question, everyone whispered to each other. I will tell you, it was because they broke the rule of the ritual storehouse and desecrated the sacred ground within. How dare they? A few elderly men got up and yelled. The fools! I can't believe this. They deserve to be killed. Oyashiro, please calm your anger. Oh my, how did that happen? Oyashiro. This is why we hate outsiders. They just don't think. They're just too stupid. They got what they deserved. It was their own fault. The angry old man yelled even as they trembled in fear. Their sudden change scared me more than a little. Even Uncle Kimiyoshi, who was usually so gentle and sweet, became like a demon of war, cursing those who broke the rule of the ritual storehouse. It had become like a raging ocean inside the assembly hall. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good one. Their yells spun about like a whirlpool. They roared, crashed, and howled. Even while doing nothing but watch, I could feel myself turning pale. Mion threatened me yesterday, and Kasai had been shocked this morning. What I saw before me was similar to that. Even the sweet and gentle Uncle Kimiyoshi was saying they deserved to die. I was fearful of the sudden change of those elderly men. More than anything, the fact they believed that those people deserved to die for trespassing is what terrified me. It wasn't just that, of course. The real thing I was scared of was that I was one of the people they wanted dead. In other words, it was almost like they were telling me to die of the curse. If they were to find out I snuck into the ritual storehouse, it was very possible they would strangle me on the spot. Actually, they might not kill me that easily. By then I was certain the people in this room were true believers in Oyashiro, just like the hag. They wouldn't hesitate to murder whoever made Oyashiro angry on his behalf. Even if they didn't carry out the killing themselves, they would pretend they didn't see anything. Yes, not even if my head was cut off right in front of them. Everyone here would act in collusion and say I never attended today. If they testified that, they waited and I didn't show, I'd be demoned away. It would be far too easy for them to erase someone and have them disappear. There was no mistake. The people linking the hag and the curse were definitely here at this meeting. I continued speaking. I was Mion Sonozaki. I was on the side responsible for the curse. Therefore, at the moment, I didn't need to worry about anything. Nobody could tell the difference between Mion and me. That's what would keep me safe. Please be silent. Hey, quiet down. Uncle Kimiyoshi helped me to quiet everyone, but his tone was violent. He really scared me. Everyone gradually became silent. In fact, it was 4 people who snuck into the storehouse. 2 more remain. People once more became restless upon hearing that. But Uncle Kimiyoshi yelled at them again and they settled down. Toмотaki and Takano were old enough to be made responsible for their own poor judgment. As a result, the curse of Oyashiro fell upon them immediately, but the other 2 were simply children. The curse is yet to fall upon them, but there will be some kind of punishment. Everyone stayed quiet that time. They all turned genuinely pale. Trying not to miss a word, I said, "Excuse me, holy fuck, my hiccups won't stop." After all, they were all thinking that the kids I mentioned could be their own relatives or even grandchildren. They wanted to know who they were to put their minds at ease. The other 2 who snuck in the ritual storehouse were Shion Sonozaki and Keiichi Maebara. I could feel the air getting drier. It was so dry it almost felt like it was going to start making a crackling noise. Shion Sonozaki has already... I couldn't even hear the old people breathe. I took a peek at Uncle Kimiyoshi, who was sitting next to me. He'd adored Shion as if she were his own granddaughter, but she had been demoned away. I wanted to see how distressed and sad he'd look. And when I saw his face, I felt a sensation on my back, as if my skin itself was making a cracking noise. He didn't even have an expression on his face. Uncle Kimiyoshi adored me. I loved him and I thought he loved me too. That was why I expected him to be saddened after learning that I met with such a cruel fate. What was I thinking? The memory of his warm smile shattered inside me. There was no way of describing the fear I experienced in that moment. In mere words, he had suddenly changed into someone I didn't even recognize. Uncle Kimiyoshi noticed me looking at him and spoke. "What about Keiichi Maebara?" "Not yet." I had to take a deep breath to regain my composure. All 4 who snuck into the ritual storehouse will suffer the curse of Oyashiro. Keiichi Maebara is no exception. Chilling looks, cruel looks, emotionless looks, shrewd looks, and the looks of people who were about to snap. I could feel the demons chewing my words while they stared at me with their sharp eyes. Let me write this. Sorry, just writing notes. But notably, Rika was not present here. That's pretty much the big thing I wrote. I could see some of them sticking their snake-like tongues in and out. I could see flames in some of their eyes. They were memorizing the names of the intruders the curse had yet to fall upon. And so the meeting went on. We were told not to tell the police too much, to report what they asked us, and to hold another meeting whenever something of significance happened. If something unexpected took place, we were expected to get in touch with either the head of the Kimiyoshi family or the head of the Sonozaki family for instructions on what to do. With those closing remarks, the meeting was over. Now this is when Kimiyoshi gets killed. It was already getting dark outside. Being in a valley surrounded by mountains, once the sun went down in Hinamizawa, it got dark quickly. Even if it was hot during the day, it'd cool down quickly at night. The elderly people said goodbyes to each other and left on their bicycles, on their motorcycles, or in their cars. Uncle Kimiyoshi waved them goodbye and started to head home himself. I called out to him. "Kimiyoshi, do you have plans after this?" I called him Kimiyoshi instead of Uncle Kimiyoshi. He stopped. "No, I don't have anything planned. Can you stop by my house? Does Oreo want to see me?" "Yes, she wants to talk to you about something in person." "Okay, I'll stop by." Okay. Mm-mm. Da-da-da-da. Uh... Okay. Uncle Kimiyoshi arrived at the Sonozaki house. He often came to the house to have secret meetings with the hag, so he wasn't suspicious at all. I invited Uncle Kimiyoshi into the living room. I served him a cup of tea and told him I was going to fetch the hag. I left the room and killed some time down the hallway. Granny will be here after she gets dressed. She might take a little while. Oh, that's okay. I'll just wait. Uncle Kimiyoshi relaxed as he sipped his cup of tea. I sat next to him. I think she wants to talk to you about Shion. I mentioned my name and watched for his reaction. Uncle Kimiyoshi looked so grim. Couldn't even tell if he heard me. I decided to continue speaking until he reacted in some way. You remember that incident from last year with Shion, yes? She became friendly with people of the Hojo family. She was forgiven after ripping out her nails, wasn't she? Yes, 3. Uncle Kimiyoshi folded his arms and thought for a while. Where is Shion now? In the basement. How is she doing? Uncle Kimiyoshi sounded worried. When I heard that, I felt relieved that Uncle Kimiyoshi was on my side. His anger in the assembly hall was just an act. She has been crying. Mion. Tell me, what is Oreo going to do with Shion? She hasn't told me any details. As you know, Granny becomes awfully quiet when she is truly furious. Going into the ritual storehouse, huh? Furthermore, it's her own granddaughter. That's a tough decision to make. Uncle Kimiyoshi thought that the hag must be unsure of what to do with Shion. What do you think? What do you think will happen to Shion? Well, I'm sure it'll be far more than just 3 nails this time. Knowing how Oreo is, she won't hold back just because it's her granddaughter. Actually, she might even be more harsh, especially because they're related. Yes, she did go into the ritual storehouse. It's not something that can be forgiven so easily. Indeed. It's sacred after all. But in a way, maybe it's not fair to Shion. She has been away from Hinamizawa, as you know. I'm sure she doesn't know, or I'm sure she knew she wasn't supposed to trespass in the ritual storehouse. But maybe she didn't know how forbidden it was. Yes, that's true. Poor Shion. Other than the tattoo on my back, how would you tell the difference between Shion and me? There isn't one. There's no point in distinguishing between Mion and Shion in the first place. Twins are proof of bad luck. One should be eliminated as soon as they are born, such as the family precept. The hag actually put her hands around my neck after I came out of the womb. That's how the story went, at least. In the end, the hag didn't kill me, but instead pretended I didn't exist. She forced herself to call one of us Mion and the other Shion. She adored Mion and hated Shion. My sister and I never understood why we had to go through that. We didn't care who was Mion or Shion. So one day we came up with an idea. We decided to share the joy Mion experienced and the sadness Shion experienced. We often switched places. We were both Mion, and at the same time we were both Shion. Adults around us tried to put different clothes on us or style our hair differently so they could tell us apart. It was nonsense. No matter what they did to us, all we had to do was switch places and nobody could tell us apart. Finally, they decided that we switched places because we were always together. Hello, how's it going? On that day, Shion got to go to an amusement park. Since then, we've been separated. Mion. Can't even imagine what will happen to Shion. Whatever it is Granny decides to do, I'm not in a position to say anything about it. She doesn't listen to her relatives. You're right. That's something Oreo needs to work on. If Shion wasn't Shion Sonozaki, she would have been dead a long time ago. I can't even begin to imagine what kind of punishment might be equal to death. Even if she isn't killed, she'll probably never see the light of day again. In other words, she'll be demoned away. Mion, does Shion regret what she's done? Sorry, one sec, my dad just texted me. What do I want for dinner? Yes. Let me see. In response, Uncle Kimiyoshi tapped my shoulder and then slapped his own chest. He smiled reliably. Don't worry. Shion feels bad about what she's done. She won't be demoned away. Leave it to me. But really? I'm sure Oreo will be furious to hear me say anything, but I won't give up. I'll explain to her that Shion regrets what she has done, and I'll beg for her forgiveness. Man, this is super fucked, because we know that Shion... we know Shion kills him here. Right? So... I guess the question is, like, what switch flips in her head? I'm assuming because, I mean, she's in a situation where she kind of has to, right? Like, she's made a situation where she's sort of forced her own hand. But this is like a... This is like a really not Gucci play. This is not the play, man. Like, this guy seems like actually kind of a stand-up dude. One sec. I'm gonna write this on my notes. Sorry, one sec. Let me see here. So this kind of does sort of indicate that Oreo is at least responsible to some level. She might not literally be killing people, but I'll explain to her that Shion regrets what she's done, and I'll beg for her forgiveness. Tears began to fall from my eyes. I knew it. Uncle Kimiyoshi was my ally after all. He said he would forgive Shion. He was my ally. I was so very happy. Are you sure? Are you sure she won't be demoned away like Satoshi Hojo was last year? Uncle Kimiyoshi smiled reliably again and told me. He was a brat of the okay, so this is why. He was a brat of the Hojo family. This is Shion of the Sonozaki family we're talking about here. Of course she'll be forgiven. Good ass meme. Hit me with the huh? Well, I think I know why Shion kills him now. Just a hunch though. A brat of the Hojo family. Are you talking about Satoshi? Last year's victim. Those Hojo people. They were traitors who tried to sell out the whole village. Of course he got demoned away. He was a Hojo after all. Fuck. The Hojo people should all be cursed. Only people like them get demoned away. Shion will be okay. It won't happen to someone like her. Uncle, didn't Shion take care of that for Satoshi last year? Wasn't he supposed to be forgiven? Take care of that? What do you mean? Remember 3 nails? She removed 3 of her nails. Kasai, Uncle Yoshiro, and Satoshi. 3 people. She removed 3 nails for 3 people. Eh? So that was why it was 3 nails, huh? Wasn't that the significance of those 3 nails? Yeah, you're right. There were 3 people involved, hence the 3 nails. I heard that too, but what? Kasai, Yoshiro, and Shion. That... Oh... I mean, this is stupid. Because, of course, when they were talking about nails, they were saying your nails are as other people's responsibility, but I guess this makes sense. So they were saying that it was her. Fuck, man. Nani? What? Huh? What? I endured excruciating pain. The first one was my left pinky. Then the ring, then the middle finger. People held me down so I couldn't move, but I endured. I had to endure 3 nails. I didn't know which nail was for Satoshi. If my middle finger was for Satoshi, I'd have to endure until the middle finger was done so that Satoshi would be forgiven. That was why I endured. Even Mion said afterwards, everything was forgiven. Huh? Huh? Mion, didn't you say Satoshi was forgiven? Didn't you? That's what I heard. I think that's what I heard. Or did I? Huh? Huh? I felt the air move. There shouldn't have been a breeze in that room, but I felt it anyway. The cool air stroked the back of my neck. That was when my true self stood right behind me and nodded. Although there was no wind, my hair billowed. The burning wickedness buried deep inside my eyes became visible. Why do you think Satoshi Hojo got demoned away? Huh? Satoshi's parents did in fact try to sell out the village. They deserved the curse of Oyashiro, but Satoshi was simply their son. What has he done? Mion, I'm asking you what kind of crime Satoshi committed. You said earlier that he deserved to be demoned away because he was born of the Hojo family. What has he done to deserve being demoned away? Kimiyoshi didn't know what to say to the sudden question. He seemed dismayed. I didn't hear her say it, but I know. It was Oryo Sonozaki's decision. She decided that the curse of Oyashiro would fall upon all the Hojos. But wait, Mion, that's not true. Didn't she decide that? No, she didn't. The curse of Oyashiro falling upon the Hojo family. I do remember talking about something like that, but we never decided that nobody did. I never decided that nobody did. Then why did you say, because he was one of the Hojos earlier? Sorry, Mion. That was, I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. That's just it. Anything that happens to the Hojo family is the curse. As long as someone has the Hojo name, nobody cares about what happens to that person. That idea has spread like a virus amongst the villagers. Amongst? It didn't matter if Satoshi did anything or not, because he was a Hojo. He was filthy. That infection of an idea is the entire problem. And you all believed in that idea. You couldn't even think straight anymore. If you're gonna... I want to read this, okay? I can't forgive you. I can't let someone like you exist. People like you cornered Satoshi and his family. Poor Satoshi. What has he done? He hasn't done anything. He was a Hojo, that's all. What kind of crime is that? Why did the curse fall upon him? What kind of crime has he committed? Stun gun. Kimiyoshi's upper body bent backwards and fell onto the floor. That was that. I put my stun gun back in my pocket. Oh, of course, now the phone rings, Sorry, Shion. What was that you said? Apparently Takano and Tomitake died last night. Takano was found burned to death. Tomitake was... well, it looked like a suicide. I found out this morning. I heard my father talking to a relative on the phone about it. As I thought, Keiichi didn't know anything about what happened after the festival last night. Of course it's not getting reported by the media. That's how it was in the past, too. Keiichi insisted that unless he heard about it on the news, it couldn't be real. But the investigations into the series of mysterious deaths are done in secret now. Of course you didn't hear about the news! I heard the mayor and several important politicians from the Sonozaki family put all the pressure they could on the police. Then you mean their deaths are going to be dealt with in total secrecy? That's how it is. Of course the police are still investigating. It's being performed in secret too, though. So I hear the investigation itself is very restricted in what it can and can't do. You could essentially say they're interfering with the police investigation. I can't believe this. People died and yet they're dealing with everything in secret. We break it down further. It means that no matter who dies on the night of Watanagashi, it won't go public. That's the biggest pile of bullshit I've ever heard. Okay, remember how I said before the villagers could be the ones carrying out Oyashiro's curse? That's what I mean. At some point, a tradition was created here in Hinamizawa, where every year you're allowed to kill someone on the night of Watanagashi. Yes, that's the truth about the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as Oyashiro's curse. On the day of Watanagashi, 2 people will be killed. The perpetrators are using the curse of Oyashiro as an excuse to kill one victim and make another disappear. That's why the curse of Oyashiro takes place. That's what happens in Hinamizawa, and that's what happens with the curse. Okay, so this is like... because at the same time, like, Kimiyoshi seemed to imply that, like, Oryo was the one that made the decision, and then he said, like... What Kimiyoshi said is all true. Infecting everyone with the idea that the enemy from the dam conflict deserved to die was the root of all this. That was the system of vague commands used in the Sonozaki family, created by its head, Oryo. One thing that must be mentioned about the command system is that the person giving the orders and the one executing them didn't need to interact in any way. Though Oreo was the commander, she never gave actual orders. She only had to expect something to happen. Every single one of the family council members around her would want to satisfy that expectation if given the chance. They didn't have to be proactive about satisfying it. They could be passive, too. But when the chance arose, anyone who knew Oreo's intentions could potentially become the one to execute her orders. Therefore, Oreo would never know who actually executed her order, and none of the relatives knew it either. But they all knew things would conclude just as Oreo wanted, and they could assume it was one of their own who did it for her. This passive support system was thoroughly effective, and it spread all over the village. Its ties became even tighter after the dam conflict. Anyone could be the one to execute Oreo's orders. Therefore, everyone supported each other. If someone did something, then the others would try to satisfy Oreo's expectation in different ways. For example, they'd come up with false evidence, or otherwise passively interfere with an investigation. Even if they didn't know exactly who they were protecting, they'd still work together to protect whoever it was. Yes, I'd finally figured out how it all worked. Phrased in a more organized manner, it would go as follows. The system of killing 2 people who are unwanted by the village each year required 3 elements. The first element was a region of solidarity. It was created during the long and unique history of Hinamizawa. The villagers' bond became even tighter during the dam conflict. That was one of the conditions for this place to have a curse. It was an element that was already in the region, not one that could be created. The next element was having the same moral standards. This was a very important element, as the curse wouldn't have happened without it. Also, this element was created by Oreo Sonozaki herself, and that was why she would claim that this system was established by her own will. Having the same moral standards means that everyone everywhere acknowledges the same enemy. Even when everyone in the village joined together, it would be meaningless if they all didn't know exactly who the enemy was. During the dam conflict, Oreo Sonozaki made the identity of the enemy very clear to everyone. They couldn't just say that they were against the dam construction and that the government was their enemy. That wasn't clear enough. The government didn't really pinpoint who the enemy was. But Oreo made enemies out of the construction site itself, and therefore its manager. She chose targets that the villagers could see with their own eyes. They were clear and easy to understand. The villagers acknowledged that everyone at the dam construction site was their enemy, and that construction site manager was the enemy commander. Using the same method, she labeled one after another as an enemy of the village, practically cataloging a list of enemies to print into the villagers' minds. Earlier, I had them use the term infecting for this phenomenon. Those infected by this idea were the people unconsciously giving the orders to commit murder. When the infection spread across the village, when all of Hinamizawa's residents acknowledged the same enemy, that's when Hinamizawa itself became a murderer. Oreo combined these 2 elements, a solidary region, and having the same moral standards, then selected the enemy and spread that notion throughout the village. The law would normally have punished both the one who committed the crime and the one who gave the order, but Oreo's system didn't require an order at all. Oreo just had to become concerned about the enemy she had pre-selected. Man, I was thinking about this a minute ago. I feel so bad if I've been saying Oreo's name wrong the whole time. I feel like I'm saying it right. It could be Oreo though, but it feels like that's kind of an English pronunciation of it. So I hope I've been saying it right, because if not, slap her face on an Oreo package, because that's what I've been calling her this whole time. But that alone wouldn't cause the curse to take place. Oreo's concern was like a safety device, and even when the safety device was off, the curse wouldn't occur unless there was a finger to pull the trigger. The last necessary element was to set a date for execution, the night of Watanagashi, the night to venerate Oyashiro, the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. On that night, the curse of Oyashiro falls upon 2 enemies of the village, and they disappear. Everyone in the village acknowledged that as fact. In other words, if the same incident took place on any of the other 364 nights of the year, it would be nothing other than a murder case. But if it happened on the night of Watanagashi, then it would transform into the curse of Oyashiro. The idea that villagers are allowed to kill their enemies on the night of Watanagashi had infected them. The villagers were the cells of this huge creature called Hinamizawa, and each cell would be taught who the enemy was. The set date was basically a green light for whoever was in the best position to kill the enemy. Now as she's like monologuing here, fucking soliloquy Andy, we got Hamlet Andy here. And fucking Kimiyoshi's just sitting there like, bitch, are you okay? What's the matter with you? That was the truth of the curse of Oyashiro. Therefore, the one who actually killed Satoshi isn't my enemy. The one who set up this murderous system and the one who named Satoshi's family as the enemy is my enemy. To use a broader definition, Hinamizawa itself and the very system of Oyashiro's curse is my enemy. I already killed the hag, the one who designed the system. Kimiyoshi, the one whose job it was to infect the villagers with the system, was already in my hands. I just had to find out who else was involved and how much. It was like pulling a weed while being very careful not to break its roots. I mean, it's a weed, I don't know why you'd care, but... I announced that Keiichi Maebara was one of the people who snuck into the shrine storage. I was certain that fact already spread throughout the underside of the village. In other words, Keiichi Maebara was an object of the curse of Oyashiro now. Takano and Tomatake were found dead, having been killed in gruesome ways. That was the curse of Oyashiro. In that case, they could demon away 2 more people as sacrifices to calm the anger. The set date for the curse was already over. But just like what happened to Satoshi, deeming away was allowed a little extra time. Something would happen to Keiichi Maebara within a few days. I'd wait patiently, careful to not let my enemy simply take Keiichi Maebara, my bait. Keiichi had been yelling on the other end of the phone for some time. He kept yelling that he didn't want to go into the ritual storehouse to begin with. He claimed he was simply invited by Takano and me. He shouldn't be in danger because of that, he said. He's feeling a sense of crisis and tension. This was gonna work. The livelier the bait, the easier it is to spot. Why the hell did you do that? I didn't have anything to do with this. What will you do? What are you going to do, damn it? How are you gonna take responsibility for this? Huh? Hey, are you listening? Shut up. I've heard enough of your pitiful tears. I hung up the phone. There was no point in talking to him when he got like that. Besides, I'd already achieved my goal, which was to make him realize the danger awaiting him. I took a deep breath, then called the house of the village chief. Hello, Kimiyoshi. This is Sozaki. So, did you find the mayor? Oh, it's you, Mion. We've been calling everyone, but no luck. We can't find him. I don't know who else to call. I wonder where he is. Yeah, so I guess, was it in chapter? It must have been in chapter 2, because it wouldn't make sense otherwise. But I guess in chapter 2, when Mion was, like, losing her shit talking to Keiichi, when we were looking for Satoko and Rika, which we obviously know now that Shion's gonna kill them. Because Rika will be considered as a part of the curse system, and Satoko as the impetus for what made Satoshi end up being a victim anyways. So that, like, this makes sense, right? I want to know what Shion's reasoning, I guess. Because I don't, like, so the others, I guess, if you gotta think through Shion's twisted logic, right? It kind of makes sense. But I want to know how she would... Well, I think she would consider Mion like an extension of Oreo. So maybe that's not totally unheard of. But I think more so what is expected... I just don't know how she's going to turn this on Keiichi, basically, is what I'm thinking. Because I'm trying to think through her twisted logic by what way she would... Because she kills Keiichi at the end, right? Like, that's what we're thinking. At least that's what I think is going to happen. So then the question is, like, what the fuck ends up being her reasoning for why she did what she did? Like, there has to be some reason that's better than whatever the fuck she was giving otherwise. But yeah, like, I don't really know. And I don't know how she's going to make it make sense. Because under her current system, Keiichi is not at all an extension. And if anything, she is the reason why he would even be in danger. Because she was the one who fucking put him there. The only thing I think that's going to be interesting about this chapter is, the end of the chapter. Basically what happens after she kills Keiichi. Because otherwise, this chapter is going to be kind of cut and dry. Which, like, it's still interesting to hear Shion's reasoning, because it gives me insight into what she might do if my theory is true that she's also active in, she's also active in thingy? In chapter 3? Sorry, I'm fucking spacing out, I don't know why. But if she's also active in chapter 3, like, then I guess it makes sense. Um, yeah. I don't know. I'm just trying to think here. I don't want to waste too much time because there's literally there's not much point to um because I probably won't be able to figure out her reasoning until we like hear the conversation that happens. But my guess would be that she would kill Mion as an extension of Oreo. She kills Rika for being a part of the curse system. She kills Satoko for her, I guess, involvement in why Satoshi was ever even selected. Um, yeah. I, uh, I don't know. We've called a few places too, but nothing. I talked to Granny and she says we should have the youth group look for him at this time of day. Besides, we're not even sure if he's really missing. It's right after with Tanagashi. She just thinks we should be cautious. If the youth group can't find him, then we should call the police first thing in the morning. We'd rather not get the police involved unless we really have to, though. Did Oreo say that? Yeah, if you don't believe me, I'll have her get on the phone. Oh no, I understand. Okay, we'll gather the youth group and look for him. If they can't find him, we'll call the police in the morning. Please call the leader of the youth group then. I'll be right over in Granny's place. Thank you. I'll get everyone together right away. Okay, see you later. The youth group had gathered at the Furude Shrine. They were going to try to find the mayor. I also had to go, in the absence of the hag. Just to be mean, I stopped by the underground torture room to let the mayor know that I was headed to the Furude Shrine to search for him. Incidentally, according to the tab on the keychain, this underground torture room was actually called the Underground Storehouse for Ritual Implements. This was the man who was yelling that whoever trespasses on the ritual storehouse should be killed. Although it was an underground ritual storehouse, he was there now, atoning for what he had done. It's pretty ironic. Maybe I was the only one who felt that way, though. How you doing, Uncle Kimiyoshi? Clink. Kimiyoshi didn't say a word, but he made a noise with the chain. Everyone is making such a fuss because they can't find you. Your family called me, so I suggested they gather the youth group to look for you. I'm heading over there now. Was this mean or what? Kimiyoshi could only make noise with the chain. He couldn't even express any emotion other than anguish. Is the chain too short? Why don't I make it longer every time you give me an answer to a question? If it's even a little longer, you'll feel better. Oh. Kimiyoshi's were tied behind his back with a tight wire. He was wearing a leather collar with a chain, which was strapped tightly around his neck, too. The collar's chain was on a pulley attached to the ceiling, with a chain pulling him up towards it. That chain was very short and pulled very tight. Kimiyoshi had to stand on tiptoes to be able to breathe. He had been like that for almost an hour already. He was already exhausted. If I left him overnight, he'd probably end up hanging himself. You told me earlier that you didn't know, but I'll ask you one more time. Please tell me anything you know about Satoshi Hojo. Oh, sorry. You can't even talk, can you? I'll loosen the chain a little while we chat then. I turned the pulley just a little to loosen the chain that was pulling on Kimiyoshi's neck. Kimiyoshi's heels finally touched the ground, relieving the pressure on his muscles. I really don't know, Shion. I really don't. Don't you even know if he's dead or alive? I really don't know anything. Well, I guess that's how the curse system of Hinamizawa works. It's possible you really don't know anything. Okay then, I'll change the question. As the head of the Kimiyoshi family, I would like you to tell me what you think has happened to Satoshi. If Satoshi is dead or alive. Kimiyoshi didn't know what to say. If he said he didn't know, I'd tighten the chain and leave the room. That'd be like a death sentence for him. But all I said was that I wanted him to speak as the head of the Kimiyoshi family. I didn't ask him to tell the truth. But he didn't know what to say to avoid souring my mood and to get me to loosen the chains around him. He was obviously trying to figure out how to make me extend the chain. I've heard a rumor that he may be alive. About him going to Tokyo on a bullet train, right? The police have seen him in Tokyo or something like that. Oishi had told me that Satoshi had been witnessed getting on a bullet train heading to Tokyo at Nagoya, but the police didn't know if that really happened or what became of Satoshi after that. Therefore, this was simply a random assertion of Kimiyoshi's. Hey, head of the Kimiyoshi family, what would be the point in letting one of the cursed family members live, after going through the trouble of making him disappear? I don't think there's any reason for that. Besides, who gave you this info? I was in close contact with Oishi for a while, but he never mentioned it to me. Uncle, if you're just saying that to make me happy, it's not going to work. You know that, don't you? I reached for the pulley controlling the chains around Kimiyoshi, and that act alone sent him panicking as he feared them tightening once more. So sorry, I'm not trying to make you angry, Shion, I'm sorry. I don't have time for this. I'm simply asking you to help me look for Satoshi, that's all. I know that. I'll answer you. I took my hand off the pulley. Seeing that, Kimiyoshi began making loud groaning noises to try and show he was thinking hard. Be frank with me. Do you think he's alive or dead? I think... Oops. I think you shouldn't think he is alive. That figures. There was no point in letting him live, right? I agree with you. I really didn't mean anything too deep by it, but what I said truly scared Kimiyoshi. The police think he ran using the money he saved to buy Satoko's birthday present, because he was the main suspect of his aunt's murder. What do you think about that? Well, I heard the culprit was some kind of drug addict. What do you think about that? Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I believe Satoshi is the culprit. The drug addict was probably a decoy Grandma arranged. Yep, that's pretty through and through. I've suspected as much. The guy appeared about out of nowhere. I didn't understand it at the time. So he was a decoy, I'm pretty sure. Why do you think that, though? The police were investigating the case and Satoshi was their prime suspect, wasn't he? If he was going to be demoned away, she didn't want the police to continue the investigation, I guess. What Kimiyoshi just said is very interesting. He's perfectly correct. If the police continued their investigation, it would complicate things for whoever demoned away Satoshi. Therefore, the hag came up with a decoy in order to bring an end to the investigation. But fabricating a suspect can't be that easy, don't you agree? The only person who can do things like that is Oryo. I knew Grandma was very powerful in the underside of Hinamizawa, but I never knew she was that powerful. I'm sure you've heard quite a few rumors during the dam conflict. Didn't you also hear things directly? During the dam protests, I actually saw them issuing orders to my relatives, like destroy their heavy machinery, or can we set up a checkpoint to blockade their construction vehicles? They set free their comrades from the police by coming up with alibis, destroying or forging evidence. I had seen relatives do those things, as well as the hag calling in counselors to the house to protest. As a child, I was pretty impressed. But when I thought back, it was more than that. She was truly the mastermind who controlled the underside of the world. You've heard about the kidnapping case of the grandson of the Minister of Construction, right? So it really was a kidnapping, huh? I heard the grandson was demoned away and then found in the middle of the mountains in Takatsudo or Yagochi. That was at Oryo's command. The minister promised to stop the dam construction and the grandson was released. All the top people in the ex-guardians know that. I guess I was right in the middle of it when it was happening, but I didn't notice. The hag, the three families, and the ex-guardians are truly magnificent, huh? How terrifying. Kimiyoshi finally realized the situation he was in, and he was answering my questions. That made me happy, but the more Kimiyoshi told me the truth, the more I realized that Satoshi really was dead. That made me very sad. Who actually demoned away Satoshi? I don't know. We were never to ask who actually executed Oryo's orders. He was right. It's how the system worked. So that was a bad question. Whoever it was, did a great job, because his body hasn't been found. That's not easy. Putting aside who actually killed him, it is possible Oryo has helped to get rid of the body. You know about the well farther down from here, the one used to dump bodies, don't you? Yeah, I do. It's a lot safer to dump a body in the well than to bury it somewhere in the mountains. Whoever disappears becomes a sacrifice to calm the anger of Oyashiro. That was the rule of this game. Therefore, the bodies must never be discovered. That's why the bodies had to be dumped somewhere nobody could find them. It's very possible that the well was used for that. Then Satoshi is at the bottom of that well. I grabbed a flashlight and headed to the huge cave with all the cells. As I turned on the lights in the cave, Mion noticed me and gave me a worried look. I ignored her and headed to the cell in the back. Is she feeding these people or no? I was still very impressed by how well the well was hidden. It was almost artistic. I shone the flashlight down to the bottom of the well. I had no way of knowing how deep the well was. The light of the flashlight wasn't strong enough to reach the bottom. I inhaled, then screamed into the well. Satoshi! Satoshi! Satoshi's name echoed again and again. It was obviously a very deep well. I thought of climbing down using the wedges on the wall. With the flashlight hanging from my neck, I couldn't light my footing properly. And even if there was enough lighting, I didn't know if the wedges were sturdy enough. It would be like committing suicide. Satoshi was at the bottom of this well. That's when I felt it. A warm hand rubbed my head for sure. Shion, you finally found me. Satoshi. I've been looking for you for so long. I'm sorry I couldn't find you while you were still alive. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Shion. There was nothing you could have done before I was killed. But you did everything you could do after I was dead. Satoshi, I want to join you. I'm coming right now. I'm gonna jump, so please catch me. Satoshi smiled bitterly. I was saddened to see him reject me. Shion, I'm happy that you found me. But you are alive, Shion. It's important to be alive. You can't waste it. You aren't here. I don't want to live. I want to be with you, Satoshi. I want to be close to you. I want you to rub my head again. I want to spend time with you. I'll be a good girl. I want to be with you. Live. Do I have to? Live and enjoy your life, okay? What's so fun about living alone? You'll find out so long as you're alive. Live. I will live. The eerie well now felt warm. I wasn't allowed to go down to the bottom. But the edge of this well was the place where you and I could meet. Huh. Mion. Satoshi. I found him. He's at the bottom of the well, isn't he? I think so. I can't think of anywhere else he'd be. Okay, let's write this down. Okay, so I guess this makes sense. Okay. So I guess this is, I mean, we don't know unless he went down there exactly, and I don't remember them ever mentioning him being down there before. So, you know. But guess it is what it is. Mion started to sob. You weren't there when Satoshi was killed, were you? No. You were there. Wouldn't you have begged Grandma to forgive him? Yes. I would have begged for her to let him live. Liar. Huh? You liar! On that day a year ago. I had just recalled how cruel Mion was then, when she forced me to rip out my nails, acting in her role as the successor. Even if she was there when Satoshi was killed, she wouldn't have stopped being the successor. Satoshi was brought to the torture room. When he saw Mion, I'm sure he thought she would save him. Even as he heard the family head read out his death sentence, I'm sure he looked at Mion and believed that she would save him. He believed that Mion was acting that way only because she was with her relatives. He believed she would help him, but she didn't do anything. He was strapped to a restraining device, yet still, she wouldn't do anything. Mion was cruel. Mion, isn't it about time to help me? I see. I get it. You're with the rest of the family members, so you can't even show a hint of compassion. That sucks. Help him, help him. Why? Why didn't you help him? You saw him looking at you, begging to help him, didn't you? Why didn't you help him? Even when he was going through a rough time because of his awful aunt, you didn't help him. You pretended to sympathize, but you didn't help him. You ignored him. He was cornered because you didn't help him. I tried. I tried to support him. Even when you didn't protect him from killing his aunt, I did. I sacrificed myself to fight for him. 3 nails were nothing. But it wasn't enough to rescue Satoshi. I couldn't help him. Do you know why? Because I was Shion then. As Shion, I was kept away from Hinamisawa, and nobody told me anything. I couldn't know anything. But you were different. You were Mion. You were right in the middle of everything, and you knew everything and everyone told you everything. If I were you, I could have helped Satoshi. I would have. But you were Mion. Give it back, Mion. That name isn't just yours. It's mine too. Besides, it was mine to begin with, remember? I just let you be Mion. Remember? It was mine. Give it back to me. Give me my name back. I can't stand that you even look like Mion. If I were Mion, then... I kicked the bars. I kicked them again and again. Mion curled up fearfully in the back of the cell, as if she were trying to prevent the bars from crashing down onto her. Yikes. So obviously she kills Kimiyoshi, but I guess she doesn't, like, do it right away, you know? No shot that took that long. Chapter 11, and there is 5 achievements left, so there's 3 chapters left. Okay. Ooh, okay, I need to think here. Because my dinner is on the way home, you see. I'm wondering. Because I want to finish this tonight. I have 5 hours, basically. If I eat dinner, I have 4. But these chapters tend to get longer near the end. But I want to finish this. We're going to continue. Oh, no. Fuck, I didn't read the tip. Actually, wait, my mom literally just came home with my dinner. Okay, well. This is good timing, because I thought I was going to have to wait. Okay, we're going to eat my dinner. And then we will continue here. So let me... Gonna have to put on a video or something again. Okay, well, one sec, I'll be right back. Okay, turns out dinner is not ready yet. So, we continue. I thought they were bringing home dinner, I guess not. After that, I joined the youth group in the search for Kimiyoshi. I went down the town council's phone directory and called to see if he had visited. Then had the group split according to the circular notice divisions, and sent them to search the town. Everybody seemed to be assuming they wouldn't find him. Since I knew they definitely never would, it was just bothersome to me. Even after midnight, they were all still enthusiastically looking for him. I bore the sleepiness while yawning, when I heard somebody whisper. Fuck, dude, my parents, I wish they would stop fucking just yelling as I walk around the house. It tilts me. Not even just yelling, just talking loudly. Last year, we did the same thing when Satoshi Hojo went missing. The youth group was looking for someone who would never be found, just like last year. I was yawning because I knew this. Last year, there must have also been some people who were yawning and grinning on the inside. When did we stop searching last year? Do you remember? When Satoshi Hojo went missing? Oh, what time was it? Guess that was around midnight. It was already 2 in the morning. Although they spent this much time searching for Kimiyoshi, they didn't do the same when Satoshi went missing. After all, some people knew they wouldn't find him. They must have been sleepy. They must have said they should leave it to the police. Shit, I want to kill the people who said that. These tips are literally pointless. They have not served any purpose for us. Like, literally zero purpose entirely. They have helped us with a bundle of nothing. What? You didn't get much sleep either, did you? Did you? Yeah. I went to bed at like 3. I'm a little tired. Dude, Twitch is dropping so many frames today. This is unbelievable. I've dropped nearly 2% of all my frames. Holy fuck, this is unbelievable. I've only been live for 3 hours. Usually, It drops like 1,000 frames. It's dropped 11,000 frames. I've only been live for 3 hours. How fucking terrible. I should stop the stream and switch servers, but I'm fucking lazy and I don't want to have to combine 2 VODs later on whenever I fucking archive this. Oh. Okay, we stopped yet? Okay, fuck me, we're finally stopped. I'm gonna be really pissed off if I go back through this recording and it's choppy as fuck. Okay. Let's continue. 3? Hey, now, you can't keep staying up late. You probably read the first volume of a manga, thought it was interesting, then read the entire series, didn't you? I understand, I've done that before. What? Wait, is it about the mayor? He still hasn't been found? Nope. I went to the Furude Shrine to join the youth group in their search for the mayor. Since I knew there was no way he would be found, it was really boring for me. Well, just enduring the sleepiness wasn't too bad. Not if you consider what Kimiyoshi had to go through since last night. He had been hanging from the ceiling and couldn't even fall asleep or sit down since he had to stay on tiptoes the whole time. Probably said on his tiptoes, but... The teacher explaining to us that the mayor had gone missing and asked us if we knew anything. A couple of people said some things, but they were irrelevant. To me, this issue meant nothing, but it was all my classmates were talking about. I observed Keiichi Maebara. I had no idea if any type of danger was drawing closer to him. Maybe I'd call him again tonight, pretending to be Shion. I told him some outrageous stuff last night, so he panicked, but I was sure he'd calm down after a day. After that time, I heard a little girl's laughter. It was Rika, the last survivor of the Furude family, and their current head. However, she wasn't really treated as one. During the family council, she'd often draw pictures or take a nap on the hag's bed. She wasn't even invited to last night's meeting. It was hard to believe such a little girl was responsible for part of the curse system. However, even though she wasn't in a respected position as the head of the Furude family, there were plenty of old people who worshipped her as the reincarnation of Oyashiro. I'd heard from someone that Rika Furude was rather odd, and seemed to behave as if she knew she was that reincarnation. Maybe Takano had told me that at the library when she was alive. When Rika became worried about something, the elderly people who worshipped her would make arrangements. It was very similar to the Sonozaki family, and it was also the same system used for the curse. I wonder, does Rika Furude know anything about the deaths of Takano and Tomitake? What does she think of people sneaking into the ritual storehouse? Does she know who snuck in and what happened to those people? As the one managing the storehouse, it was possible that she noticed the intruders first. In fact, she was the only one who could have noticed it. She must have passed on that information, which was why the curse was executed. That foolish Keiichi turned the light on when we went into the ritual storehouse. That light switch could have been connected to some kind of alarm. Rika Furude, the leader of the Furude family. Maybe getting to know her would be a good idea. As a leader of the Furude family, how much do you know about the incident? I asked her rather directly. It was hard to tell if she understood I was asking her in place of the Sonozaki family head. Instead of as Mion Sonozaki. Are you talking about Tomitake and Takano? Rika answered. The news hadn't been made public yet. She knew about it. Although she looked immature, perhaps she truly was the head of the Furude family. That's the curse of Oyashiro. I already know that. But it's not over yet, is it? There still should be 2 more. Should still be 2 more. Have you heard about what will happen to them? I tried to be vague to see how Rika would react. I'd been thinking that she was nothing to do with the underside of Hinamizawa, since she was always treated like a child. However, Rika had just said things about the incident which normal people shouldn't know anything about. That proved she belonged to the underside's network. I don't think that matters anymore. She answered the question about Tomitake and Takano fairly quickly, but took a little longer to answer this time. Did she have to think about it? Shit, the look on her face never changes. It's impossible to figure out what she's thinking. What do you mean? How can they get away with what they've done? I think they feel bad about what they've done. That should be fine. Her response was unexpected, especially after seeing all the old people get so furious last night. The trespass in the ritual storehouse was blasphemy against Oyashiro. The village elders had said those intruders deserved to die. Yet the leaders of the Furude family, who protected the sacred storehouse for ritual implements... Fuck, I can't read. I'm having a stroke. Who protected the sacred storehouse for ritual implements, said that if they felt remorse for it, then that was fine. I recalled how people thought of Rika Furude's father during the dam conflict. Yes, her father was called an opportunist back then. He didn't agree with the Onikafuchi guardians, who had resisted violently during the conflict. Like father, like daughter. I aggressively grabbed Rika Furude by the collar. Huh? What the heck are you talking about? You're pretty stupid, just like your predecessor, aren't you? The Furude family must understand better than anybody how sacred the ritual storehouse is. How could the head of that family say such a thing? I laughed at myself. I was told the same thing by someone else, and was now saying it to Rika. Don't you know how serious a crime trespassing in the ritual storehouse is? It's a very important place for Oyashiro, so nobody can go in without permission. See, you know that, but those 4 people brought their filth in there. What bad kitty cats? Meow. That's right, bad cats. 2 cats have been caught and punished. There are 2 more. How do you think they should be punished? Tell me your opinion as the head of the Furude family. Rika really didn't usually wear any expression whatsoever, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. While I grabbed her by the collar and stared at her, I could tell somehow. Rika was a little disturbed. I sensed she was trying to see what I was thinking in turn. I want to forgive those 2 kitty cats. Why should they get away with what they've done? Me, what are you trying to say? It's a good question. So let me explain. Those 2 must offer compensation for what they've done. They have to clear away their sins. Otherwise, Oyashiro won't stop being angry. Every crime must be punished appropriately. Do you understand? Oyashiro doesn't get angry even if someone enters the storehouse. Huh? What are you saying? The reason why nobody is allowed to see the ritual storehouse is because there are too many scary tools in there. I'm sure people would get scared if they saw them. That's why we don't let people in there. I'm sure those intruders were scared too. And I'm sure they feel bad about what they've done. They're forgiven once they feel bad about what they've done. That's not for you to decide. That's what Oyashiro decides. I'm the shrine maiden of Oyashiro, don't you know? Of course I do. You aren't telling me that Oyashiro told you he isn't angry, are you? Rika nodded yes without hesitation. Okay, so this is weird. This is sort of new info. Because Rika would probably, if she is the reincarnation of Oyashiro, you feel like you would... Rika says that Oyashiro doesn't... Because this is odd, right? Because if we think about Oyashiro, I don't really want to entertain the psychological aspect of this game, because I think it's not psychological. Sorry, the superstitious aspect of this game, because I don't buy it. But on the same token, if the supernatural shit did have any bearing, if it held any water, Rika would be the one who would definitely be able to give the yes or no on that, right? And because of that, I'm inclined to believe her, even if I still don't believe the curse is anything, because she does seem to somewhat be the authority on the matter. You know? I can't believe the lies she's coming up with. I'm not surprised. I'm shocked. Huh. That's why your parents died of the curse 2 years ago. Oyashiro was angry because they didn't deserve to serve him. That's why he cursed your father. Oyashiro would never do that. My father didn't die because of the curse of Oyashiro. Am I really talking to the last shrine maiden of the Furude family? Obviously, Oyashiro can't be at peace. You were supposed to worship Oyashiro. How pathetic. I don't know why you're so angry at me. I realized. She was in a position to know as much as the other 2 family heads. As proof, she talked about this year's incident as though it was nothing. Huh. She sure is something. She's even better than me. I slapped her a few times and pushed her to the floor. Rika, having tumbled downward, looked up at me with tears in her eyes. This all happened because you wanted to change the storehouse lock to something that was easier for you, right? That's true. The old one was too heavy, so I talked to Kimiyoshi and he changed it to a cheaper, lighter one. If you left the heavy lock on, maybe that would have prevented them from trespassing. This is your fault, too. Don't you forget that. Of course, the Kimiyoshi family who actually changed the lock is responsible for this, too. That last part was something I added on a whim. I added it to connect Rika's story to the disappearance of Kimiyoshi. I wanted to pressure her psychologically by doing so. The head of the Kimiyoshi family had to pay for his crime. That's why he disappeared. The head of the Furude family has to pay for her crime too, you know. Rika was still on the floor, tears pouring down her cheeks. Keiichi Maebara is the last one left. I suppose the Furude family will take care of him. I don't know anything. You don't need to know anything, do you? You just have to look worried. That's all it takes. That's how it is at our house too. Anyway, good luck. I don't. Rika hung her head. She seemed to want to say something, but she was afraid that I might be rough with her again. I doubted Rika Furude was actually at the top of the curse system, like the hag was. However, as one of the three family heads, she was a lot closer to the underside of Hinamizawa than I was. By now, that underside was well aware of Keiichi Maebara. I told the elderly leaders of the village yesterday in the meeting that Keiichi Maebara was the last one remaining. I just told the head of the Furude family the same thing, if threateningly. If my threat was effective, the curse of Oyashiro should fall very soon upon Keiichi Maebara. And at just the right time, I would grab my enemy right as he took my bait. If the assassin came from the Furude family, this girl would have committed the same sin as the hag. When that time came, I wouldn't hold back. I was going to make sure she suffered and then kill her. I've heard of torture techniques where you pound dozens of nails into a victim's fingers. I already found a restraining table and the tools for it. When the time comes, I'll pound nails into your fingers. That gruesome anticipation radiated from my eyes and scared Rika even further. God, it makes me so happy to know that at least now, we could learn some other info. But at least from what I know right now, it makes me so happy to know that Mion's kind-hearted. And that Shion is the stone-cold bitch I thought she was. I wonder how Kimiyoshi's doing. He's probably fucking dead. I doubt he died from tiptoeing all night, but sometimes a human can go very easily. He already told me everything I wanted to hear, and he doesn't know anything else anyways. On top of that, he was responsible for spreading the infection that was the curse system of Oyashiro. His sins are very heavy. I really liked Uncle Kimiyoshi. He had always been kind. The hag was so tough on her relatives, and that's why he was extra nice to me. When we talked yesterday, I was so happy to hear him say he would forgive Shion. He even said he would fight the hag to save her. That made me really happy. Don't worry. If Shion feels bad about what she's done, she won't be demoned away. Leave it to me. I felt such warmth inside of me. I almost shivered. I was so happy yet so very sad, for he continued to say that Satoshi deserved to die. He said those nice things because he wanted to make me unhappy, since she was worried about Shion. Satoshi deserved to die because he was a member of the cursed Hojo family, but Shion of the Sonosaki family did not. That's what he meant. In other words, to the leaders of the village, including Kimiyoshi, members of the Hojo family are more contemptible than insects. They didn't care if they lived or died. Their sin was not only that they despised the Hojo family so, but also that they let that hatred infect the rest of the village. Therefore, everyone in the village deserves to be a victim of the curse of Oyashiro. Kimiyoshi and the others created an environment that excused murder in that name. If that was so, if Takano and Tomitake hadn't committed the serious crime of trespassing in the ritual storehouse. When Totoko Hojo, this is Tepe, we finally got a sprite for him. And Totoko Hojo, the last survivor of the Hojo family, and Tepe Hojo, who has been hiding in Okinomiya, might have been the victims. Satoko Hojo. She was always around Satoshi. She expected Satoshi to help her every time she cried. She was one of the people who cornered him. If Satoko wasn't that much of a burden, Satoshi wouldn't have killed his aunt. Someone told Satoshi to commit that murder, and to hide the evidence of his connection to the mastermind, Satoshi was demoned away. That's what Oishi thought. If Satoshi hadn't killed his aunt, maybe he wouldn't have been chosen as last year's victim. Because the commands were vague after all. The curse of Oyashiro fell upon the Hojo family as a whole. It didn't matter which member of the family died. His aunt had a terrible reputation in the neighborhood. She didn't communicate with her neighbors. She was always throwing fits, and there was nothing nice about her in any way. Even if Satoshi didn't kill her, the curse would have fallen upon her sooner or later. Their aunt was the first victim. There needed to be another Hojo to calm the curse. According to a rumor, their uncle was living somewhere in Okinomiya with his lover. However, Okinomiya was a little different from Hinamizawa. The Sonozaki family was powerful there as well, of course, but it would have been much more difficult in Okinomiya to demon someone away. So normally Satoshi and Satoko, who were still in Hinamizawa, became the targets. Which one should be cursed? That was simple. Satoko, of course. She was snobby and lacking in manners. Everyone in the neighborhood liked Satoshi, even if he was the son of the Hojo couple who betrayed the village during the dam conflict. Compared to Satoko, he didn't deserve to die. Therefore, the actual victims of last year's curse should have been his aunt and Satoko. Satoshi was suddenly all alone. His mean aunt and mean uncle were gone. His sister, who was a burden to him all his life, was gone too. Satoshi was such a nice person. He would be sad, although he'd realize he was finally free. The time would heal him. I'd even help. He didn't have to live in his house in Hinamizawa. There were plenty of empty rooms in the apartment block where I lived. I could find him a part-time job, too. He didn't need to go to school in Hinamizawa. He could go to school with me in Okinomiya instead. He wouldn't know his way around or really anything about the school there. So I'd be with Satoshi all the time. I'd show him a shortcut to school, we'd go shopping, and I'd teach him many different things. What an unbelievably happy ending. Satoshi had been suffering so much, and I'd been pushed away all my life. But we would finally be happy. I enjoyed these sweet delusions, but I didn't have any more time to waste. I was sure there were plenty of old people who had been trying to get hold of Oreo all morning, and who were going to try to catch me after I got home from school. Actually, the phone had been ringing constantly while I enjoyed my happy thoughts. When I answered the phone, I casually listened and replied. As I planned, Keiichi Maebara is now known as the next curse victim within the underside of Hinamizawa. I also tried to let them know that the disappearance of the village chief had something to do with the fact that he changed the lock on the ritual storehouse door. All the authorities in the underside came to realize the seriousness of trespassing in the storehouse. After all, one of the heads of the three families got punished. One of the phone calls was from Oishi. He also heard about Kimiyoshi's disappearance, and he knew it had something to do with the changing of the lock. I'm impressed. He has some pretty good sources. But all he can do is catch whatever information he can get. There's no way for him to find out where it's coming from. I'd call Keiichi Maebara again later tonight. Some of the more aggressive villagers may have already started to take action around him. I'm sure that by now, Keiichi is feeling the danger that's coming towards him. I'd have to be careful that he doesn't get killed easily. If I can catch the enemy before they bit Keiichi, I can use him again as bait. Keiichi Maebara. I haven't known him for that long. He's funny, if not intelligent. He'll never replace Satoshi, but I do think he's fun to be around. There's just one thing I don't like about him, though. He rubs my head far too often. His hand is as warm as Satoshi's hand, which is why I can't stand it. But that's about it. Keiichi Maebara isn't Satoshi's enemy. I don't hate him. He's fun to be around, but I wouldn't shed a tear for him if he became a victim of the curse. I won't prevent Keiichi Maebara from being killed, but I won't kill him myself either. I'd made arrangements for the curse to fall upon him, but I never told anyone to kill him. Well, I suppose I did tell Rika to take care of Keiichi Maebara. Wait a minute. To avenge Satoshi, I'm doing exactly the same thing the hag did. I'm using the exact same system that killed Satoshi, Keiichi Maebara. I'm just using him. I told people to let the curse fall upon Keiichi, but I've been giving him appropriate warnings. I'm gonna help him if he tries to live. If I catch all my enemies, maybe I'll let him loose. He's different from Satoshi. Satoshi was tricked into killing his aunt, and was killed himself afterwards, so there wouldn't be any evidence remaining. I won't kill Keiichi Maebara. That's how I'm different from the hag. I thought you were going down to see what's up with Kimiyoshi, and you're just fucking around now. Evening was turning to night. I had to get dinner ready. I had to eat so I'd have enough strength to take revenge. This place was far from town. It would get isolated during winter because of the snow. It's not unusual for a household like this to have 2 or 3 refrigerators. There were plenty of groceries left in them. I was glad I didn't have to go grocery shopping. I could hear the chorus of the Higurashi. People often say that the sound of the Higurashi brings back memories, but for me it's the exact opposite. I've only ever heard the sound of the Higurashi in Hinamizawa. Therefore, the sound of the Higurashi to me is Hinamizawa. The sound reminded me that I wasn't supposed to be here. That I couldn't be here. That was when I heard the doorbell. Because there was a good distance between the house and the gate, there was both a doorbell and an intercom by the ladder. It had a security camera, too. Something as modern as a security camera monitor in this old-fashioned kitchen looked rather strange. I turned the switch, but nothing appeared on the monitor. I tried to check the plug, but there were a bunch of cords going behind the refrigerator, so I couldn't even do that. The doorbell continued to ring while I tried to figure out if the monitor was broken or if I just didn't know how to turn it on. I only felt like answering the door depending on who it was. It'd normally be easier to pretend to be out, but that wouldn't help me. I was waiting for my enemies to show up. I couldn't just hide myself in that case. The hag was supposed to be sick and in an extremely bad mood. Oops, I'd already sent word out that she didn't want to see anyone, so who could it be? I made up my mind, come on. If it was someone I wanted, I could just turn away whoever it was. But I had to act normally so I wouldn't arouse suspicion. I had to act normally. Yes, who is it? Hello. She didn't tell me her name, but I recognized her voice. Rika. What are you doing here at this time of day? I ran out of soy sauce, so could you share some with me? Soy sauce. I almost screamed, but I controlled myself. I took a moment to think about the situation. Inamizawa was far from most stores, so something neighbors would share seasoning. So sometimes neighbors would share seasoning and stuff with each other. The village sometimes got snowed in during winter, but the Furude Shrine was quite far from this house. It was rather odd for her to come all this way here on her bicycle just to get some soy sauce. Maybe she was using it as an excuse. Maybe there was something she wanted to talk to me about. That was when I noticed a piece of paper that was on the refrigerator door next to the intercom. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. The hag must have given that flyer to everyone. One of our relatives sent her a barrel of soy sauce. If you want some, bring a container. That's what the flyer said. I see. This would explain it. There was a handwritten note on the bottom of the flyer. The soy sauce is in the storage area under the floor. Give them as much as they want. There was a storage area beneath the floor. When I opened it, I saw a barrel of soy sauce alongside a funnel and a ladle. I didn't want Rika to notice anything suspicious at this point. I decided to share the soy sauce with her. Sure. Did you bring a container? I brought a soy sauce bottle. Okay, come on in. I'll be at the front door. As I headed there, I heard the doorbell ring again. Me. The gate is locked from the inside. I can't open it. Ah, that's right. Sorry. I'll be right there. Just hang on. People didn't pay much attention to safety around here in Hinamizawa. People didn't think too much about locking the doors, but as someone who's lived in a town, I've always locked everything. Let Rika Furude in, I'd have to go outside. Good evening. Good evening. Rika smiled at me. She was holding a huge soy sauce bottle. She acted like I never yelled at her, got violent with her, or made her cry at all today. Perhaps she came to curry favor, thinking that she angered me. I invited Rika to the front door. I told her to wait for a moment. Holy fuck, my hiccups. And tried to take the bottle. Rika shook her shoes off and walked into the house with the bottle in her hands. Don't worry, I'll get it for you. Why don't you wait there? I'm pretty good at pouring soy sauce into a funnel, you know. She looked at me as if begging. I guess she wanted to pour the soy sauce into the bottle herself. Didn't want her to come into the house, but I suppose I didn't want her to wait there alone either. She came to the kitchen with me, I could keep my eyes on her. So I brought Rika to the kitchen. We walked down the hallway. I only heard my footsteps. I stopped suddenly and turned around to make sure Rika was following me. Rika bumped into me. Sorry. I made sure she was right behind me and started to walk again. Tap, tap, tap. Tip, tip, tip. Tap, tap, tip, tip. Rika must have been having fun matching her footsteps to mine. Even when I quickly sped up, our footsteps matched perfectly. I mean, hey, dude, I had a theory that the footsteps were Rika all along. I wouldn't be surprised. Tap, 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 tap. Tip, tip. Tip, tip. Tap, tap. I stopped suddenly. Tip, tip. Tip. Rika stopped suddenly, too, after taking an extra step. When I turned around, Rika smiled at me. Our footsteps matched perfectly, and when I stopped suddenly, I heard her extra step. I'd experienced such footsteps before. It was making me feel uncomfortable. But now, although her footsteps sounded the same as the other ones I'd experienced, I saw her when I turned around. That was the difference between them. I left the storage door open so we could see the soy sauce barrel. The mama said she can take as much as she wants, but I wasn't sure there was enough left. I crouched down and tried to open the lid of the soy sauce barrel. Even when I crouched down, I could hear Rika's extra step. Good, there's plenty left. Take as much as you want. Look at this face. It's a new drawing. Hell yeah. When I turned around, Rika was very close to me. But, who was this? I saw Rika, but it wasn't Rika at all. It was like when I switched with my sister. The outside was the same, but the inside was different. Did Rika have a twin sister? I was confused for a moment. That was when Rika sprayed something from a small bottle into my eyes. Huh? I felt a terrible pain in my eyes, and suddenly tears poured out of my nose and started to run. I couldn't stop sneezing either. As I stumbled around, covering my face, I then realized I was attacked. I shut my eyes tightly for a moment, then opened them again. Rika was about to grab my hair to drag me down onto the floor. When Rika saw me open my eyes, she sprayed at me again. I shut my eyes to avoid the spray, but my nose still breathed in the substance. I avoided the pain in my eyes, but the tears, the runny nose, and the sneezing continued. Let me write this down. Huh. Okay. My brain wasn't working quickly enough. However, when I fully understood that I had been attacked by Rika Furude, my brain started to grind into motion. Rika Furude knocked me on my back and got on top of me. I tried to escape from her by rolling on the kitchen floor. As I rolled a hidden oven, a huge jar, and destroyed a pile of something on the floor as I fought back. Rika didn't let go of me. She stayed on top and restrained me. She was sitting on my stomach, and I felt intense pain and pressure. She could sure fight well. Still couldn't see anything. Rika had the upper hand. My eyes were shut and I was in real danger. As I tried to blink, I saw Rika's expression. I didn't know Rika Furude all that well. I only knew her from the few times we met when I went to school as Mion, and from the things I'd heard from other people. But as far as I knew, there was no way Rika Furude would ever do something like this. I can't fill my head with that word. Okay, so this is weird. I have to calm down and figure out what to do next. Shit, I'm too much of a mess to even think. Tried to peek at her face again. She still had the spray bottle in one hand. What I didn't expect was a thing in her other hand. How could I mistake it for anything else? It was definitely a syringe. When Rika realized I'd regained my eyesight, she pointed the spray bottle right at me and let loose with it. I shut my eyes tightly and tried to ignore the pain. But that was when, even though I was blinded, Rika made a miscalculation. She had sprayed at me from such a close distance that she inhaled the substance as well. I heard Rika sneeze, and that was my chance. Even if I couldn't see, I knew she was right there. Jesus Christ, I hit Rika's face a few times. When I felt Rika's weight shift, I escaped. I then got my stun gun ready. Is it pepper spray, or what is it? I don't know what I'm assuming it's peppers. That's what I thought it was, but I can't read that because it's rotated. It's SILLILD, or is it? Oh, it could be like military font though, where they have like the weird lines in it. Definitely doesn't say spray. I'll tell you that. One sec. I want to see if I can rotate this picture here. One sec. Is there a way to rotate this in snipping tool? Whatever, who cares? It's like pepper spray. Rika must have inhaled just a little of the spray. She wasn't sneezing anymore, and was glaring at me instead. Hey, are you picking a fight with me? You want me to wreck you? Rika's expression didn't change, but I was sure she was disappointed that her surprise attack was a failure. Rika flinched just a little. She was still holding the spray bottle, aiming at my eyes. She was trying to use the spray first and then give me the shot. It's funny we can't see the syringe. I didn't know what was in the syringe, but it was a clear liquid. It had to be something bad. I'm just gonna write this down. It was probably pointless, but... She wanted to take my eyesight, get on top of me, and give me the shot. If whatever it was in the syringe took a while to take effect, I might have a chance to fight back and seriously injure Rika. But Rika's surprise attack told me that just being injected was more than enough. In other words, whatever the effect, it would start to work immediately. Therefore, I wouldn't be able to fight back against her. It'll probably either knock me out or kill me. In any case, what I had was equally deadly. My stun gun was very powerful. One shot would be all it took. What happened before was proof of its power. Rika knew my stun gun was a lot more powerful than her spray. She was being extremely cautious. What do you think you're doing in my house, huh? If you aren't moving, then I'll come with you. Threw a pile of newspapers at her. The pile wasn't tied together, so the newspaper flew all over Rika. I jumped at her immediately after. I shoved my stun gun into her and pulled the trigger. Rika spasmed and fell to the floor. You fool. Hesitating in a fight where a single blow wins. Only amateurs just glare at each other. I don't have a single clue about how advantageous the first strike is when a single blow can decide everything, dude. As an aside, this is one thing I always used to say, and I still agree with it. If you're ever in a street fight, right? Or something, any fight, if you have to fight ever, okay? People always have this weird thing. Like, if you ever see street fights, you see like two dudes like lined up against each other or something. Nobody ever wants to throw the first fight. And I know maybe they're like, oh, well, I don't want to be responsible for whatever, dude. If both of you put your fists up, that's a legal agreement. What I'm telling you right now, okay? Fucking throw the first strike for this reason right here, okay? Yay, take the advantage. Have the element of surprise. Why would you let them get the first strike? That's all I gotta say. The spray bottle rolled in the ground, but she still had the syringe. Rika was down, but I couldn't let my guard down either. I kicked her in the side and clambered. Never seen that word. That's such a weird... Whatever. I took the syringe. I held Rika's arm down and gave her the shot. Oh my god, yikes. Guess we're about to find out if it's the suicide drug or not, huh? My actions could hardly be called gentle. I injected her violently. I injected everything that was in the syringe. Rika began to convulse. I stood back and watched for what would happen to her body. Of course, I still had my guard up. While I assumed that drug would incapacitate her immediately, I didn't know exactly what kind of reaction she would have. Look at you. Did you really think you could defeat me? Think again. After a few more convulsions, Rika unsteadily got to her feet. It's ridiculous. How can she even stand? I looked at my stun gun. Damn it, the power was on the lowest setting. Maybe it had been readjusted when we were rolling around on the floor. I changed the setting to the maximum. Rika turned pale and started sweating all over. I didn't know its exact effects, but if Rika had given me the shot, I'd be the one experiencing her symptoms. She looked really sick, so obviously she must have been feeling awful too. She couldn't even focus. She was very wobbly and had her hand on the wall. She'd lost her balance, and it must have been hard for her to even stand. She didn't look so brave anymore. Rika wobbled some more and moaned as if she was about to throw up. Rika looked scary as she moaned and wobbled, but at the same time, she looked kind of funny, too. Certainly, she hadn't even dreamed she'd be getting the shot herself. As the man sows, so shall he reap. That's what you get. This is funny, so funny. Please don't throw up here. Go to the bathroom, okay? I'm gonna enjoy how long it'll take for you to die. Oh, but that means I can't torture you later, huh? I've been planning to use the nail table on you, so either you choke on your own vomit and die, or I pound nails into all 10 of your fingers. I wonder which it'll be. Okay, I know. Let's move to the underground shrine storage. I'll put you to sleep so I can move you there, okay? I walked up to Rika, my stun gun making popping sounds. When Rika saw the sparks from the stun gun, she moved to grab a huge kitchen knife. Oh, you still trying to fight? It makes things more fun. I have so much I want to ask you. I would suggest you back down. Well, actually, even if you do, you'll go through the same misery anyway. Sorry, but I'll refuse that invitation, you torture maniac. What she said wasn't anything I'd expect to hear from the Rika I knew. But I didn't hesitate. I had the advantage, so I didn't need to worry. Besides, this was coming from the last survivor of the Furude family, one of the 3 families. That sudden change somehow felt natural. Compared to what the 3 families have done, this is nothing. Thank you for that high praise, though. I should be proud of myself, huh? So? Are you seriously thinking about fighting me with a knife in that condition? You can't even stand straight. You're right. Like you said, I'm at my limit. But if that means getting captured and tortured to death by you, then sorry, I'm taking my leave. Taking your leave. Try it if you can. was clear who held the advantage here, but despite that, an odd thrill filled both of us. We lost our minds wasn't a fitting phrase for the people of Hinamizawa. It was a feeling of release when modern demons could stop pretending to be human. Yes, this was a mad banquet of demons, with the savoring of blood and devouring of flesh. Attended by the head of the Furude family and the head of the Sonozaki family, the old families whose blood is closest to the madness of the demons. I stood in front of the hallway so as to block her escape route. The windows had grates, and the door had a safety chain on it. If she turned around, I'd hit her with my stun gun. In this situation, what did Rika Furude mean by taking her leave? Is she gonna kill herself? Rika got her knife ready. I expected her to aim at my stomach when she attacked, so I took a stance with my stun gun in my hand. Rika, however, suddenly turned around. I carefully watched to see what her next move would be. Rika put the handle of the knife to the wall and held it in place. Yeah, she's killing herself. What was she doing? Goodbye, Torture Maniac. I won't give you the satisfaction of killing me. Oh my god, what a fucking pimp! Rika reared her head back and slammed her throat against the knife on the wall. Her blood splattered all over. Rika bent backwards repeatedly and let the knife slash at her throat, again and again. Her neck and chest were dyed red. I'd always thought blood was darker, but her blood wasn't dark. It was so bright. I must have been confused, but it looked pretty. After doing this several times, Rika turned around. Her eyes were wide open. She didn't look like she was from this world. Her face looked like something both living and dead, both real and artificial. It was very scary, eerie, and above all else, pale. Although her face looked unearthly, it was a very appropriate face for a demon. I didn't have a mirror, so I couldn't tell, but I was sure I looked exactly like her. Rika continued to violently slash her throat. It reminded me of someone trying to break a huge piece of ice with an ice pick. That was exactly what Rika looked like. The white chips of ice coolly flying through the air. What I saw before me was a beautiful sight. Every time Rika struck her throat, tiny drops of red blood splattered the boring white world around her. It was like a dance. A dedication dance by the final head of the Furude family. The demon's last dance of dedication to Oyashiro. Upon seeing that literally blood-curdling dance, I let out a fierce roar. I had no reason to do so. I was howling like an animal. We were like animals trying to kill each other, both getting covered in blood. And inevitably, as one convulsed in a pool of that blood, the other threw back its head and howled. My body shivered with the joy I felt inside me. This was death, the most final of judgments, and it was right before me. The demons howled, screamed, and roared. The roars faded and my voice started to change from the voice of a demon back to that of a human. As a demon I roared, but as a human I sneered. Rika was covered in blood from her neck down. Her blood was pouring out, making a little noise. Rika was still staring into my eyes. I stared back at her. I wasn't sure they were still eyes, though. They were no longer human eyes, but the eyes of the dead. Rika. No. Rika's corpse vomited blood from her mouth and nose and smiled. Then she dropped the knife. She stuck her hands out and turned her palms upwards. Her wiggling fingers reminded me of an insect's legs. Those fingers reached for her own throat. I'd never seen anything like it. I'd never seen anybody do this before. Because Rika was scratching at her own throat, and he is the fucking suicide drug man! What the fuck? Oh no, this makes things even worse now. Dude, Rika might be also evil. Because Rika was scratching her own throat. She was ripping her own throat apart. Maybe that wasn't a good description. She was trying to rip out the inside of her throat through the opening she'd made with the knife. Her fingers found the biggest tear. Rika smiled. At least that's what I would have called it if she was alive. She ripped open the tear in one tug. Upon hearing my scream, Rika died and fell on her face into the pool of blood. That was it. She didn't get up again to show me her throat. I stepped back from Rika Furude's body and bumped into a wall in the hallway. I roared again in admiration of the ritual dance of dedication of the head of the Furude family. Joy ran through my body, my blood rushed through my veins. I won, I defeated her. I then realized I disposed of the heads of the 3 families, the core of the curse of Oyashiro. Everything was finally exposed. The curse of Oyashiro and its masterminds were all exposed. I disposed of the leaders of the 3 families who killed Satoshi. The head of the Sonozaki family died of a heart attack. She was at the bottom of the well along with a wheelchair. I apprehended the head of the Kimiyoshi family. He continued to tiptoe until he died. The head of the Furude family died, in a way that was perfect for the final head of the 3 families of Onigafuchi. I did it. I accomplished my mission. I defeated all the masterminds who killed Satoshi with the curse. This is where she gets the bad news that she didn't actually. Satoshi, you were powerless. You didn't have the means to fight back. Those evil people simply sneered while they let you die. After making you as a member of the cursed Hojo family, I will never ever forgive them. They believed you deserved to die because you were one of the Hojos. As long as it was done by the curse of Oyashiro, they didn't care how you were killed. I will never forgive those people for creating this world. What could I have done to save you, Satoshi? I couldn't save you. Shion Sonozaki couldn't do anything else at the time. If I was Mion, not Shion. If I was Mion that day, I could have saved you. Mion could have saved you. That's right, I remember now. Shion. She said she wanted to eat red snapper sashimi that day. I was supposed to eat that. But Shion pouted and cried. That was why I let her switch, just for that night. I'm so confused here. Is she, like, I understand the whole meme that she was saying that, like, I get that they were saying that they were, like, I'm guessing the whole meme is because she believes, she said earlier that she believed that she was actually Mion, that she let her be Mion. I don't know if she means, like, I don't know if she means Mion literally, or if she means Mion as in, like, the demon within her. This is sort of a weird meme that she's going on. Shion was never treated well, so I felt bad. That was it. I was being a good sister. That was it. When morning came, the world had been turned upside down, and it had remained so until today. We weren't twins anymore. Yeah, so there you go. So she's just saying, yeah. What was that supposed to mean? Wait, Mom, listen. I'm Mion, not her. Yeah, you can tell us apart, right, Mom? Look, can't you tell I'm Mion? Come on, everyone. Tell me I'm Mion. I'm Mion. Don't call me Shion. I'm Mion. I am. Yeah, okay, never mind. Thought you just threw me for a crazy thing. Then I realized, you knew, didn't you? The relatives weren't gathering for a simple party that night. You knew. No, I didn't. I really didn't know. Huh? How can you say that? You were so persistent that day. You said you'd never eaten red snapper before, so you really wanted to try it. You never gave up asking me. I really didn't know. I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have said that. Oh, sure. You were always jealous of me. Always looking at me with those foxy eyes. That was why I switched with you every once in a while. This is so weird. She's like swapping identities with her here. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sense of this. But you weren't satisfied with just that. You became even more jealous, and that night you knew what was going on, and you took Mion from me. You took Mion from me. Give Mion back. I'm the one who's Mion. I'm Mion Sonozaki. You were Shion this whole time. Don't you call yourself Mion, you imposter. Yeah, so I guess, yeah, so she's just like losing her mind. I kicked the bars off the cell repeatedly when I roared. Compared to my roar, the metallic noise of the bars sounded like the cry of a little puppy. I'd been convinced by something so stupid. The tattoo of a demon was just a way of telling us apart. Even without the tattoo, I am Mion. That's right, yeah, okay, I get it. I gathered my hair and put it in a ponytail with the yellow band that Mion used all the time. Since I didn't feel my hair on my neck, I felt like I could think more clearly now. Two Mions looked at each other through the bars. According to our sibling rules, that was never to happen. Yeah. There can never be two of either at the same time. Shion, let your hair down. I am Mion, and Mion is here. You were never Mion. So don't pretend to be me ever again, do you hear? I said, do you hear? If you do, answer me. I took myself back to this day. Shion admitted she was Shion. How wonderful it is to be Mion. Yeah, okay, so Shion is just, I get it. Okay, I get it now. I feel great. I think I can think clearly now, because after all, Mion is capable of anything. Unlike you, Shion. How dare you pretend to be Mion? Do you have any idea? Huh, Shion? Yes, sis. Shion called me sis. And so I was Mion. Ah. The demon who had been asleep deep inside of me was finally allowed to wake up. The demon roared, and my whole body shivered to express its joy. Shion, you committed a great sin. You were Mion until now. You were in a powerful position as Mion of the Sonozaki family, yet you didn't even try to rescue Satoshi. You had millions of chances to save him, but you chose not to do anything. I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. I could have saved Satoshi. You took him from me, and you killed him. I'll never forgive you for that. Shit, this is gonna get back to like the chapter 2 memes, where it's like, they're gonna just start using their names interchangeably, and it's gonna get confusing. Shion was shaking on the other side of the bars. I will kill you. I'll kill you in the best way possible. Starting today, I'm gonna think of the best, most gruesome way to kill you. Shion, you better spend every minute fearing what's coming to you. I won't just kill you. I'll make sure your death is long and miserable. And after you're dead, I'll throw you into the well. You better apologize to Satoshi when you get there. This is what you get for pretending to be me. Do you hear me? That's your sin. Okay, hurry up and end, because my dinner's ready. Please hurry up and end this chapter. Please, help me. I need to at least clean up the kitchen. While I was putting old newspapers on the floor to absorb the blood, the phone rang. I didn't want to answer, but maybe I should. I should answer it and talk to whoever it is. Hello, this is the Sonozaki residence. Thank you for answering. This is Hojo calling. I was surprised to hear the Hojo name, but I realized right away that it was Satoko. Oh, Satoko, what's the matter? Sorry to call so late. Is Rika not there with you? Ah, yes. Ever since Satoko Hojo was abandoned, she had been living with Rika. Of course, she'd get suspicious that Rika had returned. Okay, I'm going to grab my dinner, and then we'll finish this before I eat, but I'm just going to go grab it, because whatever, I don't need a reason. I'm going to go grab it. I'll be right back. 1 second. Okay, fuck. Hopefully this is quick. I'm gonna have to speed through this. Of course she gets suspicious that Rika hadn't returned yet. Yeah, she's here. Oh, she's still there. It's long past dinner time. Hey, Satoko, I made too much dinner tonight, so I told Rika to eat here with me. Huh? Is that so? Oh, why don't you come over too? I have plenty of food left. Rika's already started eating. Oh, Rika. Alright, I'll clean up a little and head out. See you shortly. Okay, I'll be here. See ya. Click. Oh, please show me the Higurashi when they cry. Please, please, please. Stop here. Please, please, please. Please. Please! Fuck, please! No! Because it would have popped up by now if it did. No! Keiichi, I've been calling your name for a while. You have a phone call. It's from Sonozaki. Sonozaki, which one? The older sister or the younger one? I don't know. Ask her yourself. Hello? Mion? Or is it Shion? It's me, Shion. Good evening. Shion, sorry about last night. I got all riled up. You must have been worried about how I hung up. I wonder if this is where he exposes her? I think it is. You must have been worried about how I hung up the phone so suddenly last night. We're tied to the same fate. Making sure the other is alright is the only way to guarantee our own safety. Yeah, I agree. We absolutely need to share whatever info we have, so that we don't die like Takano and Tomatake did. I heard Keiichi swallow loudly. Let's continue where we left off. You'll listen without getting angry this time, right? Yeah, I'll be fine. Keiichi agreed to be quiet and listen. I explained the dangerous situation Keiichi was in once again. Just like how evil people in the village attacked Takano and Tomatake, they might attack us any day. It was ironic, of course, that while I was warning him, I was the one who made sure the curse would fall upon him. Let's report anything we notice that seems strange. If we connect all the tiny pieces that we have, then just maybe we'll find out who killed them. Or maybe even the truth behind the incidents of the past few years. You're right. You're right about that. And I'll start since I suggested it. I feel like somebody's been watching me lately. What? I was making this up. I just wanted him to realize how urgent the situation was. Might be my imagination, but I'll tell you anyway. I think it's just me, but if you feel like you're being watched 2K, then maybe it's not just in my head. Well, don't worry. At the very least, everything's fine with me. It seemed like nothing had happened to Keiichi today, at least. And now that the heads of all three families were gone, it was possible the curse system had been destroyed entirely. If that was the case, then Keiichi might not be attacked after all. But if there was someone who did want to attack him, that meant part of the system was still alive. In other words, my mission wouldn't be accomplished just yet. Keiichi is like a litmus test in this situation. I'd know whether or not all my enemies were gone depending on if Keiichi got bitten. He sure is a very useful man. After that, I went along with what Keiichi said. I made sure he was fearful of Mion as well as of the three families. I explained to him the possibility that the whole village was involved and that the curse of Oyashiro might be some sort of system. Then I remembered Shion wouldn't know too much about the disappearance of the mayor, so I continued. I just heard this myself. Is it true that Uncle Kimiyoshi went missing? You mean the mayor? Wait, Shion, you haven't heard? I don't know anything. I just overheard my father talking about it on the phone again. Yeah, actually, last night after the meeting, he didn't come home, so the whole village was in a panic. They searched all over Hinamizawa, but if they found him, then I haven't heard. The police should be searching for him as well. Well, why didn't you tell me something that important right away? Sorry, I thought you already knew. I didn't want to hide or anything. Okay, what should I do? What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets from each other, right? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it. It was just that, well, the conversation got turned around and we're on the same side, right? I won't get mad, so just tell me. Uncle Kimiyoshi, I told him everything. Old man Kimiyoshi, he's someone you feel comfortable confiding in, Shion. Yes, he would when I was little. He was really nice to me. All I did was play tricks on him, but he would always just smile. He listened to anything I had to say. He was such a kind person. Calm down, Shion. It's not like he's dead, right? Don't lose heart so easily. Keiichi tried to make me feel better, but he had no idea what was actually going on. It really made me laugh. That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse. See, this is like the cringe part, because she actually exposed herself. Oh, so that someone saw us and to get us out. Does the mayor know how absurdly Takano and Tomatake died? Yes, he knew about it. I told him that they died by Oyashiro's curse, that I could be made a sacrifice to calm his anger. I just said it straight out. Right, what then? Uncle Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled, then told me if I was remorseful about it, there was no way I'd get demoned away. He was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him. I actually got a little sad while saying that. Uncle Kimiyoshi had been so reliable. I was happy when he said he would protect Shion. I was truly happy. If only he hadn't said anything to insult Satoshi. It's my fault, because I confessed everything. Stop it, Shion. It's not your fault. No, it is my fault. I told him our secret. Uncle Kimiyoshi found out about everything. So he has to have been killed. It was right after I confessed to him, after all. He disappeared the same night, and he told me everything I was going to be on. Why did she say this, man? I'm assuming she was trying to make a convincing lie, but she just ruined it. He disappeared the same night. He told me everything was going to be alright. It was such a strange feeling. I wasn't upset at all. But as I pretended to be upset and muttered words of prayer for Kimiyoshi's safety, I started to feel that emotion growing inside me. I was only pretending to be distressed to fool Keiichi, yet the emotion I feigned began welling up inside me. I felt like I was being consumed by that emotion. So the words coming from my mouth weren't words I intentionally... Okay, well, that's your excuse, I guess. There were words that consuming emotion forced me to say. It was like someone else inside of me was doing the talking instead. And I was just watching that someone talk from a short distance away. I would never have told him. All of this should have only been our fault. Only the four of us. It wasn't something I should have told someone else. He got killed because I told him. He got killed because he knew. He got killed because I confessed to him. Hey, stop. If they were doing that, then they would obviously have killed you before killing the mayor. It doesn't make sense. You or I should have been killed first. Why would other people die before us? It does make sense. They must be planning to kill us last of all. Huh? What? They start by killing those we're close to, and then after they cause us so much pain, they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing. What I just said scared even me. Killing our loved ones first to harm us emotionally, and only then kill us at the height of our suffering. Whoa. I felt something crawling up my spine. That's awesome. It's an awesome idea. I must not be human anymore. I really am a demon. A human could never think of such cruel things. That would be one incredible hell. Your close friends dying one at a time after being tortured.
And this is why I think that Shion is also the villain in part 3, or I should say chapter 3.
And after all that, you yourself get killed? What a great way to destroy someone's life. Why was I getting so excited about this? Because I could get going with the plan right away. Rika, it's Rika. What did you say just now? Well, the truth is, I told her about it. I told Rika today. Rika, you mean Rika? The one from the Furude Shrine. Yes, Rika. I felt so scared and uneasy that I did it. I told Rika. When you did, what did she say? The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure. That's what Rika said. I'm sorry, Shion. I'm a bit worried. I'm worried about Rika. Alright, if you're that concerned, then don't worry about me. Please go find out whether she's safe. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll call you again tomorrow at the same time. When I do, you'll know I'm still alright. I got it. Fuck, I'll be waiting. Okay, bye. Sorry, I'm hanging up. He hung up roughly. What a hilarious conversation with Keiichi. Everything was just too damn funny. Keiichi Maebara, go ahead and struggle helplessly. Run all over the village and see if the curse is still alive. Go ahead and see if my enemies are still around. I laugh for a while, then calm down. I already got rid of the bicycles and shoes belonging to Rika and Satoka. Oh, so she just killed Satoka. My house was, for the moment, taken care of. I could expect Keiichi to run around in a panic, to ask for help from someone, and then ultimately come to Mion. More than likely, the youth group would end up looking for Rika like they did with the mayor. I'd probably have to endure another long night again, knowing nobody would find her. I decided to wait until the phone rang. I killed time by watching TV until it did. Okay, are you serious? I'm gonna get really mad if this is a joke. I scolded Keiichi for suspecting that Rika had disappeared. Me, if it really is a joke, don't get mad, smile. It would be a joke, after all. I need to go make sure whether it's a joke or not. You're right, sorry for getting upset. Rina rebuked me. When she looked quiet, I felt that she could be very terrifying under her skin. I had no basis for that impression, but I still felt that way. I just didn't like her. I had disliked her ever since that rainy day at the bus stop. It wasn't that we didn't get along, though. How should I put it? I was at a loss for how to explain it. Aha, that was it. I found a good example. When I was little, I always wanted to play tennis. I had my relatives take me out to a tennis court, and they praised all my skill. I was doing nothing more than hitting a ball with a racket, but they told me I was talented, and that made me happy. When I went to school, I told my classmates I played tennis, and they told me that I was talented too. Then one of my classmates, who was usually very quiet, said she also played tennis. Not only did she play, but she took lessons. Although I bragged about my serve, I was no match for her. I felt lonely and insulted that everyone was paying attention to her and not me. What you're saying is you're mad that there's someone who matches your ability. She was usually very quiet, but suddenly I realized that she knew more and had a lot more experience than me. Rina at the bus stop was just like that. I thought of myself as a demon now. I'd awakened a part of me that was half human and half demon, the part that lived in Onigafuchi village. In fact, I'd already stepped into a world where normal humans couldn't go. I'd already surpassed my human limits. I genuinely thought of myself as a superior being, having transcended the realm of mortals. When my eyes met with Rina Ryugu's, I felt what I did long ago with tennis. Why? That she's the actual demon. That Rina's worse than her. I mean, that would fit my theory. I did put heavy sus on Rina. Why did I feel that way with Rina? I'd heard that in the animal world, during battle, animals glare at each other to display their strength. Only humans have to punch or kick each other to feel superiority or inferiority. Most animals can tell just by glaring at each other. In that case, could it be the same with Rina? Me, are you okay? Yeah, sorry, I haven't slept since yesterday, Sorry. Keiichi climbed up a ladder and tried to peek into the window on the second floor where Rika and Satoko lived. It was my job to hold down the ladder. Rika cautioned me to hold on tightly. Me, I'm gonna go check the main house just to be sure, okay? I'll be right back. Okay, be careful. Rina ran off after that. When I looked up, I saw Keiichi trying to open a window, but all of them were locked. What did Rina mean by main house? Keiichi asked me from the top of the ladder. It's the Furude family's actual house. After her parents passed away, I think it's been left like that. Ah, right. Rika's parents. They passed away, huh? Satoko's also an orphan. Her parents fell from a cliff because of Oyashiro's curse. Then her older brother, Satoshi, he disappeared. Satoshi, I've heard that name before. He's heard the name before. I felt anger growing inside me. Don't you know whose desk you're using every day? You act as if it belongs to you. You drop food on it while eating lunch. You drool on it while taking a nap. Don't you know who it really belongs to? Why am I acting this way? I'm Mion. Satoshi doesn't even exist anymore. He was demoned away. It's hardly Keiichi's fault that he didn't know. It really isn't his fault. Satoko and Rika have been living in the shack ever since. Neither of them has any family, but at least they're together. They help each other out. Didn't Rina say there was a main house? Wouldn't it be easier to live there? I think she tried that at first. She said it was hard, though, because it reminded her of her parents. After everyone in Satoko's family died, she started living with Rika. It only made sense. Satoko and Rika were best friends. They didn't care about the Hojo family or the Furude family. They had been best friends since before the dam conflict. The reason why the curse never fell upon Satoko, Rika Furude probably had a lot to do with it. That made more sense than anything else, at least. Satoko was pardoned from the curse of the Hojo family, all thanks to Rika Furude's arrangements. Satoko had never been a victim on the night of Watanagashi. According to the curse system I'd uncovered, the last survivor of the Hojo family still living in Hinamizawa would be the perfect target for this year's curse. Therefore, whoever was responsible for executing the curse must have tried to take her life. However, nothing happened to her, proving that Satoko had escaped from the curse. That was really and truly infuriating. She might have been the head of the Furude family, but I still couldn't accept that such a little girl had enough power to protect her best friend. Mion. No, actually Shion. Shion must have had the same power then. Just like Rika protected Satoko, Shion could have protected Satoshi. Damn it, damn it. Rika and Satoko, they have it hard, huh? She's cursed, huh? Mion, what did you say? I said she's cursed. Mion, why are you making that face? Satoko Hojo, she's been cursed by Oyashiro. I can't accept that Satoko was pardoned from the curse, although she was a member of the cursed Hojo family. So this is the time when we see the red eyes. She was one of the cursed Hojos. Satoshi wasn't pardoned, but Satoko was. She was cursed, but she got away. She escaped the curse, but Satoshi didn't. I can't accept that. In fact, Satoko should have been the one to be cursed the most. She cornered Satoshi physically and emotionally. That was why things got weirder and weirder, and in the end, everything went crazy. When I think back on it, it was Satoko who I hated most of all. She cornered Satoshi. I don't know what the fucking asterisks are for. And as a result, Satoshi disappeared. She started it. She caused it. If only she hadn't been there. Just as Rika Furude and Satoko had lived happily. Maybe there had been a happy future for me too. Maybe Satoshi and I could have started our lives together no Kinomiya. Yes, I feel like a Satoko's existence caused everything. Satoshi had to kill his aunt because of Satoko. The three families used that need to create the curse, and then they killed him. The police were convinced he just ran away, but he'd never do that. He was the type of person who always did his best at everything, all by himself. He was doing the very best he could for his only sister, yet he was forced to vanish. He worked so hard for Satoko, and although he was living just for her, he was erased. Poor Satoshi. He was so underappreciated. That girl knew no gratitude. She was cursed. If you got near her, you'd meet the same fate. You'd be cursed or die, or disappear. That really was it. She was the main cause behind it all. She wormed her way into Rika Furude's good graces, and that was why the curse fell upon Satoshi. She should have died first. Then Satoshi would still be alive. If he was still alive, I could have done something for him. I can't forgive her. I can't forgive Satoko. I can't forgive that girl. I mean, you killed her, right? There can be no peace with her. There can be no peace. Or maybe she didn't kill her yet. She was the perfect target for the curse of 1983, the curse of Oyashiro. Rika Furude, the reincarnation of Oyashiro. Rika was dead. The reincarnation of Oyashiro had died. There was no more god in Hinamizawa to deliver the curse. I'm the one who has to deliver it now. I am Mion Sonozaki, the head of the Sonozaki family, one of the three families of Onigafushi. Now that all the heads of the three families are gone, there is nobody to surpass me. I'll deliver the curse of Oyashiro and nobody else. I'll deliver it. I am the curse. I have become Oyashiro. I felt hot bubbles boiling over deep inside of me. I could tell the demon inside of me wanted to roar. I noticed Keiichi was looking down at me. Calm down, Mion. He can't tell what you're thinking. Calm down, calm down. At that point, I heard footsteps coming closer. I saw 4 or 5 adults accompanied by Rina running towards us with flashlights in their hands. The dinner is still warm. Come on. One of them opened the lock on the cabin door and we all went inside. Of course, there was nobody there. Satoko and Rika lived alone. I doubted Satoko would have left a note saying she was going over to the Sonozaki house when Rika had went there already, but it wouldn't be fun if she had. Because of that, I hurried into the room ahead of Rina to make sure there was nothing left behind. The rumor of Rika and Satoko's disappearance spread around the village quickly. More and more villagers gathered at the Furude Shrine. Acting in place of the head of the Sonozaki family, I commanded them to search the village. The villagers nodded and scattered. How long had it been since the last time I was truly Mion? I felt so pleased that my body almost went numb. Lots of villagers went in and out of the shrine. They yelled at each other that she was nowhere to be found. Some suggested other places to look and left. They made a lot of noise with their comings and goings. Members of the women's associations brought out huge pots and gas cookers from the storage and got ready to cook for the men. That was when I noticed Keiichi unsteadily walking towards a copse of dark pine trees. What was he thinking? How stupid of him to be alone at night like this. If a person responsible for executing the curse was nearby, he wouldn't come back safely. Me and we went all around Ojaga Lake but didn't find anything. We tried to light up the pond, but we're gonna have to wait until the sun is up. Okay, thanks for your hard work. The women are making some miso soup, so please rest up and have some. Mion, do you know where they usually park their bicycles? No, they probably park them at the bottom of the stairs leading up here. I don't think they'd come up while carrying them. We can't find their bicycles. Where'd they go? If they left on their bikes, they could have gone pretty far, maybe even as far as the town. If that's the case, we'll have to look outside of Hinamizawa. By the way, who first noticed that Rika was gone? Ah, it was Kei. He suddenly had a hunch. Oh, that Maybara kid, huh? He's a little suspicious. Speaking of which, why hasn't the Maybara family shown up when we're in a crisis like this? The Maybaras still haven't joined the town council, so they're not in the youth group's phone directory. Really? Well, ain't no helping it then. Huh? They joined, didn't they? I think it's just their name isn't in the directory yet. The last time we updated was at the beginning of the year. They just moved here, so that's why they aren't on it. That Maybara kid's hunch is still suspicious. They do say the first one on the scene is the most suspicious. Where'd he go? Saw him walking over towards the pine trees. Can someone go get him? Conveniently, I saw Keiichi and Rina walking back towards us. Okay, where did you go? I was worried you disappeared too. Sorry. It looked like nothing had happened to Keiichi, so that's fine. That means I took care of all my enemies. Oh my, holy fuck, how much longer is this gonna go? I know I smelled something good coming from over here. I'd be much obliged if you'd allow me to have some. I heard the loud, sticky voice of a middle-aged man. It was Oishi. You must be confused about this year's incident. The scale of the curse this time is nothing like the previous ones. Oishi's information network is about equal to or better than the one of the elders on the town council. In other words, he could easily uncover a rumor that was circulating through the underside of the village. He must have came here to see if the disappearances of Kimiyoshi and Rika had something to do with the changing of the lock on the ritual storehouse's door. The police will come for me sooner or later. I am Mion Sonozaki. By removing all of the heads of the three families, my enemies, I have become the head in their place. I can't allow Mion Sonozaki to continue existing. I'll have to destroy the existence of the head of the Sonozaki family. When I destroy my own position, that is when my revenge will come to an end. More than likely, I'll have Oishi witness my final moments. My eyes and Oishi's met. Damn it. He thinks I'm suspicious already. You're right, Oishi. I did it. Mion Sonozaki, the head of the Sonozaki family, is the culprit. Hehehe. Please be the end here. Please. You motherfucker. How? Okay, thank you. I was about to say, god damn. How much longer? It's a long-ass chapter already. Okay, holy shit. Let me fucking eat my dinner, bro. Okay, so there should be 2 chapters left. Okay. Fuck. Jesus. Okay, let me find a video here so I can eat. I was blasting there. What's a good video to watch? So I don't want something that's too long. What to watch? What to watch? It's funny, I have no issue. The problem is because all videos I normally watch are super fucking long, so I can't just pull one up and watch like fucking 5 minutes of it. Holy fuck, there's legit nothing. Let me just refresh my homepage a few times. There's got to be something.
Humans are.
I hate that shit. Okay, let's see here. Oh, I was watching this video. God, what was the video? Here, boom. Awesome. I'm 10 minutes into it. You guys get to watch the 10 minutes. Okay? Boom. Cool, I'm muting. I'll be. Well, I'm here, but, whatever. I'm muting.
そのぐらい揺れる。で、そういうとこなんで、釜石はしけるときはここで200が止まっちゃう。
But this centre of iron and steel has become a shadow of its former self since the closure of its last steelworks in the late 1980s. When the breakwater opened in 2009, Kamaishi was fast losing its population. The cost of the breakwater was considered far too much for a city in decline. And only 2 years later, the 2011 tsunami delivered the final blow to this ambitious structure.
で、北底はほとんどやられてしまってんだけど、で、南底は半分ぐらい。結局逃げる時間を稼ぐ貴重なその時間、それを作れたっていうことがものすごい。実際には効果なかったらうちの家族生きてない。その経験してでもチャンスが生きれるチャンスっていうのは時間、間違いなく。
Researchers came from all over the world to study the remains of this model breakwater and to determine whether the structure did help, despite its near total destruction. And the results are positive. PARI, the Japanese Port and Airport Research Institute, concluded that the breakwater delayed the arrival of the tsunami's first wave by 6 minutes and reduced its height from 13.7 metres to 8 metres. So the wall has been rebuilt at a cost of about $850 million.
津波の、被害を日本人は映像で初めて見ました。この規模の、津波が人々の家や人自体を流していく様子を。でその時に大きい構造物で、対応してくれるという話があれば、それにすがりたいという気持ちは社会全体であったと思います。その社会的な意思決定の中でそのことを言うと、命とじゃあなんか景観と自然とどちらが大事なのかって、もう決まりきったそういうその問いが出されるわけですね。
Akahama is one of the few villages to have refused a giant seawall. The initial project was for a wall 14 metres high, but it has been lowered to 6 metres, small compared to most in the region. Heading the opposition is Hiromi Kawaguchi, an unlikely rebel considering what he experienced in his village.
何が起きてどうなったかも全然判断がつかないようで、家族も探すこともできない、連絡取ることもできない、どうしてんのや、どこにいたのや、何があったのかっていうことも聞くこともできない。気がついた時にはそれこそうちを含めて周りも集落ももう人生のどん底に向かって走り出しただけだ。母も女房も 孫も亡くしたから3人。それで一人でこ
Happy
こに生活してん
fucking
だもん。
hands.
8年目に入ってるわけだから、もう参っちゃった。日本は島国。海岸にはずっと漁師な生活してるわけ。海からの恵みをもらって生活してるのに、今災害が起きたから海を恨むんだっていうのは誰一人思ってない。来るならこいつ感じの。絶対負けませんよっていうのは島国の漁師たちの気持ちだ。誰から聞いても。お前らの津波ぐらいに負けていられないよっていう気持ちはみんな持ってやってる。
Bro, if a fucking tsunami hit, I'd be getting the first bus out of town. Fuck that.
Despite losing his family and his home, Hiromi Kawaguchi organised fellow villagers to decide their future. He wanted to rebuild the village without a seawall, or at most have a small barrier, one that wouldn't interfere with their livelihoods. At first, the residents of Akahama did not support him. Why turn down jobs and a government-funded project? But after a few meetings, they rallied behind him.
まだ国自体がゴタゴタしている最中に福島、宮城、岩手で末端市町村で民を出したっていうのは初めてなもんだからびっくりしたわけよ。これまででいいのか、はい、数えてんだべ、はい、数えてないです。大丈夫。そして今度の津波で全滅になったわけ。それで考えたのは、国が考えたのは14メートル50の防潮堤っていう、そこの内側に集団もう一回建ててもらうんだって。それに反対したのは私。同じことを繰り返すなって言って、人間が作ったものは必ず壊れるわけだから。防潮堤、コンクリートの耐用年数は50年って決まってるんだけども、実日本工業規格でね、風化劣化潮水が当たれば25年から30年しかってもたないの。だからこの間の震災で古い堤防壊れて流れたでしょ。みんな豆腐みたいに浮かんで流れてんだよ。そんな防潮堤ってあれへないでしょうが。だからこの町にどういう人種が多いか、やっぱり漁業が主体なんだっていう。そうするとこういう漁業者の皆様にもここに14メートル50の防潮堤をボンと立てて、底辺が65メートル来たらこっちまで来るわけ。そうするとこれがまた奥に出会える可能性もあるでしょ。そうすると自分たちが養殖している漁場にも影響があるわけ。漁場を今度は別なところに持ってかなきゃ。
Hiromi says the seawall breaks the connection between the residents and the ocean, a bond that has provided him and his ancestors a way of life for centuries.
Bro, like, I respect this guy, but he's fucking cracked. And not in a good way.
Further down the coast, other fishing villages have similar concerns about seawalls. In Rikuzen Takeda, oyster farmer Atsushi Fujita also feels the wall cuts him off from his livelihood, the ocean.
海と一緒に見ながらこうずっと子供の頃から来たっていうのがあって、その普段うちからでもどっからでも海が普通に見えてた生活がもうなくなったっていうのがすごいこう皆さん私含め普段の生活の一部がこう剥ぎ取られたっていう感じのそういう思いはありますね。こう囲まれたところで仕事するっていうなんかこう圧迫感はありますよね。
In 2011, a 13-metre high wave left Rikuzen Takeda in a state of absolute desolation. With 1,765 victims, this village paid a very high price. The government response matched the scale of the disaster. In Hirota Bay, the once modest 4-metre high seawall has now been replaced by one 3 times the size.
なきゃねえ方がいいですよね。
眺めながらはいいっすよね。これ殺風景で。これじゃあね、ちょっと。
これじゃあ埼玉群馬で飲んでると一緒ですもんね。
どこに行ったと同じですよね。
同じですよね。
磯の匂いをするけど。
These days, the only view at Atsushi Fujita's oyster restaurant is the wall. But the problem is much more than aesthetic. By cutting the inhabitants off from the ocean, the wall that is meant to protect them is actually making them more vulnerable to future tsunamis.
防波堤が低いとちょっと高台に上がっただけでもまだ家柄でもすぐほら地震があってから海の変化って見れるんですけど、これじゃもう海がどんな様子かっていうのが見れなくなってしまうことがあります。岩場とか普段干潮満潮で見れない海底のものとか潮が一回ガーッと引くんでこれ相当大きいなとか大したことねえなとかそういうのはほら大体身で判断できるんですよ。
The wall is also damaging their ancestral tradition of oysters, Rikuzen Takeda's prized product.
ここに陸前高田市に気仙川っていう大きな川があるんですよ。で養殖物っていうのは汽水域って言って真水と海水が混じるところっていうのがすごいいいものができるんですよ。でその真水がこの 12.5 メーターの防波堤を建てることによってこれをベースから基礎って入ってますよね。その基礎っていうのが約8メートルぐらい入ってるんだそうです。そうするとその湧水が流れで来ないじゃないですか、自然の水が。だから養殖物に影響が今後どんな感じで出てくるのかとかそういう心配があるっていうことを一番言いたかったんですよ。次の規模が 3.11 よりも大きいかもしれないし、それより小さかったらこの防波堤があったから守られたんだなって思うかもしれないけど、先のこと誰も分かんないじゃないですか。で今をみんな生きなきゃダメなんだから、海っていうのは仕事し
Drink water, just for you.
生活のあれじゃないですか。
Giant concrete seawalls are being built on a scale never seen before. In a country known for corrupt links between the state and the construction sector, the post-tsunami reconstruction is a chance for government to reward construction companies for support and donations. It's also a way to boost the stagnating Japanese economy. Back in Taro, the students are learning how the faith the residents put in the wall led to disaster.
Bro, I get it's like culture. Can you imagine going to school in like a sailor uniform like this?
逃げましたけど、3
I
メー
feel
トルの
bad
津
for
波
them.
大
They
丈夫だな
didn't
と
have
思
a
ってま
uniform
だ
in
家
my
に行き
school.
たかった。あと一旦逃げたんだけど、家にも物を取りに戻って家で
This guy also definitely took a speedball before this. He is
この防
talking
潮
a
堤
mile
に
a
上が
minute.
って津波を見に来た方、その方が残念ながら命を落としていくわけですね。津波が来たよ、逃げて。これがオーナーの声ですね。さっきのおばあさんに向かってそこから叫んでいました。おばあさん、津波来た、逃げろってね。やっぱりここにいても津波が見えないからここさ上がらざるを得なかった、そういう弱点がありましたね。津波来たよ。これだけの1000年に一遍の津波が黄色い線の第三防潮堤駅の方ですけど、
I could be a Valorant
津
man.
波が襲ってきたわけですね。1000年に
Not
一遍の津波
tonight.
が
It's
ね。
got UFC, but soon I could
The
be.
brutal realities of a tsunami are clear, and the lesson is Flee the moment the alarm is raised. Do not trust the seawalls can save you. A study carried out at Tokyo University found that the presence of seawalls added 30% to evacuation times during the 2011 tsunami. So while coastal barriers delay the
Dude, I gotta
arrival
say,
of the
it feels
wave,
so nice
they
to be in an
also delay
area
the
where
departure
the
of
fucking biggest
inhabitants.
natural disaster.
Walls give residents a false
Dude,
sense of
I actually hope so
security.
too. I fucking pause this for a second. I fucking hate Tyron Woodley. Okay, I'm a huge Wonder Boy fan, and I agree with the draw on the first fight, but Wonder Boy getting the fucking L in the second fight is the biggest dog shit I've ever seen in my life. Continue.
その後に言われた教訓だそうだけど、この辺じゃ大きな地震津波の時には天然湖、
Also, his rap music fucking sucks.
簡単に言えば家に戻らなくてもいい、家族が会うとかそういうの後でいいんだと。特に自分で自分を守るということなんですね。
Every year, Natural Disaster Prevention Day aims
If
to
his last
instill the
3 fights are
survival
anything to judge
reflexes
by, he's gonna get
needed
fucking
in case
plastered.
of an earthquake or tsunami. Evacuation plans and ensuring quick and easy access to higher ground have proven more successful at saving lives than
I am like
seawalls.
99,
For the
I'm not
2011
99.
tsunami, it was more this
I'm like 90% confident Stipe wins. I understand everyone's like, oh, he's improved. Sure, dude. He's also, in his last like 4 fights, fought a combined like 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He's had no time to show he's improved, even if he has. He got so fucking rolled by Stipe in the first fight. I can almost guarantee what's gonna happen if he doesn't just like kiss of death him and knock him out in like a minute. If Stipe takes him down, he's gonna have like a fucking mental breakdown. There's just no shot. I just don't see it happening. And if you look at the first fight, there's 2 times in that fight, just in the first round, where Francis caught Stipe clean and he just kept going. Like, don't get me wrong, he shot for takedown after. He definitely got rocked. But, and there's not to say that he can't knock him out, because he definitely can. But I just don't think it's gonna go down the way most people think it's due. I'm also kind of a huge Stipe fan, so I'm biased as fuck. But after that first performance, I don't know how fucking crazy that the money line is against him. I might even bet on fucking Betway before tonight.
collective disaster awareness rather than seawalls that explains why the death toll wasn't much higher. If heading for the hills is good advice for
Honestly, it's so
individuals,
unfortunate.
Hiromi Kawaguchi believes
He
it
actually
could
wasn't
be a
doing
good
too bad
solution
against
for
Francis.
entire
I
towns and
remember when I
villages as
watched that
well.
fight, I thought he took a dive because of the short punch he took, but he just got caught clean.
赤浜ここはみんなブラックの人たちを全部体育館に集めて説明をして先祖から守ってきた土地もあるだろうしお墓もあるみんな捨てがたいとこがあるわけだけども自分も捨てるからみんなも捨ててほしいって言ったいだわけそして集団に提案しただからマウンコの大魔
Yeah, dude, I don't know. Like, Francis definitely fucks people up. Guy is, like, definitely one of the most insane power punchers ever. But if you follow boxing at all... Okay, fuck this video. We'll just finish talking about this and I'll continue. But the big thing that this reminds me of... This is like Fury versus Wilder in boxing. It's almost like an exact parallel. It's close to a parallel as you can get for MMA. You have a guy who's just like a pure knockout artist. He's terrifying. He doesn't have to be perfect the whole fight. He catches you once, he wins. But you have Fury, who's just like the way better boxer. It's just not even close. There's not even, these two guys don't exist on the same fucking level at all. And yeah, he has to be close to perfect for the whole night. But this is the thing, man. In reality, he really doesn't. If you watch that second Fury Wilder fight, as long as he's perfect for the first few rounds, like, you're fucked. And that's the same thing with Ngannou. I am 1,000,000,000% confident that if Ngannou does not win in the first round, it's going to be a long-ass fucking night for him. He does not win if that fight goes past the first round. No shot he wins a decision. I don't know if the guy's ever gone to a decision in his fucking career. But there is no fucking shot for him to get out of the first round and win. It just doesn't happen. Because he's going to be gassed. Put it this way. Even if it goes past like 2 or 3 minutes, he's fucked. Because he's a big fucking boy, man. Stipe is like... Stipe cut a lot. I think Stipe is like 230. Yeah, dude, he got fucking rolled by Meakashi, and then he was like so gun-shy. And I think dude, that fight is so fucking bad. It was such a bad fight. Derek Lewis is also super fucking overrated. He's another guy that kind of relies on power, and it doesn't... I don't even know if I would say Derek Lewis is more skilled than Ngannou, but they're exactly the same type of, like, fighter. They're just pure knockout, not much technical aspect to it, which you can get away with in heavyweight. But, like, dude, if Ngannou is like a Cody Garbrandt that weighs, like, 130 pounds more. Like, that's it. Minus, like, the emotional fucking head case. But I think what's going to happen, personally, I think if Ngannou gets taken down pretty cleanly early on, I think he's just going to go back to the same thing, and he's going to get stuck in, like, this... He's going to get stuck in this thing where he's like, man, I have to worry about the takedown. Oh, God, but I also have to worry about his striking because Miocic isn't a pushover in striking either. Like, this isn't Ben Askren you're standing across from. The guy fucking outstruck DC, and I know DC isn't known to be the greatest striker ever, but DC fucking was beating the brakes off John Jones in that second fight before the head kick. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it was the third fight. I think it was the second fight, though. So, like, I don't know, man. Yeah, there's something going on with Ben Askren tonight. I don't know if it's today or if it's... or what's going on. I don't actually know because I kind of don't really give a fuck. But let me see. Holy fuck, Ben Askren is the... Oh, it's on April 17th. Okay, no, it's like a month out. Yeah, I know it's boxing. Yeah, it's a month out. I know they had a press conference, like, I think it was yesterday. I think it was the same day as the MMA one. But that's wild. Jake Paul is a pretty big favorite, too. He's minus 230 to Askren's plus 175. Like, I know Ben Askren is one of the fucking worst strikers in MMA ever, but, like, dog, the guy is resilient at least. I think he gets a bad rap because of the whole Jorge Masvidal thing, but, dude, like, that guy was a fucking killer. Like, I don't think Jake Paul's putting him out. This guy was a champ and won. And he was going to... Hey, man, I'm glad I didn't bet money on the Askren versus Masvidal fight because I would have bet on Ben. Because no shit, I think that Askren fight, it would have gone down the exact same way as the Lawler fight did if Masvidal doesn't just knock him out instantly. There's no shot. Ben is too good at wrestling. And Masvidal, it feels like Masvidal gets away with a lot of shit because he's so popular now. Like, and again, I'm a Wonder Boy homer, but like, Wonder Boy fucking beat the brakes off him. And he wasn't doing that good against Darren Till either. He got the fucking knockout on him, but I don't know. Okay, I don't want to fucking wait too long because I don't want to end up being behind the 8 ball on this. I have 2 chapters left. This should take like 2 hours at most. Let's see what happens here. Obviously, I know you have no clue what's going on, but if you want a quick summary, basically we're not playing as the actual main character right now. We're playing as like a secondary one for this chapter. And she's killing everyone. She's murdered like 4 people, I think. 4 people? Yes, 4 people so far. Well, 3, soon to be 4. Rika Furude. She was the head of the Furude family, but she never even appeared at the most important meetings. Even if she did show up, nobody would ask for her opinion, so it never really mattered if she was there or not. A legend in the Furude family says that if their firstborn child is a girl, for 8 generations in a row, the 8th girl would be the reincarnation of Oyashiro. According to Takano's research, Rika Furude is very likely to be the one. Surely she must be an important icon in the cult of Oyashiro. The true believers are devoted to her. So it's quite surprising to me that Rika Furude herself was the assassin. It's unbelievable. It's too abnormal. Usually a VIP like her wouldn't be the one to assassinate someone. It's possible that it was a Rika Furude lookalike. From the way she moved, she seemed experienced in fighting. It's not normal that a small girl like her would jump me without faltering. I just got lucky because I had a stun gun. Without it, I wouldn't know what would have happened. She was far more skilled than she looked. Was she trained as an assassin, or was it a body double? Everything is a mystery, including that creepy syringe. What's going on? I can't understand. She was like an apparition or something. Did Oryo Sonozaki know of her existence? What is hiding on the underside of this village? That underside might run much deeper than I thought. The underbelly? Are we in Dal? dog. At this point, I believe that I can complete my revenge by destroying the curse system entirely. That means that I have to eliminate the heads of all the 3 families, the successor Shion, and the assassins who are after Keiichi. Although Keiichi is completely unguarded, he hasn't been attacked so far, even though I told everybody that he was one of the trespassers. In fact, it's me who's being attacked. Rika Furude attacked me. According to my theory, Keiichi should make for very attractive bait, but nobody has done anything to harm him, since Rika Furude attacked me. It might be that opposing the Furude family is a greater taboo than trespassing in the ritual storehouse. Rika Furude had said that intrusion wasn't a big deal. She sounded like she was going to let Keiichi walk. After I accused her of that, Rika Furude, air quote, attacked me that very night. Are there 2 different factions? Horde and the Alliance? Does one handle trespassers in the ritual storehouse, while the other protects the religious doctrines of the Furude family? No, that doesn't make any sense. Tomatake's death must have been caused by the Furude family's injections. Rika showed me the effect of it herself, clawing out her own throat and dying like that. But Tomatake shouldn't have been subject to the curse, at least according to the system of the Furude family. I don't understand why Keiichi hasn't been attacked. Did he have something exempting him from the curse, unlike Takano? Just like how only Satoko Hojo was spared. Keiichi is a friend of Rika Furude's. Does that mean if you were close to her, you wouldn't be cursed? Was she more important than the whole system? That's impossible. The hag was at the top of the curse system. Rika couldn't have been higher up than her. Scribble, scribble. Are there multiple ways to determine the subject of the curse? Are there as many curse execution groups as there are subjects? And do they all work separately? It's a mess. None of my theories add up. If I mess up my reasoning, I might make the wrong person the target of my revenge. I don't understand who the enemy is, or how Satoshi was made to disappear. How much did the hag know? It really was a huge loss. I have so many things I wanted to ask her. I killed her by accident. Shit. In that respect, I've already failed in my revenge. The underside of Hinamizawa really does run too deep. I'm gonna put a note here. She said some kind of interesting shit about Rika. Yeah, because it's really interesting. I mean, we kind of knew that the syringe that Rika had must have been... I don't know if I saved or not. Yes, I did. We don't know, or well, we didn't know until this chapter if the syringe that she had was the suicide drug. But, that seems kind of clear now, so... I guess the question is what her involvement is, because it doesn't really make sense. She did nothing. She's been fucking killed in 3 of the chapters, so clearly she's not that fucking strong. Hey everyone, are you also alive? Kimiyoshi was hanging from the collar with his head turned up to the ceiling. He didn't even move when I walked in. Maybe he's already dead. Sadoko was lying on a cross-shaped restraining table. She glared at me with red and swollen eyes, which must have been that way from crying. Damn, so Satoko's still alive. Interesting. I'd wanted to put her on that special restraining table to pound nails into her hands, but Satoko was too small for that. I walked up to Kimiyoshi and poked his body with my toe. There was no response. Uncle Kimiyoshi, are you dead? Murderer! Murderer! Maybe Satoko had witnessed Kimiyoshi's last moments. I took a thick knife from the wall and stabbed Kimiyoshi with it. There was no response. Uncle Kimiyoshi, if you're alive, you better tell me, okay? You can't fool me. I walked over to the pulley that was suspending Kimiyoshi. This is your last chance. Are you alive? Let me know if you are. I paused for just a moment, then turned the pulley. Kimiyoshi's body swayed strangely in the air. It looked much more like a corpse like that. Shion, why are you doing this? I get it. The huge door to the cave was still open. I bet Satoko had talked to the one in the cell while I was gone. That's how she knows my name. Although that's actually not my name at all. No, I'm not Shion. I'm the real Mion. The The one you all thought was Mion is Shion. I fucking hate how they keep repeating the names. It's kind of confusing, huh? If you don't get it, that's okay. How dare you? How dare you kill Rika? I had allowed Satoko to watch me take care of Rika's body. Of course I let her see Rika's neck, too. Rika Furude deserved it. She came over to kill me. I just fought back, that's all. That's not possible. Rika would never do anything like that. If you don't believe me, that's fine. It's none of your business anyways. What are you gonna do with me? I'm gonna kill you. Satoko's eyes went wide. She was expecting my answer, I'm sure, but still, she looked shocked. I bet she didn't expect me to state it so openly. I heard the noise of something hitting iron bars echoing in the huge cave. Shion's voice echoed there as well. Sis, no, don't kill Satoko. I answered her clearly. Did you finally realize what you've done? Did you finally realize you didn't do anything to save Satoshi although you had the power to? That was why he was killed. You ignored millions of chances to rescue Satoshi. Yes, that is your sin. Before even finishing my sentence, I stabbed Satoko's right arm. A little bit of a sadist. Her blood started to flow out. This was nothing compared to what happened to Rika Furude. I twisted the knife into Satoko's arm. She bit down hard, crying. Stop! Don't kill Satoko! Let her go! I don't care what you do to me, but please let Satoko go! Why couldn't you say that for Satoshi? It's too late now. I was the one screaming like you back then. But no matter how loudly I screamed, it never reached them, spared him, or saved him. I want you to go through the same thing I did. I grabbed Satoko's arm repeatedly. Or I stabbed. I don't know why I said grabbed. But the knife kept hitting her bone. Didn't feel like I was cutting any of her flesh. Stop, Mion. Stop, sis. Stop. Okay, Shion. How about this? I'll tell you how you can save Satoko. Apologize to me 1,000 times. I'll let her go when you're done. How about that? I don't tell lies. If you really apologize 1,000 times, I'll keep my promise. Well, how about that? I'm sorry. Okay. She started to apologize like a broken record. She's so stupid and honest. She's not even thinking of cheating. I bet Shion really will count to 1,000. I stabbed Satoko in the wrist. Oh, but now the meme is she's gonna fucking kill her before she has the opportunity to even apologize as much as would be required. There, I felt something hard. I guess I either crushed her bone or scraped it. It must have been extremely painful for her. Satoko screamed. Shion's voice got louder as if trying to overpower that scream. All you ever do is cry to get what you want. You think your brother is gonna appear out of nowhere? Knock me aside and rescue you, huh? Yeah, right. The knife was still in Satoko's wrist. I slid it towards her elbow. Ooh. Satoko, can you hear me? Hey, listen to me. I slapped her face several times and made her look at me. Do you know what you've done? Do you know how your very existence is what cornered Satoshi? Do you know how your very existence? Brother, that's right. That's all you did to him. Every time you cried, Satoshi protected you. But have you ever even considered what kind of a burden you were to him? He wasn't some superhero. He was just like you. He was just a normal human being. Have you ever even thought of what he had to go through because of you? No, you didn't. You never even tried. You just let Satoshi take care of you. You just leeched off of him. And as he got injured for your sake, you lived by sucking his blood. You were cursed. How can you still call for him? Huh? You're now gonna pay for your sin with my help. Cry as much as you want. Scream as much as you want. And realize Satoshi will never come for you. You cornered him. You made him disappear. You killed him. After telling her all I'd been wanting to, I exhaled roughly. What's this? You don't feel anything in your right arm anymore. Okay then, let's use your left. I stabbed her left arm repeatedly and let her blood flow out. But Satoko's reactions weren't fun anymore. She didn't cry or scream like she did before. That put me in a bad mood again, so I stabbed the back of her left hand and twisted the knife again. But Satoko still just moaned. She didn't scream anymore. What's the matter? Are you stifling your screams in protest, thinking that I was enjoying your cries? That's great. Satoko was unfazed by my mad laughter. She looked at me with gritted teeth and resignation. Yes, I think that's the truth. Huh? I cornered brother. That's why he disappeared. I've known that ever since the day he vanished. I wasn't strong enough. I depended on brother. I'm sure it was hard on him too, but I couldn't stop. You're absolutely right about that. I have no excuse. Satoko didn't sound as if she was mocking me or trying to please me. She spoke so naturally. That's interesting. I never realized you were aware of what you'd done. Brother's coming back. He will come back someday. And when he does, I'm going to show him how independent I've become. I don't need him anymore. I won't hide behind him anymore. I'm going to show him that I can really live on my own. So this is like the storyline of chapter 3, basically. We already knew this, you know? When he comes back, huh? I stabbed Satoko's arm in a mad frenzy. But she still didn't even scream. She bit down tightly and swallowed her pain instead. Excuse me, holy fuck. Brother's coming back. I know he is. I'm waiting for him. And when he comes back, I'll apologize for depending on him so much. So I won't give up until that day comes. I'll never depend on him ever. No matter what kind of hardships I have to endure, I won't ask him to help me. I won't call for help. I won't cry. I won't scream. If I cry, brother will come for me. So I'm going to endure this by myself. Damn you. What do you think you're saying? If it's fun for you, go ahead. Stab me as much as you please. But if you think I'm going to cry for brother, well, too bad. I will not cry. Ever. If you refuse to believe me, then try it. Brother's watching me. He's watching me endure this. He will see that I'm not like I was before. And when he sees that, he is going to come back. Come on, try it. I will not cry. Try to see how strong Satoko Hojo is. I'll show her. Take that and then that. Brother, you're watching me, right? I've become so strong. This won't bring me down. This is nothing. This won't make me cry. I won't cry for your help. I can endure this. I'm going to endure this. This is nothing compared to what you had to go through for me. Why doesn't she feel pain? Doesn't it hurt? Why doesn't she just tell her that her brother's fucking dead? Maybe that'll do it. I've been stabbing her so much and the knife went in so deep. Her blood is poured to the ground. I've been turning her flesh inside out. How can she still talk that way? Why doesn't she cry and scream? After Satoko said what she wanted to say, she shut her mouth. She didn't say a word after that. No matter how much I stabbed her, twisted her knife, tore at her, and ripped her flesh, she didn't even make a sound. What in the world is this? This isn't the Satoko I know. Satoko was never as strong as this. If Satoko was this strong, she wouldn't have been a burden to Satoshi. Why wasn't she as strong before? It's too late. Everything is too late. This idiot's maturity came far too late. Her blood made my hand slippery and I dropped the knife. Ha 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 ha. I was covered in blood from head to toe. Satoko was still enduring the pain. She was enduring this cruelty so she could display her strength. I'm about to sneeze, holy fuck. Excuse me. Excuse me twice. Oh, fuck, excuse me. I couldn't defeat Satoko. I couldn't crush her strength. Satoko had achieved her goal. She'd become independent, so she didn't need Satoshi anymore. She still believes Satoshi will come back one day. She looks forward to a day when she can show her brother how strong she became. But Satoshi hasn't seen any of that. Instead, I, who never even thought that Satoshi would come back, was the one who witnessed her strength. What was I thinking? I thought Satoshi was dead. No, I assumed he was. Why did I? I never even thought of waiting for him. I didn't believe he would come back. I didn't wait. I tried to avenge him, but I guess what I really did was forget about him. Satoko's different. She never even thought he was dead. No, maybe she did a little. But even so, she waited. She waited for a day when she could show him how much she'd grown. She waited patiently. What about me? I didn't do anything. I wanted to forget about my sadness, so I tried to find my enemy. I became a demon, using revenge as an excuse, so that I didn't have to think like a human. I lost. I couldn't endure the pain of waiting for Satoshi, so I chose to become a demon. In other words, I got rid of my soul, the soul that loves Satoshi. In other words, I got rid of Satoshi himself. Satoko won. While she had been gritting her teeth before, her mouth had gone slack. Her eyelids were half shut, but I could see her eyes a little. They looked like she was dreaming about something happy. I know it's sort of fucked up, but like, I kind of wish there was more like, oh, this is kind of... I wish there was gore art in this game. I feel like it could be a lot like scarier, you know? Satoshi was there in her eyes. Or in it. Satoshi was there in her eyes, yeah. Satoko endured until Satoshi came for her. Satoko ran up to Satoshi. She jumped onto him. Satoshi hugged her, and they spun around. You can cry now. Satoshi told Satoko that, and she cried very hard. Satoshi rubbed her head so gently. We'll be together forever, he said, and continued to rub her head so gently. Satoshi, I was waiting for you too. What meaningless words. He was already dead inside me. I never believed in our reunion. How pitiful of me to say that. Just because I saw Satoko and Satoshi together again. As Satoshi hugged Satoko, his eyes met mine. Shion, Satoshi said. I asked you a favor. What favor? I tried to remember. What kind of favor did Satoshi ask me? I mean, he asked you to look after her. Satoshi looked at me so sadly because I couldn't remember. That sad look tore my heart to shreds. The blood flowing out from me wasn't as pretty as Satoko's blood. My blood was a slimy liquid, like vomit, filled with chunks of food in it. That was what filled my body. Whether it's a real curse or somebody's conspiracy, I won't disappear, and I won't fall victim to it. You won't disappear? No. Not until I buy that teddy bear. I'll get that money pretty soon. I won't go anywhere until then. Huh? A memory of the past? But when? Of course. This is a memory of the day before last year's with Higurashi. Satoshi called me on the phone then. My aunt is home. I have to go. Okay. Mion? Huh? His aunt was home, so I'm sure he wanted to hang up as quickly as possible. Satoshi paused and spoke. I'll leave Satoko to you. My knees and elbows started to shake. My teeth chattered and my fingers were shivering. Satoshi asked me to... What have I done? I couldn't wait for Satoshi to come back, so I filled myself with evil thoughts and acted as I pleased. I didn't believe he'd ever return. I even forgot about Satoshi's last request. How can I say I loved him? I just wanted to forget about my feelings of loss, so I made myself all bloody. How can I welcome him back now? I didn't believe Satoshi would come back. I didn't believe Satoshi was alive. I didn't think he was alive, so I thought he was dead. I believed in his death. I killed him in myself. Nobody else did. I did that. But Satoko believed until the very end. She was rewarded in her final moments. Satoko wasn't here anymore. She had no more need for her bloody, painful shell. But I'm still here. Trapped in my bloody, tainted flesh. I'm gonna rot inside it. Satoshi was waiting for both Satoko and me. But to be reunited with Satoshi, we had to keep our promises. Satoko's promise was to be strong. Satoko kept that promise until the bitter end. And Satoshi embraced her. My promise was to take care of Satoko for Satoshi. I never kept the promise from the beginning. Therefore, Satoshi will never embrace me. Even if I were to rub Satoko's wounds and ask her if they hurt, that wouldn't mean anything. That was when I felt something behind me. It wasn't Satoshi or the thing that scared me before. I didn't know who it was, but it was right there, criticizing me for my mistakes. And I finally realized it. That thing is me. I had always been there, standing behind myself and watching me break that promise. Satoshi asked me to take care of Satoko, yet I didn't keep that promise. I'd been watching that happen. I cried and gave up on myself. Wait, Satoshi gave up on me, and I gave up on myself. What will happen to me now? I don't want to be in this darkness. I don't want to be all bloody. Please don't leave me. If I give up on myself, what will happen to my body? There will be nothing left. The only thing I'll have left inside me is an evil demon. I get it. I've known it for a long time now. I am nothing but a demon. A demon doesn't feel sad. A demon can never be in pain. A demon doesn't cry. Shion was still apologizing. She believed that was the only way for her to save Satoko. Her voice was growing hoarse and weak. Shion, you don't need to count anymore. Good job. I guess she realized what happened to Satoko. Shion cried in her cell. Being a demon isn't that bad, huh? I never knew how fun it would be to see other people cry and scream. I've already had plenty of fun in this human world. Maybe soon I'll kill myself and go back to hell. But don't worry, I'll make sure I kill you first. That's why I'm here after all. Demons are pleased when they see people cry and grieve, see? Wait, you like Kay, don't you? Okay, I'll rip Kay apart before your eyes. What a great idea. I'll kill you and then myself after that. Onigafuchi Village is a village of demons. Demons came out from the swamp and attacked the village. I'm gonna attack those legendary demons and wait for Oyashiro to judge me. That would be a suitable disaster for Hinamizawa, don't you think? Okay, it's me. It's Shion. Took a long time to pick up. I thought you weren't home and I was about to hang up. Okay. Sorry, I was just in the bath. When your family pick it up for you. Could your parents be out right now, Kay? Well, no, they're not really. Anyway, have you heard about Rika and Satoko? No. What happened after that? Were they found? Nah. They haven't found them yet. Excuse me, sorry. Okay, please don't lose hope. Rika and Satoko. They were kidnapped, weren't they? Yes, I don't think there's much doubt. Rika and Satoko were... no, I mean, I'm sorry. About the mayor, what do you think happened after he was kidnapped? Do you think he's still alive? Keiichi sounded confused. He wanted to believe Satoko and Rika were still alive, which is why he was asking. Keiichi was just like Satoko. Unless the culprit was after money, the abductee would usually get killed right away. I'd never assumed they'd still be alive. But Keiichi was trying to hold on to a little hope. I could feel its strength. It was much greater than mine. I'm a demon, so I didn't come up with an excuse. I think he was killed. Hey, wait. That was abrupt. I think it must be really hard to kidnap someone and keep them like they are. As long as they're not hostages, it would be most practical to kill them once you were done with them. Kill them so readily? I mean, what's a human life or two anyway? It's a horrible thing, but that's probably what happened. If the mayor was killed, didn't that mean the same had happened to Rika and Satoko? No, that couldn't. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika and Satoko. They couldn't kill them so easily. Keiichi was still refusing to believe what I said. He fought so hard because he didn't want to kill his friends within him. I wasn't like that. I killed Satoshi within me so easily. I blame Shion for not protecting Satoshi, but I killed him so easily. Probably better to think that Rika and Satoko ended up the same way. Keiichi roared and cried. It was like their deaths were physically agonizing to him. Why? Why kidnap someone and then kill them? Screw curses. Are people's lives really that cheap? Erasing them and killing them without a second thought like this? You're right. You're absolutely right. It would take a demon. I laughed at myself. I was sure Keiichi didn't notice. Hey Shion, please tell me. Why did Hinamizawa start needing someone to die on the night of Watanagashi? That's what I'd like to know. The fighting over the dam project's already over and done with. Haven't enough people been cursed already? Why is it? Why? If there's a reason, then say it now. I understand how you feel, Kay. I really do. The dam conflict ended a long time ago. Yet murders and disappearances keep happening every year under the guise of Oyashiro's curse. Why? Why is it happening? Some of them have had nothing to do with it, and some of them didn't deserve to be cursed, so why? Why? That's what I'm asking you. I want to know that as much as anyone. Of course, the curse of Oyashiro never existed. It was just a bizarre environment that allowed people to kill in the name of Oyashiro. The environment and nothing more. Nothing would have happened unless there were demons who danced within it. Listen, Oyashiro's curse never existed. It's too unrealistic. Just like you said, someone in the village is using the guise of Oyashiro's curse as a justification for continuing these murders and disappearances every Watanagashi. They were cunning. They've been using the curse as a convenient tool and made a system where they would get rid of 2 enemies in the village every year. And this year, that system killed Takano and Tomitake. And why wasn't that enough? Why did the mayor and Rika and Satoko have to get killed too? I don't give a shit about the past. The only thing I care about is why Rika and Satoko needed to be killed. Why is that? I didn't say a word to Satoko, you know. Why even her? Why? Satoshi was speaking through Keiichi's mouth. How could I respond? I didn't know what to say. I could only feel myself being stabbed by the sharpness of those words. Kay, please stop being mean. I don't have an idea what's going on either. Everything has changed when we went into the ritual storehouse that night. When I heard that Takano and Tomitake had been killed that night, I doubted my ears. Then I realized it instantly. I realized what sort of position I was in now. The 4 of us snuck in there. Kay, you and I won't be so conveniently forgiven. When I thought about that, it made my chest so tight. It was so terrifying. You know that feeling, Kay, don't you? That's why I confessed everything to Uncle Kimiyoshi. He wasn't mad. He smiled and told me if I was really sorry, I'd never be demoned away. He really did smile at me and told me to leave it to him. I remembered Uncle Kimiyoshi speaking ill of Satoshi. I killed him, but everyone in Hinamizawa did that. I wasn't the only one at fault. When did you let the mayor know? Huh? I'm sorry, Shion. It must seem like I'm kicking you while you're down, but Shion, you told him, right? You told old man Kimiyoshi, the mayor? Yes. When did you let him know? Keiji's tone was becoming sharper. That edge was cruel, but it was a sharp conviction. It wasn't a dull edge that caused excessive pain. It had a clean, pleasant sharpness to it. Did you know that the mayor had a severe case of hemorrhoids and had gone to the hospital for treatment? Okay? Sorry, I got the hiccups. Holy fuck. What does that have to... Please answer me. If you don't know, then just say so. I knew that he had hemorrhoids. It looked like sitting down was really hard for him. He was going to the hospital. You know which, right? I'm sorry, I don't know that much, but... Okay, what does that have to do with... I want to ask you straight. Shion, when did you tell the mayor about everything? When and where? You can give me a rough answer, but please give me one. Okay, why are you asking that? Very good, Keiichi. You know who I am, don't you? It was impossible. The day the mayor disappeared, from dawn until he vanished, there was no opportunity for you to contact him. Huh? That's... The mayor left first thing in the morning for his examination at the university hospital all by himself, without telling anyone. Shion, you just said you don't know what hospital he went to, so you couldn't have contacted the mayor until he got back. Isn't that right? His train back was delayed by an accident, and he didn't return to his house until the meeting was about to start. So there was no time for you to have told him before the meeting started either. Shion, did you go to the meeting too? Did you attend it and tell him there? If you didn't, then If you didn't, then there wouldn't have been any time left. After the meeting was over, the mayor disappeared on his way home. With the meeting, You didn't even go to the part-time job you said you went to that day. I'll cut to the chase. You haven't been seen since we were at the library together. Okay, Shion Sawazaki disappeared. The day of Watanagashi. Bingo, okay. I'm impressed. Uishi says you've been missing. Despite that, you've been calling me every night like this, haven't you? Please, Shion. If something I said is wrong, please say so. Shion, I'm begging you. Corner me even further. Corner me so the demon inside can't come up with excuses. So that it can't escape. Shion, there's no way you could have seen the mayor, but if you did see him, the only time I could have possibly seen him on that day was... Then you saw him after the meeting. In other words, it could have only been right before he disappeared, or else afterward. And she's laughing, yeah. I screeched and screeched with laughter, then slammed down the phone. Very good, Kay. That's right, it's me. I'm the one. Hurry and corner me. Hurry, let me be free. Was he going to tell the police, or was he going to come here by himself? I wondered which it would be. If the police came, I'd struggle as much as I was able. I'd see how good Uishi would be at catching a demon. If Kay came here alone, that wouldn't be smart of him. He couldn't complain about being eaten by a demon then. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him gruesomely while Shion watches. Therefore, Kay, you shouldn't hold back. I only ever thought you were just a funny guy. I never thought I could expect so much from you. Nice-oo! Nice-oo. It took them a long time to come for me. Okay, this is weird, dude. We're like really going quick. I had to wait until the following morning. I opened the gate without checking who was ringing the doorbell. I didn't even care who it was. If it was the police, that'd be fine with me. If it was Kay, could he defeat me? Keiji and Rina were there. Well, this is unusual. Aren't you two going to school? We stayed home today. Kay is one thing, but you too, Rina. You two are such troublemakers. I laughed. Well, let's not just stand here. Come on in. I don't think Rina would come. I thought it would be either the police or Kay alone. Try tricking Kay into coming with me to the underground storehouse. Rina, why don't you try and figure out what I'm attempting to do and stop me? You too, Kay. If you figured out I was Shion, why don't you try to figure out the rest? I will act like a demon. I will struggle until the very last moment. So don't hold back. Please don't hesitate to kill a filthy demon like me. Mion, first, I have something to apologize for. You do? What for? Well, on the night of the Watanagashi, the ritual storehouse behind the shrine, I went in there. I didn't expect this to start with an apology. Okay, so he admitted his sin of entering the ritual storehouse. I guess that was manly of him. I don't even care if the storehouse is forbidden anymore. Whatever. The rule came from those who believed it was even a sacred place at all. Mion, you called Rika and Satoko the day before last, didn't you? I don't remember doing so. If you have a reason to think so, could you let me hear it? It was evening before dinner time. Rika should have come here, bringing a big bottle of soy sauce, to have you share some with her. Rena spoke with confidence. She wasn't even trying to gauge my reaction. She was simply telling me the truth. That cleverness was very pleasant to see. Why do you think that? It's not hard to understand me. You saw it too, didn't you? Rika's room. It was chilled tofu but no soy sauce. Plus the big bottle of soy sauce that should have been under the sink was nowhere to be found. Is that why she would have come here? Rena sure is sharp. I tried to beat around the bush, but she was confident in her conclusions. She was cornering me. She's doing a great job, too. It really put me at ease. Okay, Demon. Rena knows what she's talking about. What kind of excuse are you going to come up with now? It's a long explanation, so I'll get to the point. The contents of that refrigerator provided a vivid account of what you said over the phone when you lured her out. There it is. This game is over. Rena, I was right about you. I don't like you. You really are just too sharp. Shion is so obtuse that she never even recognized this side of you. That's... I had no idea such an incredible detective I had no idea I had such an incredible detective right next to me the whole time. I can't believe you'd figured out everything, down to the phone conversation, just from what was inside the fridge. You got me there. You've got me. I laughed like crazy. I laughed because I was having so much fun. I sensed the poison inside my stomach dissipating and felt free and refreshed. Mion, the police have suspected you for a long time now. Uishi's officers have had the house under observation so that they could break in at any time. Kei was threatening me. He was telling me I couldn't run or resist, so I should just surrender and accept my fate. You aren't doing that intensely enough, Kei. Shouldn't you grab my collar and knock me to the ground? Today is the day I'm prepared to die. After that, they went easy, because they just wanted to know the reason why Mion committed such crimes. You're all being too lenient about this. I'm a demon. I'm a murderer. Are you saying that if you can understand the reasoning, murder is okay? A demon is a demon. A murderer is a murderer. Whether motive is to have fun, to live, or to take revenge, that makes no difference. Why do you even want to know that? Why don't you just tackle me and take me to the police? Look there, the demon is trying to deceive you. It's a pleasure to meet you both. I'm the successor of the Sonozaki family, Mion. Welcome to the Sonozaki family house today. I'd like to greet you on behalf of our leader, Oryo. You seem to want to ask various questions. I'd like to answer everything as clearly as possible. What a kappa. I told them about the strange events that led to Onikifuchi becoming blah blah blah. About half of it was the truth, but the other half was completely made up. I just made it sound like it was only natural that their best friend committed such a gruesome crime. Holy fuck! Keiichi and Rina were both overwhelmed by the history of Onikifuchi village, which was swallowed by this gloomy fate. Oh well, I guess it made it sound interesting though. I'm sure they enjoyed hearing me tell the story, but you know, I'm the one who committed the incidents that happened in present time. What was the point in listening to those old folktales? Are you thinking it will make your best friend's crime easier to swallow? You're just trying to satisfy yourselves. I'm a demon, a murderer. I have sinned. These old folktales have nothing to do with the crimes I've committed. The way these two listened to me so intensely almost made it fun. I told them that people used to make canned human meat and conducted gruesome research during the war. Those were things Takano told me. Hey, you two, haven't you realized it yet? Haven't you realized that what I'm talking about has nothing to do with what we're dealing with right now? You both look so serious. You two are such fools. So the Hinamizawa village might once again be more like Onikifuchi village, so that we may again be a sacred existence worthy of worship. That's the mission of those who inherit the demon of the Sonozaki main family. Those who inherit the demon. For generations, the Sonozaki family had a custom of including the character for demon in the names of its successors. If you write out my name on your hand, it should appear plain as day. Keiichi tried to write me on its palm. Oh, she's right. The character for demon is in there. Not only in my name either. The demon is engraved on my body as well. I stood up and made to show my bare back. Of course, I don't actually have a tattoo there. It's okay, me. You don't need to show us, okay? Dude. I don't want to, like, jerk myself off too hard. But can we get some fucking respect on the kid's name for literally sussing out this whole mystery before it even happens? It's okay, me. You don't need to show us, okay? Thank you. I laughed a little. They must really believe that I'm their best friend, Mion. My goodness, the demon has won already. They were doing so well at the beginning, too. I eventually sat back down after I finished telling my made-up tearjerker stories. It's your loss if you shed any tears now. Sorry, I'm writing notes here. It's your loss if you all shed any tears now. I looked at Keiichi. He wasn't crying, but he was overcome by emotion. I looked at Rina. Surprisingly, she still maintained an aggressive look, showing me her will to fight. Eureka and Satoko. You killed them, didn't you, me? You're good, Rina. You know, what I just told you isn't an excuse for murder. You usually act like such a goofball, but that's not how you really are. You sure are something. You're far sharper than Shion. I'm not saying that it's okay if you killed other people. Regardless, me. You killed Rika and Satoko. I'm not trying to justify what I've done. I have a demon inside of me. The demon is in my name, in my body, and also in my soul. But the demon wasn't the one who killed them. I did. Mion Sonozaki did. Rika and Satoko died because Mion wanted them dead. That will never change. You're right, Rina. Come on, Rina. Try to figure out who I really am. You still believe Shion, my victim, is the real culprit. Poor Shion. Making Rina believe that you're responsible. That was it for Rina, though. She couldn't figure out I was Mion. Please, turn yourself in. Rina spoke to Mion. We'll go with you. We'll never leave a friend by herself. Crying children and Rina are the only things I can't beat. Too bad, Rina. I've won. I'm well aware of how serious my own crimes are. Even if they accept me turning myself in, I'll probably never be able to come back here. So I'd like you to hear one last selfish request. What is it? 30 minutes is fine. Just let me have some time alone with Kei. Huh? Keiichi looked startled to suddenly hear his name. Dude, I feel so fucking betrayed that I felt sad at this time because I thought Mion was like laying it all bare. I hate Shion even more than I did before. You're so insensitive, Keiichi. That's what made my sister cry. Keiichi, is that okay with you? If you don't want to, then I won't make you. She's right. It's okay if you don't want to. After all, I'm a demon. Kei is a bona fide human who moved here from somewhere else. For us to be compatible, as long as Oyashiro doesn't exist to mediate, it simply isn't possible. Keiichi hesitated a little. Come on, Kei, condemn me. Condemn me and tell me you'd never go, hey, well, you're talking to the fucking condemned god right here. I press condemn more than anybody on the planet. Sure, that's fine. Thank you. Fool. I'd like to thank you too, Keiichi. Rina stood up. As promised, she made to leave. It's fine, Rina. You can wait right here. I just want to go around to the garden with Kei. If you're bored, you can go to my room. You can read any manga you like. If there's any volumes you want, you might as well take them. I don't want to. Mi's books belong to me. Rina couldn't bring them back home with her so freely. You're such a good kid. Only at times like this. I took Rina's head and rubbed it like Satoshi used to do to me. Okay, let's go. Okay? The game was over. Too bad, Rina. At least this was more fun than if Kei came alone. If he did, he could have asked me to run away with him after hearing my stories. Rina's eyes were like those of a judge. In those eyes, I sensed both affection and observance. I said 30 minutes, so she would probably only wait for 30. If I took even a second longer, she'd call Oishi. I'm a little disappointed. Rina still thinks I'm Mion. I really hope Rina drops like a fucking like, pah, right at the end, you know? She didn't manage to see through me. I thought someone like her would see the demon in me. Guess I was wrong. Too bad. Keiichi followed me after putting his shoes on. Can I hold your arm? Such a humble request. I don't mind. Took Keiichi's arm. It was as warm as Satoshi's. I felt a little bewildered. You get kind of nervous with your arm through mine. You're not thinking, for example, that I'd suddenly put you in a world-class joint lock or anything. You two say the same things. I don't think that at all. He was remembering the time when I'd held his arm in town. I think Shion liked you, Kei. I see. Told him how my sister felt, but he didn't know. Shion was with Satoshi for a long time. Yo, Siri, fuck off! Good! Then fuck off! I don't know why Siri turns on randomly sometimes, sorry. Shion was with Satoshi for a long time. But what they had was friendship. Never had anything more than that. That was why she fell in love with Keiichi. If I were in her position, I would have also fallen in love with him. If Shion was able to fall in love with him, then I could fall in love with him too. Keiichi smiled gently. I almost saw Satoshi in that smile. The Keiichi I knew was worthless and superficial. I never realized he could smile like Satoshi. Mion and Shion, you got along well, didn't you? Well, I wonder. Kei, do you think your right hand and left hand get along? Huh? My right hand and left hand? I don't think you could describe them as getting along or not. It's how our relationship is. You can't measure it by how well we get along. We'd been together since we were born. We've been living in this world as a pair. But I was Mion and she was Shion. Mion was treated specially, and I insisted on being her. Of course, that was unpleasant for Shion. Deciding to be fair, we switched places all the time. We were probably different from other identical twins. We didn't only like the same things or do things the same way. We even managed to share our knowledge and experiences. When we talked about our experiences, we could share them. As Mion and Shion, we shared everything. That was why each of us was both Mion and Shion at the same time. No, maybe Shion was the only one who thought that way. I was a little different than that. I was simply letting Shion be Mion once in a while. I was Mion, the successor to the Sonozakis. I was supposed to be treated specially. I always thought that was my privilege. Just like everyone tried to distinguish between Mion and Shion, I also tried to distinguish between us. For example, one of your hands is dominant, so there will always be a better hand. If you only had one oven mitt, you would put it on your dominant hand without thinking, right? I think maybe it was like that for us. That doesn't mean, though, that anyone would be okay with losing their left hand. It's that kind of unexplainable relationship. I think that maybe you lived too close together and just stopped being able to see it, but I think that means you get along really well. I'm an only child, so the day before the festival, I was really jealous of when you and Shion were messing around with each other. I think you're jealous of something that doesn't exist. Yes, we twins used to have a lot of fun trading places with each other. Now that we have such distinctly different personalities, our resemblance only gets in the way. As an older sister, I felt I was mean for thinking that way, so as punishment, I became Shion. Who am I? I was about to say, her identity is just totally dissolved at this point. I was Mion, then I was Shion. I should have just accepted that, but something had changed. I don't even know if I'm Mion or Shion anymore, exactly. Had I really been stupid enough to hope that Rina would figure that out for me? Shion is still alive. Really? Keiichi looked into my eyes. I nodded quietly. Yeah. I've been thinking to give her the most horrible death of all, so I kept her locked up. I never did think of a good way to do it, though. That was a lie. I'd already come up with ideas, and I've already begun to execute them. I dumped the hag into the well in front of Shion. I dumped Kimiyoshi and Rika in there. I even killed Totoko, too. And right now I'm plotting to kill Keiichi, who Shion fell in love with. I am a demon. Any such gruesome act is simply pleasure to me. That's why when I felt a warm hand rubbing my head, it wasn't Satoshi's hand but Keiichi's. Keiichi and Satoshi's are totally different. Why did Shion fall in love with him? His rough hand didn't make me happy. That he understood my feeling was just my imagination. I wasn't happy, and it didn't feel good. Come with me, I want you to see all my sins. Although Kei, might be the worst thing you've ever seen. I'm gonna commit my final crime. I'm gonna let you see it. I'm gonna let Shion see it. When I do, are you still gonna think I'm your best friend? Poor Shion. Kei's gonna die thinking it's you who's killing him. If you want to turn back, now's your chance. I don't know what impression you have of me on Sonozaki, but it will surely change once you go inside. It'll never change. I'll say it as many times as I need to. Mion Sonozaki is the best friend I could ever have. You're such a fool. You don't sound cool at all. I don't understand human feelings because I'm now a demon, but I think I can understand why she loves you. I opened the iron door to the underground storehouse and beckoned Keiichi inside. Come on, Keiichi. It's obviously a trap, don't you see? This basement is transparently suspicious. Don't you think you should run to the police? But Keiichi was reckless. He swallowed and stepped inside. You really are a fool. We went down the stairs to the basement, and I let him into the torture room. Everyone is shocked their first time visiting this room. I used to be that way. Of course, Keiichi looked surprised too, but he was trying not to show it. Obviously, he wanted to express his shock seeing this horrifying room, but he also knew if he voiced that shock, that he would be rejecting his best friend, who was trying to confess her sins to him. So he did everything he could to stifle his surprise. According to something a family head from a long time ago wrote, blood splatter has impact despite the fact it doesn't tax the sacrifice. Tanagashi was meant as a deterrent after all. My ancestors thought up all different kinds of showy torture. That's a space for the audience. Well, Tanagashi is a deterrent after all. It wouldn't make sense if there were no guests. Excuse me, man. Holy fuck. Ugh. Keiichi smiled quietly as he listened to me. No matter what cruelty came out of my mouth, he would embrace me. Was this really the superficial Keiichi Maebara I knew? Right here is where I killed everyone. There were no spectators to watch me, but I held a Watanagashi of my own. Well, perhaps there was one spectator. A spectator? Me. I, the demon, was watching the entire thing. The entire time Mion held the ceremony. How many hints do you need, Keiichi? When are you gonna figure out I'm not really your best friend? Come on, hurry up. You're running out of time. The game's almost over. This was a game. It was a game of murder. I had killed people using my revenge for Satoshi as an excuse. The demon was trying to capture Keiichi and kill him before Mion's eyes. But Keiichi had a chance. If he figured out I wasn't his best friend, then he'd win. If not, he was out. When did I come up with that rule? Guess it was sometime today. Or did I come up with it just a minute ago? Since the two of them aren't too bright, I decided to be easy on them, I guess. You are Mion's best friends, right? Don't you believe in her? If you already made Mion into a murderer within yourselves, why don't you try to protect the Mion within you? Why don't you try to believe your friend can't be a murderer? If you could believe until the very end like Satoko did, you would have realized I wasn't Mion, your best friend, but just someone who looks like her. But if you can't, if you still believe that I'm Mion, then you're just like me. I killed the Satoshi within me so easily, and you will do the same. You don't deserve to live. Back there's the prison. Is Shion there? You're not gonna make it. Once we reach Shion's cell, your time's up. The demon will win. Shion, is that Shion? Kei? Is that you, Kei? Keiichi ran to the cell. Are you alright, Shion? Are you hurt? No. Shion screamed. I was standing right behind Keiichi. It was time. My preparations to kill the boy she loved were complete. For her, this was gonna be the worst possible torture. Calm down, Shion. Everything's over now. Everything. Keiichi tried to quell Shion's distress by talking to her in a calm voice. It was such a funny sight. Keiichi was the only one who had no idea what was going on. Shion, how have you been? No more, please. No more. I don't want to see anyone else die. If you hate me, then just kill me already. I'm the one you hate most, right? Kill me. Kill me right now, sis. Calm down, Shion. It's all over now. It's gonna be alright. So calm down. Relax. I won't kill you. No, not just yet. It's game over. I gave you enough chances. You courted me quite well once, but that was it. You couldn't figure out that I'm not your best friend, Mion. You couldn't believe that Mion isn't a murderer. Please stop. Don't kill Kei. Kei has nothing to do with this, does he? If you're gonna kill someone, then kill me right now. I don't want anyone else to die. You want to die that badly? Then after I've killed this man, I'll take my time making mincemeat out of you. In accordance with ancient rites, I'll do it slowly, starting with your extremities. I'll shave you down and mince you to bits. I had that mincing machine set up specifically for you, after all. Or would it be funnier if I were to mince up Kei in front of you? Hey, quit it already. What do you have to gain by scaring her at this point? No, Kei, run away. Here you are, demon. Go ahead and take my soul. I've been living my life to avenge Satoshi, but that wasn't what he wanted from me. That was just my own satisfaction. I couldn't even face Satoshi, so I'll bring this to an end in the way I want. The world became a total mess. Satoshi hates me and I hate myself too. I'm gonna complete my revenge. I don't want anyone to sympathize with me. I won't pretend to be some tragic heroine either. I'm gonna become a murderer that nobody could sympathize with. So please, grab a suitable final moment for me, or grant suitable. A bluish-white flash filled the huge cave. Keiichi fell down like a doll. Shion reached out to him from the other side of the bars. She screamed at me not to kill Keiichi. Go ahead. Cry and blame me. Don't even think of offering your forgiveness. I'm the most rotten existence in this world. So please, grant me the worst possible ending. Shion begged me desperately to let Keiichi go. I simply abused her, slandered her, and disgraced her. The more Shion suffered, the deeper I'd fall into hell. It wasn't enough. It wasn't even close to deep enough. It wasn't deep enough to compensate for my sins. I dragged Keiichi to the table that I tried to put Satoko on and restrained him there. Keiichi began to move sluggishly. The stun gun must not have worked too well on him. Can you hear it, Shion? I'm gonna get started now. Savor Kei's fresh screams to your heart's content. Okay, I'm gonna quick save here, because I actually want to know what the bad end is. Give it a fucking rest. Keiichi's growl resounded from the pits of his stomach. What a delightful sound. It was like he wanted to rip me apart. Awake at last, are we? I lied to you before, you know. About having wanted to give Shion the most miserable death of all, but locking her up because I hadn't thought of a good way yet. That was a lie. I smiled menacingly as I laid out the huge nails and hammer specially made for the nail table. I'll kill her, but only after her soul drowns in the screams of the many people who died because of her. Wouldn't that be poetic? Who are you? Huh? I'm Mion Sonozaki. Did the fear drive you out of your mind? No, you're not. There's no way you can be Mion Sonozaki. My hand stopped dead in its tracks. Okay, shit. I decided it would be too late once we reached Shion's cell. So the name guessing game is already over. Oh well, whatever. Bring it on. I'll listen to you. This is your last chance. Oh yeah. If I'm not Mion, who am I? Come on, Kay, guess who I am. Try and save Mion, the girl who fell in love with you. And then I heard it. I most definitely heard it. Keiichi's mouth trembled as he spoke the words, yet his eyes shone with a strong conviction, and he spoke the truth. You're Shion, aren't you? Wow, you're right. You actually won. You're amazing, Kay. A strange feeling fills my chest as I shiver. I had convinced myself there was no way he could guess. But he did, and I couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. This Keiichi had yet again pierced through my disguise. You aren't Mion. Give me back the Mion whom I was with until just now. Who are you, huh? You aren't Mion, right? Huh? Like I said, I'm Mion. No, that's not it. That wasn't what I meant. You aren't Mion. Why do you think I'm not the older sister? I don't know. Just a feeling. In my mind, memories of the time Keiichi recognized me at the toy store had been revived. Yes. Even back then, Keiichi could tell that I wasn't my sister, Shion. I had feigned composure and offered a comeback with a straight face, but on the inside I was shook. We were both capable of becoming Mion or Shion, but because I was the real Mion, and was only Shion legally on paper, reversing the roles was even more easier for me. That's not English. Be even easier or even more easy. Our tones of speech, quirks, and even our auras. We had both mastered each other's habits so perfectly, even our own parents were unable to tell us apart. In fact, wasn't that exceptionally sharp Rina not able to figure out I wasn't her best friend Mion after all, despite being so close? So why? Has this Keiichi actually seen through my disguise twice? Huh. Why do you think I'm not the older sister? My ears perked up, eager to hear the answer. Keiichi's reply was a soft murmur like an insect's whisper, as he gasped for breath and pain. His voice was so quiet it was nearly inaudible, but I could almost recognize the words on his lips. Yes, just a feeling, he says. Wow. Yet again, it was just a feeling. Didn't he say the exact same thing to me that time at the toy store? How nice, how nice. What a splendid answer. You'd think why my sister, of all people, fell in love with him. However, no, rather it was exactly because of this. Along with my raving madness, the blood that was swimming in my veins until just now rapidly began to turn chill and coagulate. If I were to describe it, it felt like stagnant muddy water flowing through a gutter. Even now it was all so hilarious I could fall over laughing, but I didn't smile. On the contrary, my face was vacant and austere. Like a no mask of frigid ice, and then the darkness seeped into the innermost depths of my mind, and I was already parting with my self-restraint as a human being. I reach out and touch Keiichi's hair, matted with sweat and caked with blood. Keiichi whips his head away at once in disgust, as if he were staving off a housefly, and glares at me defiantly. Don't touch me, you damn demon. Give her back. Give Mion back. Give me back my best friend Mion. Having lost liberty over his whole body, he continued to howl and cry as if he were spewing blood. I was supposed to have sold my soul to the devil and become a demon, but faced with such a bitter rejection, I felt the crumbled remnants of my emotions stir within me. My throat begins to itch, the crooks of my elbows, my wrists, and every other joint of my body begins to tingle and prickle, and I feel irrationally restless. The more the restlessness and irritation piled up, the more the squalling, whimpering person beside me felt bothersome, revolting, so awful I could slaughter him right away. To be frank, until just now I had no intention of killing Keiichi. I was truly ready to spare at least his life if he guessed the right answer. That was the rule I had decided upon. Okay, I'll admit it. Just like Shion, I'd also fallen in love with Keiichi. He was incredibly silly and good-natured, unbelievably warm-hearted and gentle. Talking to him made me feel contented. Besides, I even sympathized with him. Unlike the lot I've dealt with so far, Keiichi was indeed just a victim, caught up in my selfish revenge drama. Now that my revenge against the Sonozaki family was almost complete, I didn't mind saving him. That may sound too convenient, but perhaps the human side of me that was fond of Keiichi wanted to save him, in order to seek his forgiveness for my actions. But I've changed my mind. Having witnessed Keiichi guess the right answer before my very eyes, my heart was suffused with a stinging, gaping, overpowering darkness, as if it were freezing over. Why? Why was Shion alone able to meet such a wonderful person? Satoshi could only make a vague distinction between me and Shion. Satoshi abandoned me and ran away. However, this Keiichi trusts Shion. He's defending Shion, whom he values as his best friend, by seeing through my lies. And as a result, he gave up on me. Detestable, maddening, despicable, enviable. So much so that I want to kill them. That's right, the moment he defended Shion, he became one of them. He's equally guilty. You low-life scum. I despise you. I despise you, you fucking piece of shit. Please stop. Don't kill him. Kay, get out of here. What a nuisance. Shion's screams coming from the corner of the chamber were enjoyable before, but now they felt unbearably noisy and pissed me off. How about I just get rid of Shion first? I wanted to kill her after she had the most exquisite taste of anguish and terror, but now I could barely suppress the indiscriminate urge to slaughter welling up within me. Keiichi was relentlessly yelling his protest toward me. His throat closed up eventually, and he gasped for breath, hoarsely continuing to demand Mion's return. Kay, this may not be something pleasant to take to the grave with you, but you really seem to want to know, so I'll tell you just one thing. The demon had already been dwelling inside me for a long time. It had been gnawing at my heart, trying to spur me to violence, but I suppressed it with reasoning. The demon calmed down, and I convinced myself that it had disappeared. As it turns out, I was wrong. The demon never left me. It had just been asleep inside me. Yes, when I learned about Satoshi's disappearance, my ailing heart had crammed itself with rage to compensate for the despair. Holy fuck, this is a long, bad ending, man. But that was the limit of my insanity. I would never have snapped. Time had healed me, and my memories of Satoshi were neatly wrapped up and pushed into the back of my mind. The demon had awoken again thanks to a certain small opportunity. What do you think that opportunity was? It really was the smallest of things. This might be a strange thing to hear from a demon, but you're the reason everything got so messed up. A tear rolled down my cheek. That's right. Back then, if you hadn't given that doll to Mion, none of this would have happened. You probably can't understand. I don't expect you to. But you see, after that, everything began to topple over one by one, like clattering dominoes, and it all got out of hand. It's normal you didn't realize because it was so small, but as the person to knock over the very first one, you were the cause of this tragedy. Back then, if Keiichi hadn't shown any affection, Shion wouldn't have been overjoyed. She wouldn't... This is such a weird... She wouldn't been overjoyed. She wouldn't have been overjoyed, and cheerfully boasted about him to me. As I was listening to her, I was reminded of Satoshi. I became jealous of her for having someone she loved so close to her. It was a very small jealousy, but it awoke in the demon who was sleeping deep inside me. After that, I just let the demon take over. The demon fed upon the copious amounts of sadness I held for Satoshi. And in return, it committed heinous acts that Satoshi himself would never be happy with, all in the name of avenging him. And now the horrific events that had followed were inviting me to the realm of demons that had no return. That can't be, can it? I'm not surprised you weren't aware. Even so, you are without a doubt the cause of this, Kay. Back then, if you hadn't chosen to give the doll to Mion, we could have arrived at a different future. No, that wasn't right. Wouldn't pinpointing Keiichi's small action as the beginning be the height of transferring blame? But of course we know that he didn't give her the doll. I was implying such a silly thing had awoken the demon inside me. Even without Keiichi's act, it would have awoken anyway. At the end of the day, it was all my fault. I didn't fight the demon. I allowed it to reside in my soul, and I readily offered it my heart. Keiichi didn't hide his tears. They were pouring down his cheeks. Maybe he was crying in my place as I was not free to do so, having chosen to become a tearless demon. This is why I must go on as the demon. There was no room for human emotions or hesitation anymore. And then... No, Shion's wails rasping like silk tearing apart along... Yeah. Last thing I heard were those everlasting reverberations. Wait, why is this acting like this isn't a bad end? Okay. I'm guessing because this isn't the actual timeline of what happened. Okay. Oh. Scratch wounds on her throat. I know this is a bad end, but... Hmm. Hmm. Oh, this is Mion talking. Wait, whose perspective is this? It's not Mion. Maybe it's Keiichi? Yeah, because it's not Reno. Maybe this is Keiichi. Makes me really sad, but this is kind of in a weird, odd way. This is like a happy ending to chapter 2. Hmm. Oh, this actually is really sad. Sorry, I'm just gonna skip through this. I know this is a bad ending, right? This isn't the continuation, but I just want to hear this because it's actually kind of really sad. Aww. This is so sad. Yeah. Oh, dude, this is such a good bad ending. I'm so happy I did this. This is the good ending at the end of the day. If I don't get this ending at the end of the actual game, I'm gonna be really tilted. Aww. Dude, this is so sweet. Why is this such a long, bad ending? I'm sorry for not reading this, but like, we're gonna have to fucking go back over it. Like, we're gonna delete all this anyways because it's a bad ending, technically. Well, I mean, it's actually a good ending. It's like a good ending of chapter 2, but it's just not a continuation, you know? Dude, this is so sweet. Holy fuck. And that's where we find out there was another double switcheroo and Shion lived the whole time. She's gonna fucking kill me. This is so sad. I'm sorry for not reading this, but like it's actually really long and it's a bad ending, right? I got chills, dude. No shot! No! Dude! I never should have clicked this ending! It's even worse! Why isn't Mia allowed to be happy? I'm telling you right now, if that ending minus the death doesn't come true at the end,
I'm gonna fucking off myself. You understand me?
that's why I quick saved. Why did I do that? I could have just loaded the quick save. No shot, bucko! No shot, bucko! But who would have killed him? No, I can't even go back. Because you know what I thought they were going to do? Because we were in Tokyo. I thought they were going to show Satoshi. And I was going to be like, no shot, he's alive. Dude, why can't Mion be happy? Why? No, now they're going to make me want Shion Killer. I'm actually genuinely sad right now. What the fuck, man? Dog, why are they so brutal to this poor girl? No shot. Dog, no shot. If I don't get this at the end of the game, I am going to kill this fucking dev. I swear to God, there is no shot. If they don't let Mion get her motherfucking happy ending with Keiichi, I'm done. I'm done. I'm actually hurt right now. I'm actually hurt. Like, no meme. Fully, totally, genuinely hurt. Holy fuck, man. Dude, I'm actually shattered. No fucking shot, bro. I'm telling you right now. If this fucking stupid dog shit fucking game doesn't give Mion and Keiichi the ending they deserve, or even just let Mion be happy at the end, I'm done. This game's getting a bad review. How is that fucking bad ending? That was the good ending. And you really fucking end it like that, man? I don't even care about the mystery. I already figured out the mystery in this chapter, man. This shit wasn't even a mystery. Give it a fucking rest. Keiichi squeezed out those words. He sounded good. Like he was about to bite me. Awake at last, are we? I lied before, you know. I don't even wanted to give Shion the most miserable death of all, but locking her up because I hadn't thought of a good way yet. That was a lie. I smiled as I laid out the huge nails and hammer specially made for the nail table. I let her hear the screams of all those people that died because of her, and after they've soaked into her very soul, then I'll kill her. Got pretty good taste, huh? Who are you? Huh? I'm Mion Sonozaki. Have you lost your mind from fear? No, you're not. There's no way you can be Mion Sonozaki. Okay, wait. I think a lot of this might be repeat. A demon, huh? You're not Mion. Mion was just here. Give her back. Okay, is your brain really doing okay? You're not going crazy with fear. Don't touch me, you damn demon. Give her back. Give Mion back. My best friend. Give Mion back. I listened to him with a blank expression. I know it's nonsense to demand Mion's return when she's right in front of me, but this person in front of me can't possibly be Mion. I can't accept that. That's great. So I'm not Mion or Shion. He doesn't even see me as my sister. No, wait, that's not it. Keiichi protected the Mion in his heart until the end. He didn't accept the fact that Mion was a murderer. And not just that either. He protected the Shion in his heart as well. If he didn't conclude that if Mion wasn't a murderer, then it must have been Shion. To Keiichi, Shion was someone who'd always made fun of Mion. But that was it. It wasn't like they'd known each other for a long time. But Keiichi protected her. He protected Shion from being a murderer. That's why I'm a demon and not Mion or Shion, huh? A demon, huh? A demon. That's stupid. But isn't that just right on the money? Okay, are you trying to drown me in my own tears? However, Keiichi didn't back off. He kept screaming. He kept screaming. He screamed loudly so that I could hear his voice even when I was stuck inside of a demon. You can do it, Mion. Don't lose to this piece of shit demon. You're strong. Show me how strong you are. I'm so glad that he said that now in hindsight. Because it meant so much more than just the stupid shit going on in front, dude. Guys, I'm not joking. I'm actually fucking crushed about... I'm crushed that Mion didn't fucking get her dues. Dude. I'm actually just hurt. Like, I don't even want to keep going. I will. But the fact that I am not gonna... Because you know what they're gonna do, and it's really gonna hurt. If they don't do it, I genuinely, no meme, will be pissed. If they don't fucking give Mion her happy mother fucking ending, I will not give this game a good review. Surely he isn't talking to me, knowing that I'm the real Mion, right? He's just confusing us again. So there's no reason to let my heart be disturbed by Keiichi's scream towards Mion. Come on, Mion. Mion, why did you lose to a demon like this? You're not that weak, are you? Don't give up. Fight. Fight. He's right. I didn't fight back. How did he know? How did he know I didn't fight back? I lost to a demon. I'm putting this in my notes, dude. Okay, I put it in my notes. And I'm gonna put a ton of fucking asterisks next to this. I lost to the demon. After all, I'm weak. I'm not strong enough to defeat the demon. Even so, Keiichi continued to talk to Mion. His voice had become hoarse and he'd begun sobbing. He kept mumbling, Mion, Mion. Okay, this may not be something pleasant to take to the grave with you. But you really seem to want to know, so I'll tell you just one thing. A long time ago, the demon came to live inside me. It was gnawing at my heart, trying to spur me to violence, but I suppressed it with my Yeah, we heard this already. I learned about Satoshi's disappearance. My weak soul couldn't take the sadness, and anger filled me to the brim. But the insanity had stopped there. Time had healed me and embraced me with memories of Satoshi. The demon woke up again due to a small certain opportunity. What do you think the opportunity was? You're the reason everything got so messed up. At the time, if you'd given me that doll, you got it without hesitation, maybe everything wouldn't have got so twisted. You probably can't understand. I wouldn't expect you to. But you see, all sorts of things started falling over like dominoes after that. And soon it was too much for me to control. It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of knocking over the first one since it was so small. You're the one who set them up. Okay. I'm so hurt. Shion cried and talked to me about it. That it reminded me of Satoshi. Yep. We read this, yep. Then the scary incidents that followed me dragged me to hell from whence there was no escape. That can't be, can it? It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of it. Even so, Kay, you are without a doubt the cause. If you had nonchalantly given me the doll that day, then I don't think this would have happened. Was I simply transferring the blame to Keiichi? Such a tiny thing woke up the demon inside me. The demon would have woken up eventually. I was at fault. I didn't fight back. I let the demon live in my soul. I let the demon possess me. Keiichi didn't hide his tears. They were pouring down his cheeks. Maybe he was crying in my place, since I'd become a demon and couldn't cry of my own will. Can I start now, then? The method of torture is very simple. I'll nail one of these into the first joints of your left pinky finger. Then I'll nail each one in order until I get to your thumb, and then I'll go back to your pinky and nail one into the joint in the middle, so on until I hammer 15 nails into your left hand. When that's over with, I'll do your right hand next. After that, if you're still conscious, I'll tell you. There are a lot of nerves bundled in your fingertips, so it hurts far more than you can imagine. Some people apparently pass out before you finish hammering 30 nails into their hands, so I put a nail to Keiichi's left pinky. Once I hit it with the hammer, it would start, and it would be over. I didn't hesitate at all when I was torturing the others, but somehow I do when it's you. This will satisfy your demon, Mion. If it will sate the demon, then do to me what you will. Didn't understand what he just said, so I tried to repeat his words in my head. Are you serious? Compared to how much I hurt Mion, this is nothing, right? Do as much as you want. In exchange, promise me 2 things. After you're satisfied with causing me pain, forgive Shion. She's been punished enough to make up for her crime of sneaking into the storehouse, hasn't she? You. After all this, you still care about Shion more than yourself. I am Mion. Mion Suzuki! So are my eyes growing so damp when hearing Keiichi show concern for Shion? The other thing is that when you've had your fill, you disappear. Give that body back to Mion. That's all. You know are you not even considering possibly begging for your life? Can I ask you to promise me 3 things instead of 2? The third is to leave me alive. You said 2 in the beginning, didn't you? You can't have any more. It's a shame. Even in this situation, Keiichi and I joked around and laughed. Then I knew. I knew why Shion fell in love with him. Yeah. You do know, game. And if you don't fucking give Mion her due diligence, if you don't fucking give her happy ending, you'll never hear the end of this. Do you fucking understand me? I'm dropping frames right now, but I'm still not gonna stop. You understand, right? Unbelievable. He's different from Satoshi. He's a good guy. He's different from Satoshi, but he's a good guy. I probably won't keep these promises, understand? I'm a demon after all. Guess there's nothing I can do then. Keiichi smiled and then closed his eyes. Okay, I'll agree to just the third thing, okay? Huh? Your first wish, to save Shion? It's not possible. The demon will kill her. It's already been decided, so I can't stop it. So please give up on that. I stroked Keiichi's chin. As for your second wish, to give this body back to Mion? That won't happen either. After today, Mion will never come back. From today on, even if my body remains, it will all just be a shell. Damn, look how hard my frames are dropping. But do I give a fuck? No, I don't. Because Twitch's servers are terrible. The fact that I can drop 20,000 motherfucking frames in one stream with a perfect internet connection is beyond me. Dog water fucking server. That isn't true. Mion is Mion. Don't say such sad things like that. She won't ever come back. Can you hear it? That sound. I've been hearing a noise. I knew what it had to be. A dull sound was repeating in a regular rhythm. It was accompanied by a light tremor. People were trying to force open the iron door to the underground storehouse. You're late, so Rina probably called Uishi. That spaced out girl being so quick thinking was one thing I didn't anticipate. I'll agree with you there. Really, I wonder how much Kei really knows about Rina. Rina Ryugu, I won this time. Rina couldn't figure out who I was until the end. Maybe she did. Rina didn't seem confused about whether I was Mion or Shion. Perhaps Rina could tell Mion and Shion apart even through a little bit through her sense of smell. She was good at that kind of thing. No way. I'm overestimating her. I brought out my stun gun so Keiichi could see the sparks. You've probably never seen one before, right? It's a real stun gun. It's illegally modified and its power has been increased quite a bit. Was that what you hit me with before? It's not a toy children should be playing with, you know. Huh, you're right. They must have broken the first door. The path was complicated, but there was no other door except for the one to this torture room. I won't kill you, but I will have you go to sleep for a bit, okay? Oishi will be here soon. This will only hurt a bit. Keiichi bit down and smiled bitterly. I paused, hesitating a little. Keiichi opened his eyes to see what was wrong. I'm sorry for disgracing Mion. I made a promise before coming in here. Whatever happens, the Mion inside my heart won't change. Look, forget about that. If you ever see me after today, don't come near me. By then it'll be the demon that inherited my corpse. Bzzz. Keiichi fell unconscious. I locked the door to the torture room. I locked the door to the huge cave, too. That should give me some time. Shion, come on out. I opened the cell and told Shion to leave it. She was crying. You asked me to let Kei go, so I did. He's out cold because of the stun gun. The police should be here soon, so they'll set him free. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you still have something more to do. Shion has to escape from here. I took Shion to the cell with the hidden passage. She's gonna push her down. Before that, I'll give Mion back to you. Huh? Take those clothes off. We're switching again. Here's the rubber band for your hair. Shion had no idea what was going on, but changed her clothes as I ordered her to. I gave her the flashlight, and she hung it around her neck, because this is how she's gonna get away. She's gonna make it seem as though Mion died. I mean, again, we already know. We already know. Like, we already know what happens here. We already knew this was what happened. We already figured all this out. Dude, I'm still hung up on watching that bad ending. I shouldn't have watched it out of curiosity, dude. If this motherfucking game does not give my girl Mion her motherfucking happy ending, I will suplex my fucking PC. No shot, bucko. You go first. Find the hidden escape route at the bottom of the well. Just gonna push her, of course. Because we know it said she fell down the ladder. And we know, since we figured out before this chapter, I remind you again, but before this chapter we played, we figured out that this was Shion the whole time, so. Light from the flashlight wasn't enough to entirely illuminate the way down. Nobody in their right mind will want to descend that well, but Shion obeyed and timidly climbed down the ladder. When she had passed entirely below the rim of the well, I brought out my stun gun and put it at Shion's head. Shion understood the meaning of that. Sis, I didn't kill Kei just as you wanted. You told me I could kill you instead, didn't you? I'm gonna keep our promise. Shion's hand and feet were clinging to a very unstable ladder, so there was no way she could protect herself. She was in a critical situation. You who looks like Mion need to fall to the bottom of the well and die. I look like Shion. Kei will testify that I'm the victim. I'll wait in the cell for the police to get here. I'm sure they'll eventually find out the truth from our fingerprints. But by the time they get that far, I'll be hiding somewhere else. Pretty good, huh? You killing me out of revenge for Satoshi? If you know that much, you should have been prepared. Go apologize to Satoshi at the bottom of the well. Says Satoshi isn't at the bottom of the well. Huh? Didn't you say the bodies got dumped down here? All I said was that if he was killed at the Sonozaki house, this is where his body would be. What are you telling me now? Couldn't you be a little clearer? I also liked Satoshi. Yeah, I'm sure. I liked him after all. I was very sad when Satoshi disappeared, so I looked into things, and I interrogated Granny. I even thought about throttling her. Then she told me. She said she was only telling me as the successor, so I had to keep it a secret. What she said was something hard to believe. The hag said to Shion, the Sonozaki family had nothing to do with the disappearance of Satoshi. Shion couldn't understand, so she asked again. The Sonozaki family held a lot of influence in the underworld because of our dad's connections. In fact, they used such illegal measures during the dam conflict. Therefore, people just assumed the Sonozaki family had pulled the strings when the dam construction incident took place. Even the hag laughed meaningfully and said suspicious things, so everyone believed she was the mastermind, but it was all a performance. It was a hoax by the Sonozaki family head. It was just a bluff. The family took credit for the incidents to make it look like they were pulling the strings. With the influence they already had, this bluff was very believable. Therefore, people thought of the Sonozaki family as one that had deep connections in the underworld, and they were capable of producing any sort of conspiracy. Excuse me. People had believed that since the dam conflict. Oreo just smiled at things she had nothing to do with, as if she was pulling the strings. When the relatives saw that, they became fearful of Oreo's power. Okay, well, let's write this down. I mean, so this kind of lines up with everything we've been told so far, though, right? And I even mentioned this in Chapter 4, that I found it really hard to believe that Oreo was this, like, cold-hearted bitch that everybody said she was. When, at the end of the day, like, she was sad that the grandson was away from her parents. Like, I just refused to believe that, you know? When the relatives saw that, they became fearful of Oreo's power. When the dam construction site manager was killed, Oreo smiled meaningfully. When the relatives saw that, they assumed Oreo was behind it. When the Hojo couple fell off the cliff, when the Furude couple died violently, and when Satoshi's aunt died and Satoshi disappeared, the hag just smiled meaningfully. Everyone believed the Sonozaki family was behind all those incidents. That's a lie. Are you trying to tell me the Sonozaki family had nothing to do with any of it? How can I believe that? I don't think Granny would lie, especially about Satoshi's disappearance, since she said she knew nothing about it. Because Granny approved of the relationship between Satoshi and you, remember? You ripped your nails off so she would forgive everything. That's a lie. Don't try to fool me. Then who made Satoshi disappear? Who? That I don't know, but it wasn't the Sonozaki family. It wasn't Granny. You know the curse system, right? The hag didn't need to give the command for Satoshi to be attacked. All she had to do was look concerned, and then someone else would take care of it. That was the system. Shion couldn't say anything in response, even if the hag had forgiven him personally. As long as he was the object of the curse, the executioner would follow him forever. Granny told me that she tried to find out who was actually behind this curse of Oyashiro for a long time, but she couldn't. Everyone believed it was someone in the village, but she couldn't find out who it was. She couldn't find out. Then why did the curse take place every year? Isn't it weird? But there wasn't anyone. There really wasn't. I told you that Rika Furude tried to attack me earlier with a syringe, didn't I? How do you explain that? She wasn't just acting out of desperation like a cornered rat. She came over to my house and attacked me with a bottle of pepper spray and a syringe. I bet Tomotake was killed with that same stuff. That I don't know. I can't believe Rika would do something like that. I'm the one who saw how she died and I still can't believe it. What a completely abnormal way to go. I don't think Shion and the hag are lying. I mean, the hag wasn't in as much of control as we thought she was, though. She didn't know anything about the scary drug, or if the Furude family was the one executing the curse. The Sonozaki family had nothing to do with it. Then who made the series of mysterious deaths possible? Was it just a coincidence that something happened 5 years in a row on the night of Watanagashi? It's impossible. A human must have made it happen. It was all decided somewhere the Sonozaki family wasn't aware of. The Kimiyoshi family didn't know anything. Kimiyoshi believed the Sonozaki family was behind it. Was it the Furudes? With Rika's behavior and with the elderly people who believed in her so blindly, did some kind of power exist around the Furude family that created the curse? No shot. The Furude family themselves were victims of it. How could a little girl like Rika possess a power stronger than that of the Sonozaki family? I mean, if she was the incarnation of Oyashiro, as we have all thought, I mean, not too out of the realm. In other words, I had killed the heads of all the 3 families and was trying to bring an end to the whole thing, all as a result of a misunderstanding about the dark secret of Hinamizawa. But what about my revenge? Did I kill all the wrong people who had nothing to do with Satoshi's disappearance at all? That's good, Shion. You're still trying to turn the tables on me, huh? Sis, please believe me. I'm not your enemy. I really am not. Please believe me. Shion begged me with tears in her eyes. That would have affected me if I was still Shion's sister, but I don't feel anything anymore. I'll be done once I kill Shion. I've already decided that. If I don't finish it up, what would my existence be for? What about the life I devoted to revenge for Satoshi? How dare she tell me all this nonsense to confuse me at the very end? If what she said was the truth, then what I'd done wasn't revenge. It was just the curse of the 5th year. Shion, if you are truly innocent, you can go to heaven. Apologize to Satoshi for me. Sit! And there it is. Bluish-white spark lit up the darkness and Shion disappeared into the well. Please apologize to Satoshi in heaven. I can't since I won't be going there. Instead, I'm going deep into hell. Jumping into this well would be too simple an atonement for what I've done. Until I find a perfect way to end my life, I'm gonna live as best as I can. End of the chapter. Yep. Okay, 1 chapter left. So again, now this is when all the big revelations should happen, right? So we already know that that apparently now the Sonozakis aren't behind it, which was sort of, I don't know if I came down hard one way or the other because I didn't really know. I kind of just said it was probably somebody that we didn't know that was doing it. Shion Sonozaki's last confession is dubious. Did the hag convince her that the Sonozaki family had nothing to do with it? Or is that the truth? In my own investigation so far, I've proven there are aspects of the curse which can't be explained by the Sonozaki family alone. So my notes were all bogus from the beginning. These 200 pages are full of bullshit. I thought of burning this notebook, but I won't do it. This notebook proves my guilt. I won't distort the facts. I won't burn it. After all, my life was only a notebook long. I wonder if anybody will read this. If somebody does, please let them learn something from my stupidity. A series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, dubbed Oyashiro's curse. If you're reading this, please find the truth. That's my only wish. June 1983, Mion Sonozaki. Which of course is a meme, because she's not Mion. I also did not get the achievement for reading all of the tips, but I know that I must have it. Because there's only 3 achievements left, and 2 of them are for reading all the tips, and one of them is for the thingy, so let's go through again. I don't know why it does this. Diddle-a-doo. Diddle-a-doo, 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 diddle-a-doo. Diddle-a-doo, diddle-a-doo. These were all like diaries too, which is sort of a weird thing. Diddle-a-doo, diddle-a-doo, diddle-a-doo. Oh, you know what it probably was because where I loaded it. I'm assuming it's one of these. It's funny because it only skips stuff that you've read before. Which means whenever I get the achievement, it's just going to prove to me that I had already read it. Diddle-a-doo. Diddle-a-doo. It wasn't one of those because I didn't get the achievement. I know I've read everything, so. Diddle-a-doo, diddle-a-doo. Plus maybe there's 2 chapters and I didn't know. I'll be really pissed off if that's the case. Gonna cut into my UFC watching. No shot, man. Don't tell me there's 2 chapters left. Okay, I literally just read every tip. There's 2 chapters left. There's no shot. There's actually no shot that I haven't read all the tips. If anyone is here, can you confirm or deny? Is there 2 more chapters, or is the game just bugged right now? Because, like, this is sub-chapter fucking 13. There's no shot. I can see there's 3 achievements left. 13 out of 16. And if 2 of them are like they've always been... There's actually no shot, man. No shot, bucko. I guess we'll continue, but I'm really confused. But it's fine. June 1983. There's been a series of disappearances in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibon City Blank Prefecture. The suspect is Mion Sonozaki, 1 blank years old. Allegedly, she abducted, imprisoned, and killed 5 Hinamizawan residents, Oreo, Shion, Kichiro, Rika, and Satoko between June 19th and 21st. Preliminary investigations of the incident were delayed at the time. On the morning of the 22nd, a vehicle patrolling the Sonozaki property heard screams from the inside and rushed in as an emergency measure. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister, Shion, and her 2 missing classmates, Keiichi and Rina. The suspect fled the scene. We found hair, pieces of skin, and blood on the 4 missing people, Oreo, Kichiro, Rika, Satoko, in the torture room that was discovered in the basement of the outbuilding on the Sonozaki family property. Yeah. Wait, the remains have still not been... How? According to one of her imprisoned classmates' advice, the body should be somewhere in the basement of the outbuilding where the torture took place. However, nothing has been uncovered as of yet, including the escape route the suspect took. In addition, investigations continue regarding any possible connection to this series of mysterious deaths in recent years, but no evidence that Mion Sonozaki was involved either directly or indirectly has been found. There are still many unclear points as to the motive behind the incident, and as those of the Sonozaki family and the residents of Hinamizawa have been extremely uncooperative in assisting us, we expect to require a long time. The opinion of a local officer knowledgeable about the region is that this may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishing sacrilege. This is just the same thing. Yep. We anticipated gaining valuable clues from the missing person, yep. However, this is just the same thing that we saw. I was acting at first. It was just an act to avoid being interrogated by the police. As it turns out, though, fake insanity can become real. You see, I couldn't bear it any longer. I continued to be haunted by the presence Rina Ryugo had talked about. It was so close that it could almost touch my back. It wasn't Satoshi, and it wasn't a hallucination. It had become Shion's ghost. Shion didn't go to heaven after all. She was always by my side instead. Shion didn't like the fact I was still alive when she wasn't, so she had decided to haunt me until she witnessed my death. Every night she whispered to me, telling me to die. I get it. Huh. I shouted at Shion in my back. Through my mouth, she shouted back at me. It must look odd to other people. They'd think I'm arguing with myself, so this explains why it sounded like they were fighting with each other to Kasai. It's not fair. Why are you still living, sis? Die already. You said you'd die right after you killed me. I'm waiting. It's so dark and cold in this well. It's cold. It hurts. I get it. Shut up. Blah. You're just running away. You're trying to survive even after you did all those horrible things. You'll never be forgiven. You're cursed. You're destined to die. Shut up, Shion. You're just a ghost, so shut up. Sis. You lousy shit. Fuck off. It's not fair. You and I should always be together, even after death. So, Mion, I've come to take you with me. Mion. Bang. Shion banged on the door. Bam. That noise is too loud. This is probably when she killed herself, or air quote, killed herself. That noise is too loud. It's cracking my ears and my head open. Shion's trying to break in. Ah, shit, alright, Shion, I get it. The perfect way for me to die is to be cursed to death by you, isn't it? But I won't be able to go so easily. Or won't be going so easily. I won't simply disappear. It wouldn't be fair if your beloved was left alive after all. I went out to the balcony to avoid Shion, who was on the other side of the door. If I jump over the railing to the neighboring apartment, I could reach the fire escape. Eat shit, Shion. I leaned over the railing and jumped to the balcony next door. Then I rushed down the stairs, noiseless as a cat. Wait, so she didn't die? Shion was too stupid to realize that I escaped. It wouldn't take too long to get to Keiichi's house on a motorcycle. Shion must believe that I'm still in that room. She's so stupid. So why did Buddy lie? Soon enough, I could see the Maybara mansion. I'd never seen it before, but I'd heard a great deal about it from Shion. She told me that Keiichi's room is on the second floor. I should wake him up. Throw a stone. Threw a couple stones at the window, and shortly thereafter the light turned on and the window opened. I saw Keiichi there. The moment I saw him, my madness cooled off for a while. Even from here, I could tell that Keiichi was running down the stairs. He showed up quickly, with a doll in his hand. I felt depressed to see it. It was the doll he failed to give Shion. It wasn't fair after all, Shion. I'm so jealous, Kei. I wanted to receive a doll from Satoshi, too. Mion, it's been a while. How are you? Been doing alright? Despite the burning insanity within me, I spoke to him calmly. It's true. My body's controlled by the demon now. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here this late. Are you alright hanging around this place? I really shouldn't be. Anyway, what's wrong? What do you need at this hour? I wanted to talk to you one last time. I feel horribly sleepy. Maybe it's more like fainting due to loss of blood. The sensation is proof that the insanity is swallowing me. Well, I can't stay for any longer. Are you alright? Are you not feeling well? I tried so hard until now, but I can tell. I'm done. This is my limit. They're about to come up behind me and take me away. Oh my god, they're being so loud. Okay, holy fuck, hopefully they're done. Shion won't allow me to. No wonder I dropped her down the well. It wasn't only her. None of the people I killed chose to die how they did. Considering that, debating how I'll die must seem like a luxurious concern to the dead. Yeah. Are you okay? Don't force yourself. Oh, that's right. I had something. I'll kill him, I'll kill him. I'll avenge Satoshi's death, I'll avenge his death. This guy's Shion's beloved. I hate her. I'll kill him and teach her a lesson. Eat this, There we go. While gravity's pull spun around me, I realized I had stabbed him with a knife. Huh. I made it. I made it in time. That's where she says, I killed everyone I wanted to kill. I made it. I made it before Shion killed me. I got back at her. Take that, Shion. Keiichi rolled on the ground, clutching his stomach. Hee hee hee. I've done it. I've done it all. That's everyone I wanted to kill. This was the line I was talking about. Yeah, I did it. I did it. I avenged your death, Satoshi. Don't you love me for it? Well, you struck my head. Yes, this was all a bad dream. After all, I was just in my room like always, suffering from nightmares of Shion. But where was I now? I'd been standing on my apartment's fire escape alone. I could still recall that dream. Yes, I had stepped out onto the veranda. My front door was still locked, so I had to climb through the veranda again. Whoa. My foot had slipped, and I felt a floating sensation. After that, a sharp, indescribable pain ran through my head. That incredible pain finally cleared the fog away from my nightmare. I just slipped from the fire escape as I tried to return to my balcony, and fell onto the roof jutting out from the elevator hall 2 or 3 floors down. My room was on the 8th floor. I wasn't expecting to be caught up here. When I fell, my head landed right on the concrete corner, and I could feel both enormous pain and warm blood dripping out. Nice. I felt strangely calm. I couldn't sense the demon, Shion's ghost, or my grudge. I felt just like a baby. The nothingness brought me peace. All my memories from when I was born and named Mion up until today came to my mind. I recalled memories of the time I'd spent with Satoshi. Tears rolled down my cheeks. Where did I go wrong? When in my life did I make the wrong choice? I do know just where and when that was, because Satoshi reminded me. I'll leave Satoko to you. Sure. I believe you'll return. I'll be waiting for you. I'll take care of Satoko. I'll wait for you with her. We'll be good girls. You left your precious sister to me and nobody else. I guess I didn't get the significance of what you said, but I'll be fine this time. I love you, Satoshi. Yeah, could I repay everything with my death? No way, right? That's not how it should be done. I wanted to hear him mumble one more time. I knew it was too much to ask, and so I had no other regrets. That brought an end to my apologies. I rolled over, sending myself falling to the ground, head first. I hoped my head would crack open, to take me to the hell I deserved. I was just a demon. I belonged in hell. Why was I born? Why did this world give birth to me? I shouldn't have been born. I wouldn't have had to suffer if I hadn't been. What was the meaning of my meaningless life? If I wasn't born, nobody would have had to suffer. Thank you for treating me kindly, even though I was like this. Thank you for teaching me love, even though I was like this. Even though I was like this, even though. I'm really sorry, everybody, I really am. If Satoshi could give me another chance, I wouldn't make the same mistake again. Never again. Here comes the ground. Bye. I love you. Huh? Oh, she heard the mumble. Satoshi's mumble. I wish so many times that everything was a dream, so I wrote it down hoping for it to become true. Dreams and cartoons are often like this. There's a huge stack of sweets. I can't possibly eat them all. I try to reach for them, but then somebody wakes me up. This dream has been tremendously... This is not English. This dream has been a tremendously long one. I must have been sleeping for more than a year. Oh, was this her coma? Yeah, that's right. I ran away from baseball practice. I stepped onto the street when the light was red and got hit by a motorcycle. I've been in a coma since then, but I finally woke up. When I open my eyes, I see a hospital ceiling, and Satoshi looks at me from the bedside. Oh my... Holy fuck, I hope they're done because I literally just missed everything this said. So let me clip it and look. Unfucking believable. When I open my eyes, I see a hospital ceiling and Satoshi looks at me from the bedside. It's a bit too perfect. But it's okay, right? It's okay for it to end that way. Breakdown of all the persons involved with. Tamai Hojo died. Satoshi believed to have disappeared. Whereabouts unknown. Jiro Tomitake. Death resembles that of Rika Furude on June 22nd. Investigation still ongoing. Mio Takano. Death by strangulations in the mountain of Gifu Prefecture on June 19th. Corpse was found incinerated. Investigation ongoing. Oreo Sonozaki murdered by Shion Sonozaki on June 20, 1983. Cause of death believed to be shock induced by stun gun, violently abused post-mortem. Head shows signs of extreme lacerations. Rika Furude believed to have been murdered by Shion Sonozaki on June 22nd, 1983. Cause of death was shock due to extreme hemorrhaging caused by lacerations to the throat. Kiichiro, cause of death was ligature strangulation induced by restraints. Satoko, cause of death is shock due to hemorrhage induced by multiple penetration wounds. Mion Sonozaki, murdered. Cause of death is severe trauma due to impact after falling down a vertical tunnel. Keiichi Maebara, stabbed by Shion Sonozaki on June 30th, 1983. Victim was severely injured but is recuperating in a hospital. Rina Ryugu, last accounted for in 2004, currently resides in Shishibone. Kurado Oishi, last accounted for in 2004, currently resides in Hokkaido. Tetsuya Kumagai, he's alive. Irie Kyosuke, address unknown. Tatsuyoshi Kasai, died of liver cancer. Oh, well, that's kind of sad. Ichiro Maebara, last accounted for. Aiko Maebara, Daika Tomita, Suguru Okamura, Rumiko Chie. Okay. Kyoichi Kameda, that's the pitcher. Teppei Hojo, also alive still. Keiichi Maebara died in a Tokyo hospital on July 3rd, 1983. Cause of death is acute heart failure. The one thing I keep wondering is why do they keep listing buddies twice? Shion Sonozaki died on June 30th, 1983. Cause of death is a severe trauma due to impact after falling from the balcony of her apartment. The suspect for serial murders, which began on June 20th, 1983, followed death from the balcony of her apartment, which she hastily rented to conceal her identity. Following her death, police filed charges against her for the 5 murders, which began with Oreo. Why is Keiichi's name listed twice? I still don't get this. They've done this twice now. There's obviously something to that. They've done it twice now. They did it in the credits of Chapter 3. They did it here. fucking unsatisfying ending here. Alright, it's lunchtime. Hey Rena, put our desks together. Huh, my lunch is meatballs today. Sounds good. The old man will have some then. Rika, bring your desk over. I'm coming. Whoosh. Oh ho, unfortunately meatballs are my favorite too. I won't let you have any. Unfortunately, I won't let you do that either, Satoko. You had to have some veggies, so I cooked some squash for you. Whoa, that's harsh, Shion. Well, I hate squash. Yeah, whatever. Squash is very nutritious. You're still growing, so you need to think about things like that. As long as I live, I won't let you have an unbalanced diet. Here, guys, have some. Steamed squash is delicious. Munch munch. Stoko, it's really sweet. Yeah, it's super good. The bounce. Yep. Well, it isn't so bad. Of course it isn't. I'm working hard every day to get you to overcome your dislike of squash. Okay, now that that's done with, why don't you overcome your fear of eggplants, green peppers, and asparagus within the year? Stop joking. At this rate, I'll transfer to a school in Okinomiya. Come on. I'm in charge of your health since Satoshi asked me to take care of you. I won't let you eat junk food either. I hate you, Shion. I hate squash. Is this like if things never went bad or something? You're not gonna make me feel bad for Shion, so you can stop trying. Still literally nothing interesting here. A happy diary disowned. Sure. That was a bit of an abrupt ending. These last two tips better be worth something. Happy diary. Yes, when Mr. Kasai broke in, the room was empty and the window leading to the balcony was open. That was when she fell. She hit the elevator housing right beneath, which gave her a concussion. Then she rolled off the roof and hit the ground, killing her. The reason Mr. Kasai didn't find her, even though he suspected her suicide, is that she was on the elevator housing at the time unconscious. Keiichi Maebara was stabbed at about the same time. Was Shion Sonozaki unconscious on the roof then? I doubt it. She must have snuck out of the building, stabbed Keiichi, then accidentally fell when she came back. I mean, that's correct. Ah, would you look at the neighboring balcony again? Oishi, you've got a call on the line 3. Who's it from? Sato, apparently. He says the password is Ron. Hello, Sato, you must have some good news. An informant got in contact with me, and you were right after all. I'll buy you a drink on Flower Road. What was that call about? A mahjong invitation? Bingo. The Sonozaki sisters switched places. Mion is Shion, Shion is Mion. They made a mistake when they were supposed to tattoo the successor, so Mion and Shion are swapped around in this notebook. So then Satoshi and Shion know Mion. This is confusing. Anyway, with that, you gain a clear understanding of their relationship. Are you talking about the mysterious notebook you received the other day? Didn't you say it was all mumbo-jumbo that could possibly confuse the case? Even after switching the names, it's still confusing. I don't know how much of the content I can trust. Even if this is true, Rika Furude's death seems very suspicious. It's a diary of a lunatic. It drove me nuts when I read it. You know this line on the last page about how she's sorry for being born? That makes me want to jump out the window. Even so, this is a happy diary. Do you know how many times Satoshi's name appears in this notebook? Shion really loved him. Because she was so young, a few mistakes caused that love to be misdirected. Imagine trying to make me feel bad for her dumbass decisions. I'm more sad that Mion didn't get the happy ending she deserved. That's what I'm sad about. Hey mom, tell me. Yo, your mom's kinda bad, yo. What the fuck? Hey mom, tell me. Why did you have a fight with the hag? It was bad enough that she disowned you, right? She's so nosy about everything. Well, I guess you're old enough to know. She objected when I told her I wanted to marry your father. What? I was living a very unseemly life back then. The man I brought home was a Yakuza, so of course she got terribly upset. She said the head of the family will choose your fiance, and I said, screw your decisions, you fucking Virgo. Virago? Google, tell me how to say this.
Virago.
Virago, if you're a Tuesdayer.
Virago.
Virago. That wasn't NA say it. So we both tried to cut each other down on the spot. We unsheathed our katana. Okay, yeah, sure. You fought that hag with a sword. Way to go, Mom. Well, I was into martial arts when I was young. Both she and I held high ranks in kendo, so yeah, it was quite the show. Everybody nearby was terrified. It was fun. That's right, I was happy for it. I married your father right away. I was forced to remove my fingernails in atonement, though. See how the fingernails on my left hand look ugly? Wow, so that's why you and the hag have a bad relationship, huh? Huh, you know what, Shion? It's not actually true. Our relationship is actually pretty good. That can't be right. She has to maintain the family's reputation, so she can't treat me normally. And accordingly, I lay low at the family councils. But I visit her every now and then, and we actually have tea together. Can't believe it. It's between you and me, okay? She removed her fingernails in atonement a long time ago herself. Look carefully at her hand next time you see her. What? What did she do? Beats me. I don't have a clue. Hey, you do so have one. It's all over your face. Huh. I hate my parents. They need to shut up. I'm joking, but seriously, I don't know if you can hear this. Like, I wish you could. You can. I wish you could hear these fucking loonies. But I won't let you. Okay, look, let's fucking skip through this and we're done for the day. Cool. There you go. Every achievement, 16 out of 16. We got no fucking answers because it was shit we already fucking predicted and knew. So wonderful. Great. Wonderful. So we found out Shion was the murderer. Big fucking surprise, man. We learned dick fuck all this whole chapter. I'm not mad. There was pretty much one we learned about 3 or 4 things in conjunction. Because I predicted the rest of it, but whatever. Fuck this. I'm kidding. Okay, we're done for now. I'm supposed to be playing It Takes Two with my buddy tomorrow, so maybe I'll stream that. We'll see. See how I feel tomorrow. But otherwise, we're done now. And if that is the case, then I'll be back on Thursday with the next chapter. And like I say every time, if this doesn't end with a happy ending for Mion, then this game's trash. That's all. Goodbye.